The dude's really funny. Morning glazing Asian. Sorry, I'm just glazing peanut. I'm glazing peanut. All right, I gotta get my drink, my tea. Let me just select the homies. Factory Stratter, Dizu, and Perdana. You guys can join up. Let me know if we're doing a randomized loadout. I haven't gone to bed yet.
Allied destroyer has joined.
Cyberpunk Run 8. Nice. Good shit. Good game.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Every moment we ruminate, another family is torn limb from limb. We must strike.
All right. Tea has been gotten. I love the music jam sessions he does. It's fucking funny. Random loadout with a pummeler. Holy, that sounds giga fun. Said no one. It's up to you guys if you guys want to do it or not. Let me know if we're doing it. Oh my god, an evacuation mission? Or evacuate and do the...
I'm down, but I provide no guarantee of success.
Worst comes to worst, we just do a main objective, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir! Send it.
Alright, random loadout. Let's do it. Off to bed, have fun. Thanks, Zach. You have a good one, dude. Benzie, you still there?
I've never done randomizers before.
Okay. Random.ht2 or what the fuck's the website again? I just forget what the website's name is. It's like random
ht2random.com.
Yeah, maybe it's ht2 random. Yeah, that makes sense. Can't spell today. Yeah. ht2random.com. And then just make sure to show all the items. All the packs you have. Randomize everything. Well, we'll do any difficulty. Randomize loadout. Okay, Orbital Napalm Barrage. C4 pack. Machine Gun Century. Grenadier Battlement. Honestly, Okay, the hatchet's kind of troll, but not bad. Gas, heavy dreadnought. You know what? I'm pretty fucking excited. This is a pretty damn good randomizer. I'm pretty happy with this. What cape is that?
I got a pretty decent loadout.
Yeah, I got a pretty decent one too. I'm not gonna lie. I forget what the name of this is, but I'm pretty sure it's in. I feel like it's in this one. Is it from this cape, or is this the one you bought from the superstore? I actually don't know. Streamer luck, yeah. Well, it's called the Rifle Occupier. I want to say it was in the superstore during that war bond. It's Dust Devils? Okay. Really? Is it actually just in the war bond? Oh yeah, it is. I never thought about it as like part of this loadout. Interesting. Weird. It looks more other one. All right, let me get my diligence. And what was my secondary? Oh yeah, it was the fucking hatchet. And then gas grenade. And then what the fuck is the dreadnought armor? Or destroyer? I think it's a dreadnought. Devastator, dynamo, dreadnought. Okay. I mean, yeah, right. Not the best armor, but not the worst. Not the worst, not the best.
I got stun pods.
Nice. Love that. Announcements. Add everyone. Viewer game day with Chad. Doing some random
Brain that somebody got help pod up.
loadouts versus cyborgs. Hi, Bear. You gonna come lay down? I am just doing my announcement check. Give me 1 second. Doing that. Playing Far, Far West with viewers in like 5 to 6 hours. Come play and download the free demo. Not sponsored. Not sponsored. I just want to play this game with some peeps. All right. Yeah, we'll just start like right there. Hi, Bear. How you doing, buddy? Hi. Good boy. You doing, Bear? Good boy. I'll give you some white fish. Oh, I'll give you some white fish, little bud. It's for your game day. We play with people from chat. Unfortunately, you'll have to join Twitch chat to join the queue. But you can like watch the YouTube live stream and then a little bear. Oh, and I got Luna. All right, 1 second. I got 2 cats here. Luna. Psst. Luna. With that piece, I didn't get. I gave Luna a pretty big piece. Hopefully, she can chew it. You okay, Luna? Yeah, I think she's okay. Luna and Bear are there. They're just. I think Luna's slightly off camera to you guys. Hi, Annie. Okay, what did I gotta put on orbital napalm, and then I had C4. No, C4, and then. What else did I have? The fuck is my randomizer? There it is. Grenadier Battlement and Machine Gun Sentry. Grenadier Battlement kind of sick, but it's gonna be scary as fuck.
I hope my guard dog doesn't.
And then I have Dude, what the fuck is our boosters? Shock pods and... Dude, so our turret's gonna be... Our fucking turret's gonna be like AFK for like the first 30 seconds because he's gonna be... I don't know. Hilarious. Alright. If only I had smoke pods too. Showed you? Oh, and he messaged me. Wow. I like that color, Annie. That gold and yellow. It's nice. Do you think the quantity of non-Warbond content is enough for HG2? Players are complaining that 2 maps per season is not enough for Battlefield 6. Yeah, I think Helldivers adds enough content for free. Because the stark difference between the two is that at the end of the day, Luna, what'd you come lay down? Maybe we'll convince her. The stark difference between the two is that Warbonds at the end of the day are technically free content. You just pay to access it early. Right? Oh. I didn't know there was a bomb there. You know what I mean? So I feel like HG2 kind of gets off the case of that kind of mentality. But also, like, I feel like Battlefield 6 is really strapped for content, like map-wise. It's like if HG2 launched with like way less content. I feel like people would be way more upset about it. You know? If you join the game now, obviously it has so much content. And I think, you know, to be fair to Battlefield, I do think if you played Battlefield in 2 years, it would probably be fine, content-wise. Oh my god, that airburst.
There's still one more mortar in there. I didn't get it.
I don't see any cyborgs. I thought there were cyborgs here.
No, I haven't seen any today.
Oh, okay. I was kind of under the impression there were cyborgs here, and that's why I was like, oh, the cyborgs are counter effect. No, it's... I'll be honest, I kind of missed fighting those guys, so... kind of glad. Let's kind of move towards like main objective, and then we'll do sides after. It's a very beautiful bag, Annie. I hope it wasn't too expensive. I discovered H2. Yep. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, Jason Newcomb, on the topic, because it's like, what do we get? I don't know. We get a lot of free content for HG2. We really do. When you think about it. Because every 4 to 6 months we get like a new enemy faction typically, and a new map that comes along with it usually. We get new missions. And then every month we get something, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less. Right? Sometimes it's just like a warbond and some patches. And then sometimes it's like a lot more than that, right? We get like a, you know, we could get like a sub faction, or we can get a map, or we get like a new, you know, what? Hello? Yeah, I feel like C4, you really want to throw it at like the body. Throwing at the head feels like a waste. I feel like I gotta throw so many.
Watch out, there's a car behind you guys. The rocket door.
I'm already at C4. I mean, that does not say anything about cyborgs. Ah. I was given this impression yesterday that there were cyborgs. I don't have anything for this War Strider, unfortunately.
We got ATs.
I got throwing knives.
Father, throwing knives!
That sushi looks amazing, Annie. I don't know if you can hear me.
I don't have anything for that to lock me.
Here. I go this side, you go that side. You shoot, but
Yes, sir.
excellent teamwork.
Nice.
Outpost destroyed.
Ah, fuck off. Dude, these War Striders are worse. I have a resupply in like a little bit, and then I can do something to it. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Eats are actually quick poggers.
I can hear who's talking. Me. Hi. Your boyfriend. You're talking about like in-game. That's Perdana. I'm still enjoying BF6. However, gunplay worse than the beta. That sucks. That like it literally is degraded. That's wild.
Does it detect the tail hill?
I got portable help off right.
I will
Wait,
get the.
throwing knives can kill War Strider?
Sorry, what can kill a War Strider?
Throwing knives.
No.
What? I threw like 4 of that right into his eyes. They just blasted him.
I mean, I threw C4.
Ah, okay.
That's probably what happened. Yeah, I threw C4 at him. Maybe you didn't see the C4.
Holy poggers, 48 kills.
Holy poggers. I get one too far. Explosive throwing knives? New unlock? Factory Drive's got new access to it? Did they take away lethal on like blowing up the rockets? They didn't take it away on purpose. I believe it had something to do with the changes that they've made to some of the damage enemies do, I think. But I've also heard a theory that it might have something very similar to do with how the secret grenade is not doing any damage and the gunship fabricator, like that might all be linked somehow, but I don't know. I know the secret grenade fix is coming. I was told about that. Obviously, the gunship fabricator is already fixed, and I'm assuming the rocket strider should be fixed like fairly soon too, probably at the same time. Hell, it might even be this Tuesday. Who the fuck knows? Hi, Luna. What's wrong? Why are we crying? Got a balance question. Do you believe the good old AC-8? You gotta. What is the AC-8? Is that the autocannon? We don't typically go off by that name. The Punisher Plasma is the Punisher Plasma. I have no idea what the code is for it. Hi, Luna. How are you, kitten? Wanna come take a seat on my lap? You wanna be a lap cat? What's up? What's up, little kitten? Yeah, what's up? Hi. Yeah, you're cute. What's up, little kitten? Just a little kitten. Oh, good land, good land. Yeah, it's autocannon. Gotcha. Like I have been saying at Apache that that the autocannon has been power crept. It is feeling a bit sheepish. I don't think it's in like a dire strait or anything that like it needs a change ASAP, but it's definitely in a position where probably in the next like, you know, year or so, it's gonna feel like not great with the current course of power creep, right? It mostly started when they buffed the AMR.
I only got Seeker's Grenade disabled.
Perfect. Yeah. Oh, someone already shot it. Perfect.
Bombers.
It mostly started when they buffed the AMR, but then it's continued with the grenade launcher change. But I mean, we'll see if they might retract the grenade launcher change. People have not been the happiest overall with that, and I think the devs will probably read into that as like, oh my god, they actually want us to nerf something. Or they'll probably just revert it, which is not exactly a nerf, but it's like just a reversion of previous buff. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. Maybe they got some clever changes in their repertoire. Hi, Luna.
Anyone want a Arc Dog back?
I mean, might as well. Just like careful. Is the sensor fix also coming? Knowing. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they know about that one. I'll be honest. I don't think anyone's complaining about it, kind of thing, Jarek. But probably. They'll probably fix the magazine count. How can you be unhappy about the heavy pen GL? Well, it's because it's... If you play bug missions, you'll kind of know it's kind of prolific at the moment. It doesn't feel that crazy on Illuminate or bots because there's just lots of other options and so on and so forth. But...
Holy aim.
But on...
I missed 3 fucking shots, man. Oh my god.
No. You hit every single one, dude. You're just extra stims.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's so nice of you. What was I sure?
It needs a lock on so badly.
That's what I'm saying. We need something for that tower if we're gonna do Mega Base.
I got a portable elbow.
Ooh, that'd be perfect. What was I gonna say though? I feel like I've been distracted. Yeah. So grenade launcher, just, you know, it feels too strong on bugs. It's fine on bots and it's absolutely fine on Illuminate. It's just, it's way too proficient at like just destroying everything, man. On it's just way too proficient. That's the main thing. It's just too good on bugs, and it's mostly just the heavy pen kind of shits all over bugs.
Not a shot yet.
If they never made the change to bring chargers and Bile Titans down from 5 to 4 armor, it would be absolutely fine. But they did fuck up making it that. Like, I still don't agree with the decision to bring down their armor. Like, universally, they should have just brought down the armor in, like, you know, some of their armor in some locations. Like, maybe bringing down the head armor of Bile Titans, or, like, just making the stomachs and the butts more weak pointy. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of the let's just give them AP4. So. This turret right there. Gobi? Oh my, holy... Man, I'm getting pretty good at fucking throwing that, I gotta say. Not to toot my own horn, but like to toot my own horn, you know? That Warshire is very weak.
Yeah, it's got no turrets on it.
I hit it with 2 C4s, so...
Factory.
Oh!
Good luck. I got the majority of fabricators. There's just one left. I don't know where it is. I ran around the outside. Flak round should be able to like alternate setting with like impact. Hitting crowds with flak can be challenging. Yeah, I mean, they probably just need to give it a slight damage buff at some point. You know, it probably doesn't have to be crazy or anything like that for autocannon. But yeah. Grenade launcher is just,
Yeah, it's
it's just too good at dealing with bugs. Like, I genuinely think it's balanced on bots just because it's like pretty damn ammo inefficient on bots. And people like, oh my god, but it's so good at like Devastator clearing. It was already good at that. That was already like a big buff to it. So it's like, that's not insane. And the fact that it can deal with, you know, armor targets is good. I like that it can do that now. But it's very ammo inefficient. It's easy to use, but it's very ammo inefficient. What are your thoughts on the durable changes that came with the Bastion changes? Are emplacements of Sentry's FRV Exosuit have like heavily nerfed? I wouldn't be surprised if they're probably going to revise that. I would assume they're just going to make our turrets tankier and FRVs tankier. Because I did notice that the other day that, you know, if your Exosuit gets shot in the wrong spot, it just like falls over. It gets like instantly melted. I didn't realize that change went through like that. Or how big of a change it was. So they definitely need to look at that. Depending on the damage and what's shooting at it, like your fucking Exosuit just fucking falls over. Like I had an Exosuit die yesterday, getting shot in the leg like maybe 10 times, but it was like the perfect spot and it just died immediately. I was like, what the fuck? How the hell did that happen? It wasn't even hurt. I was complaining about not even being able to get my Exosuit. Well, what I noticed when I use my Exosuit is the aggro changes. Also, that's another one, is that your Exosuit doesn't feel very tanky right now because of the changes of durable damage. But also, because your Exosuit gets like instant fucking lock on. Watch out, I'm throwing an orbital napalm on that. It's on the far side. I've been throwing things too far because of the fucking throw range armor. Hotel got your ketchup stain off. Oh, that's awesome, Annie. I'm happy to hear that. You can hit the button for civies. My god, the explosions. Got the War Strider. Maybe I'll take, but don't you think the regular GL should be like matte medium pen and belt-fed machine gun should be like heavy from a balance point of view? I mean, I don't hate the fact that it's heavy pen. I think it's kind of cool. The problem is that all of its damage is heavy pen, which is why it feels so overpowered on bugs. It's kind of like the problem with it. I do think that belt-fed machine gun feels kind of like...
I'm gonna go do the,
like,
the bases on the map.
Okay. I felt like belt-fed machine gun just feels kind of underpowered right now, and it's mostly like ammo and like per shot feels too low at the moment. I think if they did like, you know, some minor upgrades to both ammo supply and overall damage, it would be in a good spot. Like, I think it does like 150 damage per individual grenade right now versus like 400 something from the grenade launcher. I can't remember exactly what it was. So if they brought it up to like 200 damage per individual shot of the for the regular or for the belt-fed, I think it would probably, and then maybe give it like an additional like 25 rounds in the backpack. I think it would be in a much better spot. But the regular GL, like I said, I don't think it's overpowered on bots. It's just easy to use and it requires a supply backpack. Like, it absolutely requires it. Like, if you don't bring the spy backpack for the regular GL, it doesn't feel that powerful. It just doesn't feel like it has enough ammo. You're constantly, like, ammo starved. Which is kind of like the balancing point for it. Does it feel overpowered when you bring spy backpack? Sure, but, like, it's kind of like par for the course. Like, a lot of weapons have felt a lot better when you put on spy backpack. Kind of just is it. Recently unlocked C4 pack. Feels terrible. It's a very clunky stratagem. It's actually quite good, but man, does it feel clunky. I personally have hot swap on B, so B just swaps back and forth. But even then, it feels very clunky. Like if you swap too fast, it might not auto reload the C4 into your hand, so you have to like press R to reload it. It's very hard to know what you're holding at the time, unfortunately. So it's very awkward in that regard. Like, there's a lot of dead inputs for some reason with C4. Like, I'll left click to throw, and it just sometimes doesn't throw on a left click, and I don't know why. I'm not getting staggered. Nothing's happening to my character. I go to throw it, left click, and I'm like, nothing comes out. So it's like, what? It's very weird. I haven't really noticed that. Haven't really noticed that with any other stratagem other than like, oh, you're getting stagger spammed by a cyborg. Fair enough. You know, that's what's stopping you. But yeah. Surprised you aren't streaming Battlefield 6 with the new drops enabled. I just don't think I'm going to do that well in that section. Helldivers is just a more consistent, safe bet on like viewership. And I'll be honest, the Battlefield 6 update wasn't that interesting to me. I don't know.
Kill it.
Step on the mine.
First, I appreciate AV buff to Bastion's front armor. Yep. Bastion doesn't feel very tanky in the front at the moment. And it's too susceptible to, like, explosive damage, in my opinion, even from the front. I don't mind the weak points at the side and back. I mean, that's literally just makes sense. It's a tank. Tanks have weak points on the back and sides. Like, that's just always been the case, especially weak to, you know, smaller arms fire. Right? That's fine. Yeah, it's just the front of the tank doesn't feel like a tank. And depending on the enemy that's fucking with you, it can feel very underwhelming, right? Like a War Strider, for instance, absolutely wrecks your tank if you sit in the grenades. And that's kind of silly, right? When do we get a new MO? They're probably just waiting a day or two. So, don't know.
Extraction is available.
I also hate that the C4 toss seems completely different than the grenade toss. You can throw a C4 farther. You'll get used to it, but yeah, it's not the same as throwing a stratagem or a grenade. Do you ever use a double-edged sickle? Yeah. I'm not using it right now because it's like the sound is bugged on it, and I hate the sound of it. Ugh, sounds terrible. Oh, excuse me. What do you think they'll do for the new MO? I don't know. If they do a bot MO again, I think people are going to be really burnt out. And it will lead to player burnout, which I don't think is a good idea. I don't know. Most likely bugs, but I don't know. Perhaps they could split the damage between two sources, one for AP3 and AP4. Well, when I spoke to the dev about that, apparently the projectile, because there's that safe arming distance, apparently when they put that like kind of mechanic in, it doesn't work properly because of the safe arming distance. Because that was something that like I talked about with them. It was like, oh, okay, why isn't it just some of the damage is AP4, some of the damage is AP3, you know, to balance it out so it's not like super insane versus like a Charger, for instance. Because really the problem is like the bugs, right? The fact that you can like just spam it at their head or like their legs and they just die because of the explosive splash. This is where like an inner radius and an outer radius of AP would be an interesting if they could do that on an explosive. Like 2 overlapping damage zones. But like the larger one is AP3 and then the smaller one is AP4. Like I don't know if they can do that, but that's where like something like that would be really neat if they could. But I don't even know if that's possible. They're exploring possibilities for the grenade launcher. Because they recognize it as well. Like, yeah, it's overtuned on bugs. It feels good on the other factions. Like, probably just about right for how our power fantasy is going at the moment. But, on bugs, it's silly. It's too universally good.
Oh, I think someone disconnected.
Uh-oh. My gamer crashed, all good.
Running on spot.
Yeah, you just said in chat.
Oh.
So I'm curious about what they'll decide on the GL. I really like the GL. And I'd love for it to have some amount of armor pen. So I hope they can figure something out. Oh my god, I threw that perfectly. I like laid on his eye. Brother. No need to wait, you can extract. No, we wait. Ow. Hold the line. No man left behind. Kind of forgot I had napalm barrage. Oh, I threw that way too far. Grenade launcher, go burr. Right, hit that guy? No. Let's go! There's a War Strider somewhere out there? I don't know where. Run! What's the point of the escalator now that the regular GL is heavy pen? The escalator still has lots of CC tied to it. But the escalator has a better ammo economy. I will say it has better ammo economy. But the de-escalator does feel a bit sheepish because the GL is just a more consistent killer. The de-escalator is... It's still inconsistent. It's a lot better than it was like a couple months ago because they just made it better. But it does feel sheepish. Yeah. So if they're going to keep the regular GL like this, it's the classic... They need to buff other things because they buff something, you know? It's a power creep cycle. As for autocannon, I still love it. However, most people seem to have moved away from it in favor of like the AMR-GL. How many question the purpose of the buffs? I mean, the autocannon had meta status for so long. It's okay for metas to shift. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, the autocannon is definitely not in like it needs to be buffed territory. It's just like it'll need a buff eventually. It's okay for metas to shift. It's actually healthy for the game for metas to shift. So the same things aren't prolific for like massive amounts of time. Like I know that usually is like used for like PvP games, but the same goes for PvE games. Very much so. Like, it's important for games to, you know, change things up. All right, we got Benzie and JS Newcomb. If anyone else would like to join the queue, !join in Twitch chat to be entered into the queue. Did the Warhouse Lunar New Year armor set new precedents? Are they going to release more holiday-themed content? I don't know. I'm assuming the Lunar New Year stuff is because of the Tencent money that was invested into Helldivers. That seems to be a very consistent theme with Tencent. Yo, background gaming! What are you doing on at 4 a.m., brother? Oh, I didn't have my notifications on. Welcome on in, Raiders. God damn! Yo! Dude, what are you doing on at 4 a.m.? I didn't expect that at all. Usually, you come on after I stream. Doing a big stream today, bud? It's good to see you, man. Is there a new MO? Not yet, no. Doing some, like, massive long stream or just, like, chilling? Sleep schedule is no good. What happened to it? Tencent games have Lunar New Year themes. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I swear Tencent has it in their clause when they invest in a game that, like, they don't even have to own the game, but when I swear they have a clause that's like, hey, we're investing money in your game, you have to do something Lunar New Year's related, which is like, I don't know, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. I get it. They're trying to get Chinese culture into more games. And they're not, like, forcing it down our throat. It's just, like, a little minor thing. Nah, just sleep issues. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. It's good to see you, man. What have you been up to? You playing anything other than HG2? I know you've been on the grind. Seen the videos.
The bridge is yours, Held.
Probably sales pitch, the skins. It's hella good. Yeah, the Lunar New Year stuff always does look good. It's true. Anyone else want to join? Still got one more spot. Gamers. Yeah, no MO yet. This is typical though. A lot of times after a big MO, we don't see an MO for like a day or two. So it might not be until Monday we see it. Arc 12 worth it. Is that the Blitzer? Blitzer is worth it. Yeah. How the stream's going in general? Good. I really wanted the stream to take off with Arc Raiders, but it was just too crowded. There's way too many people streaming that game. Burn Peanut, all the big streamers were playing it, so I got kind of buried, unfortunately. So I've been kind of moving away from Arc. We're still gonna play it and stream it. Like on the 26th, I'm gonna be playing with Pips and Takibo for the update, but yeah, it didn't go super well. The stream's been good on HE2. It's been really fun.
Are you ready, Held?
Mr. Niche, If you have not added me, my friend code is right there. Let me know when you add me. You had good numbers. They were okay numbers. It's not enough to sustain myself, if that makes sense. They weren't numbers that I felt comfortable continuing to stream on. You know what I mean, Factory Strider? Like, they weren't good in my opinion. Like, I think good stream numbers is like 500 or so is like good. Great is over that. You know, if I'm touching 1,000, like we do, like with Helldivers big releases, or like with Space Marines 2, that's where I feel comfortable. When we're sitting at like 300 or so, it's I don't know. Mr. Niche, you add me, friend code on the left. It's just easier that way. Arc plus Marathon stream. Yeah, we're going to be playing Marathon on the 26th. Oh, sorry, I'm going to be playing Pips and to Keep on the 24th, because that's when the update for Arc Raiders comes out. On the 26th, we have Space Marines 2 doing their update, and we have Marathon later that day with their open. I sent the friend request. Oh, my bad, dude. It's probably standing. Is it right here? Is this you? Temp? Oh my god, you said my IGN is this. I'm a silly guy, dude. That's my bad. I thought you were giving me your friend code, and I was like, nah, dude, you just add me. It's easier that way. Sorry. Apologies. My bad. But yeah, we'll be playing some Marathon. I just don't know if it's going to do well, because I honestly think Marathon's getting this, like, it's getting this like resurgence of popularity that is kind of bad for me. I kind of need the game to not do that well for me to be able to build in it.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
As a streamer on Twitch, like it's very much like you get more success if you're near the top of the section, and if I can't be within like the top 10 streamers, there's just not much growth. If anything, I'll probably shrink. So we'll see. I'm excited for Marathon. I really am. I enjoyed what I played, you know, a while ago. But yeah. Do you guys want to do randomized loadouts, or we just gaming?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Mr. Niche, you don't have to randomize loadout if you don't want to. We're just gonna do it for fun.
Orbit synchronized.
All right, orbital Gatling, Tesla, HMG emplacement, Gatling sentry, motivational shocks, sensor, SOCOM pistol, thermite, and gold eagle. Honestly, not a bad loadout. That's why videos are good. Yeah, for sure. We did quite a few like Arc Raider videos, and they did well. They absolutely did well. But like I said, dude, like it's just really tough. I definitely shrunk during like the 2 or so months of playing Arc Raiders. It never really picked up. Even the people that did like really well with videos, I didn't notice them going too crazy.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
But I already have a bunch of video ideas ready for marathons, so we'll see how they go. We'll see how they go. It is unfortunate, though, that the Space Marines 2 update is coming out like the same day as Marathon. I don't know yet if there's drops. I'm assuming there's a drops campaign for Space Marines 2, so I can't ignore that. Drops campaign for Space Marines 2 has always been wildly successful for the stream, so it pays the bills, man. HMG emplacement, Gatling sentry, motivational shocks, if I can find it. And then I am taking what primary? Sensor. Yeah, that's right. So we went from the diligence to the sensor. What a great change. And then we have the SOCOM pistol, thermite, and a gold eagle. Okay. SOCOM pistol. I heard some reports that apparently like it's not as silent as it should be, but I never noticed that. Gold eagle. All right. Speaking of content creation, I've contacted my Game Sprout on Reddit. That's awesome. Carl, that's awesome. It's issue 2 the game you have the most hours on. I don't know. Because unfortunately, my Team Fortress 2 numbers got fucked up at some point. Like, it says I only have, like, less than 100 hours, but I know I had, like, 3,000 or so hours. Across... Like, as an individual game, it's definitely, like, one of the highest I have. But it depends on the franchise. Like, Counter-Strike, I have, like, 3,000 hours in, at least. Across all the games. Team Fortress 2, I have a lot of hours. New World, I had, like, 3,000 hours across 2 accounts. PUBG, like, 2,000. Battlefront 2, about 2,500 or 2,500. Yeah, I don't know. I want to say it's probably like my highest played game at this point. Now, to be fair, of the 3,700 hours, you know, a good chunk of it is like me talking about the game while on the bridge, either in a video or, you know, like me just talking to chat. So, you know, keep that in mind. Like that's not 3,700 hours on planet shooting at things. I think I'm at like 2,200 hours of on planet shooting at things. Space Marines 2, 70% off. Should I get? I like Space Marines 2, but it's a very different game than Helldivers. I don't even have. When you guys get an extra support, what? Oh, yeah. So like, Temp, let me know when you get your Epoch back. I would gladly take it.
You don't want my Wasp.
I mean, I'll take a Wasp too, but I think I'd rather have an Epoch if I'm being straight. Gatling Barrage go. Hopefully it lands right below him. Thermite to distract. Oh, I'm standing on anti-tank mines. I feel like this is like kind of a waste, but at the same time, like... Oh, do we have dead sprint on? We have dead sprint on. One more thought about running the AC. Seems better against like vault fabricators than it used to. Especially with like the flak rounds. 30-degree angle to destroy. Feels great. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I find bulk fabricators in general to be really weird. Like they just sometimes just don't blow up, and I think it has something to do with like if you're too far away, it's not like rendering the thing that needs to be blown up or something. I don't know.
Objective nearby.
But yeah, I would highly recommend Space Marines too. I think it's a great game. It's just be aware that it is a very different type of game. It's more like Left 4 Dead than it is Helldivers, right? Helldivers is a very particular type of, you know, like game. Helldivers feels more like you know, Deep Rock Galactic than it does Left 4 Dead, right? And even then, Helldivers still feels very unique compared to Deep Rock Galactic, right? Space Marines 2 will not really feel like Helldivers. It'll kind of feel like a Left 4 Dead game, but you're playing as like a superhero. It's a very good game though. I would highly recommend it, especially if it's on sale for that much off. That's crazy. They've done a really good job with Space Marines 2. And there's a new update coming out very soon. Oh god. Okay, stim, then do that. But Deep Rock Galactic has like better endgame progression. I think the endgame progression is very good in Deep Rock Galactic, for sure.
Objective critical strike.
But the thing is that like Helldivers sometimes doesn't feel like it needs endgame progression because they add so much content every month. Whereas Deep Rock Galactic, you get an update once a year. You know what I mean? So it is a very different type of game in that regard. The bounces. Both hell bombs landed on top of each other. Cover me! Run! What, Democracy Officer Root? Alright. I have 3,300 hours in Destiny. Dude, I forgot to mention Destiny. If you look at Destiny as a franchise, it's probably my most played game. Like, both Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 together. Because I probably have 2,000 or so hours on Destiny 1 on my account. And then I have like an additional 1,000 hours on a friend's account because we shared an account and just played on the same account in Taken King and onwards. Just because I didn't feel like buying the game and I didn't feel like grinding the game on mine. But like we could play the same account and we just like we organized when we were gonna play. Don't tell Sony we were playing the same account. And then in Destiny 2, across Steam and like I think just on Steam alone, my Destiny 2 has like, yeah, Steam alone, I'm at 2,800 hours, and not much of that is AFK in space. I almost never is AFK'd in space on Destiny. I just didn't do that. So you choose 67% off, dude. Do it. I think that is totally worth that. I think that is a fantastic purchase. Even if you don't plan on playing the multiplayer afterwards, just for the story. Like, I think the campaign was really good. You're all in on FPS games, huh? That's probably my, like, most played genre for sure. I play other games. Especially growing up, I played a fuckload of Gran Turismo and other racing games. Just, as a streamer, I kind of like niche. You know, it's kind of better to find a niche when streaming. It's just smarter that way. And because I play so many video games as a living, I typically don't get off stream and say, oh man, I want to play more video games. You know? I play Warframe? Yeah, I have like 200 hours in it. I didn't like the end game. Too money focused. It felt like too many times my wallet was under attack. I'm getting pushed by this body. It's like, what the hell's happening? Got a horde of devastators on me. One taps. One taps. One taps. Not really one taps. 4 taps. Wish that seems so good. I'd give it time. Destiny just went through that cycle that a lot of games go through, that like it couldn't maintain what we loved about it before, and people kept wanting more and more from it, and they kept, you know, going the opposite direction. Still enjoy like doing the raids and stuff like that, but dude, I haven't even tried the Star Wars stuff. I don't know if I ever will. Unless they come out with another raid that I want to play. This series fun. It sounds cool, but it honestly just looked too much like a normal sword to me that I was like, whatever. I'll be honest, I still have the, for lack of a better word, the ick that, like, it's Star Wars. I've nearly 1K hours on Warframe on Steam, and I've never spent buck. I'm sure that's for you. My issue was that, like, in the end game for Warframe, I felt constantly like I wanted to spend money because I just didn't want to spend like 10 plus hours grinding something, right? Sometimes the grind was like really obnoxious. Oh, thank you, buddy. So sometimes the grind was really obnoxious, and it's like, I could swipe my credit card and get it right now, right? Because you could always buy it off another player with cash. And I didn't like that feeling constantly being there while I played. Like, it was always present. So the endgame loop didn't feel very satisfying to me. Like, because it, especially as I get older, I have more money than time. I don't have as much time as I used to. So it's like, to get the things that I wanted, I would have to invest a bunch of time to grind something, you know? So, I don't know. And it's like, I wouldn't mind that grind if I couldn't pay for it. Does that make... It's weird. Like, it's because the option to pay for it is there that ruins it for me. Because I'll play a fucking MMO all day, you know? And go for that grind, but, like, I can't pay for it. I can't spend money on it, so it stops me from, like, being bothered by it. It's like, okay, I'll eventually get it. But the fact that I could just, like, swipe a credit card and get it, like, immediately, it didn't feel good for me. Exactly the same as spending 3,700 hours in this to unlock stuff. It doesn't take that long, though. But it's not, though. Because grinding in this is, like, on a much smaller time scale. It's not even close. But, like, not even close to the same time scale.
You want your stuff back, Fenzy?
It's always funny to me. Whenever I talk about this, the Warframe players always get very offended that I have this opinion. I don't know why. Like, they always feel like they need to defend their game from what I just said, and I can't just have my opinion. I always find it really funny. I don't know. I almost try to avoid talking about it because it's like, I'll just have people sicken on me. How dare you say that about the monetization of Warframe? It's perfect. They just don't understand my perspective, because usually the people that are defending it have lots of playtime in Warframe, and they don't realize from, like, a new player perspective, it feels a lot different than a person that has been invested in the system. Because a person that is, like, later into Warframe's progression will always benefit more from the current system than somebody who's brand new. The system is very, like, beneficial to people that have, like, played a lot, right? So, always funny because it's just like it's a new player's perspective. That's not true at all, Galcines. You're oversimplifying it big time. Warframe is a very particular type of game because it's free to play, and the vast majority of, like, paid money they have is like through like players and whales, right? So there's actually only one other game that I know of that is just like it, and it's First Ascendant, right? As a new player on Helldivers 2, if I want to farm super credits to buy a war bond from scratch, how long would it take to roughly farm 1,000 super credits? You could do it in a couple hours, depending on how many people you have with you. The more people, the faster it'll go. If you like are just like naturally just regularly playing the game, I'm not quite sure what the timetable would be nowadays. But I do know you could just do it in a couple hours from nothing. So like if you get like 4 players that all need to grind super credits, you go to like a level 2 mission, you all split up at the start, everybody picks like a cardinal direction, and you just search out POIs like as fast as possible, quit out as soon as you've explored the majority of the map, GG next, and you just do that on repeat for like an hour, you can get like a lot of super credits per hour. I don't know exactly what the rates are nowadays, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's upwards of like, you know, 400 an hour if you're like real fast and lucky. I feel like if you play regular, you'll probably be in like the maybe 100 super credits per hour territory. If you're like, you know, every map you're trying to find, you know, super credits. I want to say it's around like the 100 or so, 100, 200, depending on how lucky you are. From my own estimates. If you're a new player, do you want to be quitting out? Surely you want samples as well. Yeah, and that's why I don't recommend that, right? Like, this is for a player that is like, I just want to unlock war bonds and do war bonds. This is not someone that's like a new player. I want to farm super credits and buy a war bond. I already got that. I usually just be playing normally and just searching out POIs as a new player. Absolutely. Tesla on that bot drop, careful.
Calling down fortifications. Calling in orbital strike.
Anyways, I just feel like my impression of Warframe was always skewed because I was a big MMO player. I never enjoyed the fact in MMOs that people could just pay money to real players to like get like raid loot and stuff like that. Never liked that. So when I went and played Warframe, it never sat well with me. That like I could just skip the grind and just swipe a credit card. So it was constantly in the back of my head. It is what it is. I'm glad people like Warframe, but never jive with me. Learned about it recently because of like extraction shooters. Yeah. Same problem I have with BDO. BDO is another one where it's like you can spend a lot of money to progress faster than someone else. What was that other game that came out that was a top-down MMO that was from Korea? Same problem. It was like super RNG on like progression, so you would spend more money to like to progress, right? Because if you didn't, you just have to do free spins. Like you could play free to play, but it just took a lot longer. And no offense to Warframe.
This objective. Thanks for breaking my stuff.
You're welcome. Lost Ark, that's it. You know? Like when I play like Warframe, it feels a lot similar to like Lost Ark, right? I could play free to play and just grind out all the Warframes and all the stuff, or I could go and just spend money to just skip that, right? It felt very similar to Lost Ark in a lot of ways. It's just they do it in a different structure, so it feels better because the end game players benefit a lot from it because they can sell the things that they have grinded out, essentially making money, right? But for a new player, it feels like exactly the same. But for an experienced player in Warframe, they benefit from it. So it is like a better overall system, but from like a new player perspective, very similar in terms of progression. Your perspective on Warframe shifts as time goes on. Because you start benefiting from the grind rather than only being able to pay into it. I'm glad that HE2 isn't a free-to-play game. War Bonds would probably be twice as expensive. Yeah, probably. I think the way Helldivers does their monetization is probably the best in the industry. Probably. I do think it's starting to wane a little bit because we're getting too many war bonds.
Which direction?
There's too many war bonds and none of them are going on sale ever. So it's getting kind of awkward. I do think that's gonna start to be a pain point. Like I do think older war bonds should probably be starting to get bundled together or like, you know, or like sold for cheaper. I don't know. It just, we have so many war bonds, you know. I don't think they planned this many war bonds. Yeah, probably. They probably didn't expect to be this. Well, that's not true. They did expect to do a war bond every 30 days. They said that before the game came out and before it was successful. They actually slowed down war bonds slightly, right? Because it's on average, I think, every 40 days or so now. So that's not necessarily true. And they always said previously that they were going to support this game for a long time, so I think they always had this idea of war bonds. Make them 750. Yeah, like I think after like maybe war bonds 2 years old or so, it should probably drop in price or start being bundled together with other ones. Every 40 days is still crazy. It is still crazy. There's nothing happening in Ark, Vash. Why would I go play Ark? The problem with Ark Raiders right now is that, like, nothing's happening, and if I go play it, I'm just gonna get cheated on. Like, there's no excitement to go do that. I will on the 24th be playing with Pips and Takipo because of the new update, but just to go play it, it's like, Vash, think about it this way. You have two jobs, you know? One that you don't like and get paid less for, and one that like you can kind of just chill at work and get paid more for. That's like Ark Raiders versus Helldivers. If I play Helldivers, I could just chill and talk to you guys, and I have a good time, and I get paid more. But if I go play Ark Raiders, I have to sweat, and there's hackers constantly making the game unfun, and I get paid less. So, like, You gonna check out Tech Marine? I am gonna check out Tech Marine. How much I play as Space Marines 2 will depend on if there's a drops campaign. Because Marathon is doing their open beta at the exact same time, Kenny. So if there's no drops campaign for Tech Marine, you're probably only going to see me play Tech Marine that morning. And then I'm just going to be grinding Marathon. But if there is drops, I'll be grinding a lot of Space Marines too, instead. Like, unfortunately, I've been playing Arc Raiders off stream occasionally with Revo, and like the amount of times we get cheated on sucks, man. Like, and it's like blatant. It's not like, oh, you just lost. You're like, you know, just mad at them. No, these are like very blatant cheaters. Like, they are aimbotting through smoke. They are trying to shoot you behind cover. They are just beelining for you once off spawn if you bring too high value loot. Like, it's very obvious. It sucks. Do drops bring a lot of engagement as you consecrator? Yeah, like a crazy amount. Is Kevin still jaded? Yeah, he's been... I haven't really talked to Kevin, actually. Yeah, drops... Drops, especially if you're like at the top of the section on Twitch, are insane. Unfortunately, the Space Marines 2 section has a lot of view botters in it, which sucks. There's like 2 individuals in particular that view bot the shit out of Space Marines 2, unfortunately. And Twitch isn't really taking care of them. So if that happens, that really does suck, and it eats into... Yeah. We started playing Helldivers, and I feel like there's a lot of cheaters. Helldivers? They're pretty damn rare. The amount of cheaters I've run into in my like 3,700 hours is like, I could probably count on 2 hands, maybe 3. Like, I play this game all the fucking time, and I run into cheaters so infrequently. It's like one every once in a while.
I remember one cheater had spawned in a bunch of super samples, and you picked them up and dropped them into one of those holes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. That was a good one. And then there's the other one where there's a cheater, and I was just doing team deathmatch with them because they wouldn't kick me, and I just kept killing them over and over again. I think they had like a stalwart that was shooting explosive ammo or some shit. Mostly Chinese. No, I mean, I wouldn't say just Chinese. There's a lot of Russian. I met a couple of Europeans that were doing it, a couple of NA. I don't know. It's all walks. I've seen cheaters of all types. I would say the average is probably Russian for me, but it might just be because I play at this particular time of day.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement extraction completed. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
If you get into a cheater lobby and they like max out your samples or medals or anything like that, and you don't want that, just contact support. They will revert it for you. Yo, boot up. Let's play Epic Desert Perpetual. That sounds like a miserable time. Yeah, I haven't really run into many cheaters in this game. It's been...
There's a demo for that Toxic Commando game.
I played it off stream. I thought it was okay. I feel like if someone really likes World War Z, they'd probably enjoy it, but it was okay. I played it alone though, so maybe it would change a lot if I played with friends. Dude, there's no FOV slider though. Ah. No FOV slider in a first-person game is mega
That's
cringe.
crazy.
Yeah. The game was missing quite a few settings. Performance was okay, I think, Pradana in Toxic Commandos. It was alright. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't, like, stellar. I felt like the game in general was just less polished than Space Marines 2. GG's, homies. GG's.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Alright, chat. Grabbing the next group. We got Carl. Teo! Oh my god. We just played with Niche, right? Yeah, so I'll already check him off. And then, Humpty. If you need my friend code, there you go. Grab the next group. Have you tried VR? I have. I bought a Steam VR thing some years ago, and game sharpness looks much better. I haven't changed it. It hasn't changed at all, buddy. Sally, the DMA, direct access memory, hardware being undetectable. Most games will have cheaters. Yeah. It's tough. Give me 30 seconds. You're fine. I tried contacting support about the samples and nothing happened. Oh, that's weird. Usually they're pretty good about reverting it. I've heard many cases of people reverting it. Maybe they're busy? Oh, that's awkward. Starting player after a year. I don't have any of the new war bonds, and therefore I don't know the good weapons, which ones to recommend. Right down below, you'll see my YouTube channel linked in the description. It's like Maplewood videos. I have a war bond video that would be perfect for you. I go into great detail, much better detail than I would do here. And I talk about like the positives and negatives of every war bond. And I put them in a tier list, and I talk about buy order at the end. So you can kind of skip through and see my impressions of every war bond. But off the top of my head, the latest war bond, really good. Like Siegebreaker, very good. If you haven't played in a while, Control Group, very fun war bond. Dust Devils, very solid war bond. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I really like Arc Raiders. It's just, unfortunately, what I was worried about happened. Ooh, Teo on the PC. Let's do 2 short missions. We'll do the evacuate, and then we'll do like probably a blitz after. That way we can finish off this campaign. Give you guys some samples. Or, not samples, medals. Kaboom Hammer's goated. Yeah, it's very fun. Just because this mission is a lot harder, I'm not going to randomize loadout. I'm going to do a standard one. Just so we don't fail. Sleep Token's awesome. I love this band. What happened on Arc? Just cheaters. A lot of cheaters, and the content has felt slow to come out overall. I'm not feeling much incentive to continue to play at the moment. Seems to be a fairly popular impression, unless you're like new or, you know, playing very casually. I could, even if casual players are feeling it. I did mention all of this, Pradana, yeah. Like, sometime before Arc Raiders came out, I was like, Arc Raiders, I'm worried about 2 things. Post-release content, because there's no wipes, like, the post-release content needs to be very, like, you know, Needs to be very on point, because wipes are an awesome way to inject new content into a game. Somewhat obviously forcibly, but you know, it kind of keeps things fresh because you constantly kind of like replaying the game and everybody's on the same level, and you know, the way they've done expeditions I think is good, but it's definitely not as appealing as an overall wipe to someone who like grinds a game, right? Obviously the way they've done expeditions is way better for someone who is like, you know, more casual, and I love that, and I'm happy that a lot of people that are more casual can, you know, enjoy it, but as someone who like grinds games, I would prefer more of like a traditional wipe system or a more meaningful wipe system. As far as cheaters, I called it, bro. Extraction shooters always have a huge problem with cheaters. They always do, because there's such a big incentive for people to cheat in extraction shooters, unfortunately. There's such a big reason to cheat. So people kind of usually flock towards cheating in those kind of games, which sucks. Yeah, that was another one that I didn't really expect to happen, was the free, like, casual, like, the friendly lobbies to be a thing so prolifically. I really didn't expect that, and it does kinda suck. Like, because getting into a friendly lobby is too, for lack of a better word, easy, I guess? Like, it's very manipulative. Like, you can very easily swap back and forth between them. So there's very little incentivization to interact with, like, other players in an aggressive manner, so I feel like the game kind of gets boring when all you do is play friendly. Because, yeah, social interactions are fun, but I found myself getting really bored of PvE lobbies very fast. There's no tension. When you know you can get into a lobby and nobody shoots at you, there's no tension. And that happens quite easily. So, I don't know. We'll see how our creators continues to go in the future. I'm always going to check out the content. I'm very curious about it, but the way they've handled exploits and cheaters and stuff like that has been somewhat acceptable, but definitely was hoping for more. Putting a 380 in the middle. Careful. Might want to step back, Mr. Carl. I see you, Carl. Hey, chat, watch this. We're farming too hard, Carl. Look at him groveling towards me. Carl's a funny guy. He's aura farming way too hard, guys. Way too hard. He's gonna overdose on aura. Kill Carl. I would never kill Carl. He would kill me with his Tesla tower, but I would never kill him. Why does it sound like there's an enemy next to me? That's so weird. No, I'm telling Carl to kill you. Oh. No. Stop. Stop. Teo thinks he's so fucking funny now. Dude, the slow turn of Teo is pretty good. Where the fuck am I spawning? Alright. I guess I'm out of here now. Okay. I guess I live here now. Oh my god, he turned this way. I think it's fine. When in doubt, stim it out. He's gotta be so weak. I don't think both hit him in the head. Oh, where the fuck am I going? I'm rolling down that hill. Excuse me, pardon me. Hey, buddy. What up, Slayer? Good morning. Why is my gun not reeling? This guy knock you back when you shoot? I'm rolling, dodging, diving. Probably shouldn't do that. I might be stuck in the body. Oh, we're good.
Deploying weapon emplacement.
I think my 380 just sniped Carl. We gotta stop those small guys from doing bot drops on top of us. Oh, I see someone accidentally got knocked over. Every time those small guys do a bot drop. Oh, I didn't even see that factory shredder. That's bad. I didn't even see him. I'm outside XD. Yeah, that happened to me too, Carl. Very annoying. Distraction. Yeah, the small bots make this mission way harder. Because if they do a bot drop on top of, like, you, like on these stairs, it's basically game over. But if you can kill the small bots before they can do that, it makes it a lot easier. Unfortunately, because I'm the host, I can't really see anything because all the fire from dead tanks and stuff. Oh, okay. That factory strider just absolutely sniped me. Because unfortunately, they've never changed that with tanks. When tanks die or factory striders die, they leave fire behind. So the host can't really fucking see anything. That's why it's so hard for me to see. So we gotta kill those little bots there. Because if they get close to you, they will try to do a bot drop. And that is not good. That is very bad. Fog is real on this map. It's not even the fog. It's just the carcass. Visibility is actually fine on this part of the map.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
It's just crazy how hard it is to see. Got the turret. Shoot the eye. Throw a bouncing. Arcanades. Poggers. I do 3 or 4 bots share the same names. Scout Striders, Reinforced Striders, and Factory Striders. I mean, that's not necessarily different from a lot of games. A lot of games kind of do that. They're just bigger versions of one another. Factory Strider looks cross-eyed. Oh. Oh, someone threw a 380 way too close. Wait, was that mine? Oh, that might be mine. It bounced poorly? Is that mine? Did it bounce really poorly? I guess it is fine. Yeah, it probably just bounced really shit. That sucks. Unlucky. Wonder what it... Maybe it bounced off that Factory Strider? Alright, we're good. Leveler poggers. People, you invaded a streamer that I was playing with yesterday. Nice. See, I don't call it an invasion. I call it a special military operation when I do that with streamers. But you know, yeah, that works. What is that, tank? It's tank. Well, if we liked it for better or not, we're in a war with a ball with on Mars. The siege dancers of blah 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 blah. I don't remember all the quote from Destiny 2. Why don't you shoot the dropships with the anti... it's not really worth it other than for small enemies. Shooting down dropships is one of those things that, like, it only really kills small enemies and damages, like, devastators. Unless you can crack the ship in half. But that's something for, like, a spear to do. I could do, like, a hot swap tech where, like, you shoot them with the recoilless in the center fuselage and then swap to the ATE. To crack it in half, but that's a lot of micro, and I don't really feel like doing that. But just shooting the engines, not really worth it. Only really kills small enemies. which are not a problem to begin with.
Down initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget.
You said over Crimson Desert, I am cautiously optimistic. Cautiously excited.
Extraction complete. One beginning ascent.
I don't know. Like, I think Crimson Desert looks sick, but at the same time, it's like I haven't seen anyone actually play it like properly. So I'm kind of worried it's going to feel like Cyberpunk, where, you know, they're promising a lot of stuff, but it doesn't actually, or like the systems they show off are just very shallow, right? Because if the game is as they say, and it has a great deal of depth without all the mechanics they're showing, holy shit, it might be game of the decade. Looks like an awesome game. But we don't really know how the performance is. We don't know how deep the mechanics are. So, kind of hesitant, you know? But, yeah. I saw a lot of the videos for it, like the dev videos talking about it, and it looks great. They're doing a great job, like, selling it to me. I'm just, yeah, I'll be playing it on day one. I think I'm going to take a break from whatever game I'm playing, and I'm going to play Crimson Desert on day one, and I'll give you guys my impression of it. So, yeah. We'll check it out day one. I wanted a blitz mission. Can we get a blitz mission? Oh, I got a renegade. That's fine. That works too. Looks like a fancy Assassin's Creed. I think that's a lot of what it is. It's like an Assassin's Creed game meets Witcher meets Breath of the Wild. It does look like it's less Witcher, like less story oriented, and more like Breath of the Wild, where like you're tasked with just exploring. Right? It does look like it's very much toted as like an exploration game, but we'll see how the story is, right? Like maybe it is more Witcher-like. I'm excited to see what it is like, you know? I hope it's good. But fancy Assassin's Creed is not necessarily a bad way to describe it at all. Especially the more modern Assassin's Creed games that are very flashy. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. All in me. A great song. But no, Ricky, no new MO yet. We're still waiting. It's kind of typical for these big MOs to have like a big pause afterwards, like 2 days or so. So, if not today, Monday would be my guess. If we are to get an MO, it would probably be in the next 5 hours. They typically don't do MOs in like too late in the day. But yeah, don't worry, guys. For Crimson Desert impressions, come on by the stream on day one. I'll be streaming it, and I'll let you guys know what I think. We're going to take a break from Marathon or whatever we're playing at the time, and we'll give it a try. Game we talk about? Crimson Desert. It's that BDO game, but single player. It's from, or I should phrase that better. It's from the developers of Black Desert Online. And they made a single-player RPG game that is reminiscent of, like, Witcher and Assassin's Creed and, you know, a bunch of different games of the last decade. It's like their hand at, like, open-world exploration game, but with RPG elements and stuff. It looks good. Like, you can go watch the developer videos and such. Like, they're selling it well. But I think many people like me are hesitant on whether or not they can actually deliver what they're showing. Started to use the grenade launcher spy backpack, and I can't get out of it. Yeah, the GL is disgusting with the spy backpack. When you take off the spy backpack, it you probably know it probably doesn't feel as good, but yeah. You not die from that? That's crazy. It's not really an RPG according to the PR guy. I meant RPG more in like designing your own class and builds and stuff like that, not a narrative RPG. That's more what I meant. It's an RPG in the sense that like you make a class and stuff like that. But yeah, you are right. It is you're playing as a set character. And I don't think there's narrative decisions, but there are like faction choices. They've said.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Like you can choose to, it's not in the sense of like Bethesda games where like you pick good or evil. It's more in the sense of like you can choose to not help a faction versus help a faction. And it will have story ramifications, apparently. I think that's how they described it. Dude, look at that factory shredder up on that hill. What the fuck? That's so menacing. I do like that you can commit a crime and get chased by the whole town. Very Skyrim-esque, yeah. I don't know. It looks cool. They're trying to set expectations that it's like more just open world third-person action game. Yeah. Yeah. When I say RPG, I mean more like I said, like build crafting and like, you know, you can choose what to upgrade, what to focus on for your build. Kind of like how like Black Myth Wukong has RPG elements, but it's not like a full RPG game. Or like Elden Ring has RPG elements, but it's not a full RPG game. Oh my god. Murderer. Dude, the fucking movement, Carl.
Another victory for the right side of history.
The other thing making me hesitant is BDO people. BDO people have a an interesting game, right? Like BDO is definitely very much like monetization focused in terms of progression. The gameplay was very satisfying, but yeah, it was very like monetization focused. They've very much said that like there is no microtransactions and it's a one-time purchase thing. I don't think they've stated if there's going to be like DLC later, like story or additional content, but what game are we talking about? We're talking about Crimson Desert. I'll show it. It looks very like exploration focused, like you're supposed to like explore and do puzzles and obtain like, you know, things like that. They have shown off like a lot of like sieges and stuff like that, like bigger camps like in Assassin's Creed. There's some bosses like they're showing off here. Different builds you can do with like spells, like range, melee, stuff like that. It looks really neat. It looks really fucking neat. It's a very ambitious game. I just don't know if it'll land. That's where my curiosity comes from. Like, are a lot of these things like just surface level? And they're not really fleshed out, or, you know, yeah. A mech? Yeah. Yeah, they have a mech. Yeah, that's another one is, how does the game run Like, it's really hard to tell how the game is running here. Like, at times it looks a little framey, but at other times it looks very smooth. It looks very UE5 with how flashy and how sharp all the shaders are and stuff like that. So it could be a very expensive game from a technical standpoint. Like, it's not actually UE5, it's the BDO engine that's heavily modified. Or I guess, or actually I think it's like a new engine. But it kind of looks like a fork of like UE5 at times. Like, it looks very UE5. Like, if you just asked me to guess what engine it is, I would just say UE5. The way they've done their textures and stuff like that, it looks very similar. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think this is a cinematic trailer for the story. Yeah. It's a new engine, hence the long dev time. Yeah. It looks amazing. Yeah, we'll be checking it out when it comes out. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I think you'd be able to play it, Carl, with a 3080 and such. What are the recommended specs on it? No one's talked about it. I mean, I gotta say that those are pretty low recommended specs. A 5600 6-core and a 2080. We'll see how realistic that is. This is probably recommended for, like, you know, 1080p medium settings, 60 FPS. That's usually how they go with that. Yeah, unfortunately the quote unquote recommended is always like depends on the developer. What is their recommended, you know? Because like some game developers, they put their recommended as like 1440p 60 high settings. And then some games do it as like recommended is like pretty bare bones, like 1080p medium with some DLSS. But like, it's just hard. I wish this section on Steam was better shown. You know how some games they do it where like they actually tell you what the recommended specs are for certain settings and certain graphical, like 1440p at 60 FPS. What do you need for that? I feel like Steam should start requiring that for games. Because I really don't like it when I read this. Because it's like, what does that mean? Like, what kind of performance am I getting for that? Maple YouTube video title, I left HE2 for this game. No. Too clickbaity. What would really help me feel better is if Digital Foundry got to do a video on the performance. You know, they are kind of like the go-tos in the section for like performance and testing and giving an honest review on it. So that would really make me feel better about the situation. Something that's they've said is that they're optimizing for native rendering, but we'll have upscalers on top of that. That's good. It's good. I do think that people are going to be super harsh on it if it doesn't run over like 100 FPS. People's expectations for performance are sky high nowadays. So I get... I feel like people are going to complain about performance regardless in this game, unfortunately. Unless it has like 200 FPS kind of scaling, people are always going to shit on it. People have very high expectations in that regard. Like for me, if the game can run between 90 to 120 FPS, I'm happy. If I can get that sweet spot, I'm happy. For a game like that, I'm perfect. Hell yeah. Why do single player games need 200 FPS? It's more just we're kind of spoiled by some games that can do that. And they don't really need it, but they can do it. So people kind of like expect that a lot of times. Games like Remnant were optimized for only having like upscalers like DLSS. Optimized at launch for that. Remnant runs really well nowadays, like really fucking well. But unfortunately, I think Remnant was like pushed out early, and at launch it didn't run particularly well unless you put on DLSS, which you're like right about. It's all about like launch optimization. It feels like nowadays. Games improve so much over the course of their life. I'm assuming it's Jason over here. I guess not all games, but yeah. Like even Monster Hunter Wild, they recently did a big patch to improve performance, and it's just like, man, I fucking wish it was like that at launch, but yeah. Cyberpunk, same thing. It ran a lot better after launch. Unfortunately, optimization is just one of those things that they kind of do last, which makes sense from like a development standpoint, but it sucks that it usually gets cut and they just do it afterwards. It continues down the path of chat. Gaming is just better if you're patient. If you just wait a year, gaming is just better. For content, for performance, in general. Like being patient, being a patient gamer nowadays is like the best strategy I can give if you're just getting frustrated with gaming. Games often just come out too early, usually down to like investors just needing to recoup. Price? I mean, price of games is fantastic. If you look at it in context, it's actually fantastic. Even people hating on like Nintendo, just look at inflation versus cost of a game 20 years ago. We're paying less than we did 20 years ago, technically. Being patient pays off, yeah. And then you also get like sales of games. Waiting helps it go down for sure. Yeah, I guess yeah. A lot of sales and just in general. Jill Foundry did a video about Jedi Survivor hitching using Unreal Unlocker to enable hidden console command for interpolation. Is that recently? Oh, I didn't see that video pop up in my feed. Still waiting for Cyberpunk to play it in my library for the release. Oh, highly recommend jumping in, bro. You would not regret it. Ooh. Factory Shredder Convoy right off the hop. Get ready for it. Cyberpunk is extremely good. I just hope Crimson Desert doesn't have the Cyberpunk problem, where like it comes out and it's just not ready yet. Like it'll be a good game, but it's just not ready yet. Now they haven't made the mistake of putting the game on old consoles. Like that was Cyberpunk's biggest issue, was if they just didn't put it on old consoles, it would have been okay. Like it would have come out and been a lot better received. It would have been perfect because there's a lot of things that they missed out on, like broken promises and things that just weren't in the game that they said they wanted to put in the game. But it would have been definitely way better received. Let's hope RE9 runs well, since RE Engine is good on non-open world games. We'll see. Hi, Clay. I love it when my events end right before the weekend. Oh, for Cyberstan? Yeah, very awkward, huh? The timing on that was weird. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about? They probably should have timed that a little better. Yeah, very, very weird.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands.
That's unfortunate. Well, that's very unfortunate.
Nice drop, Maple.
How the fuck am I supposed to know it's there? I'm gonna run at it.
You're the propaganda commander?
You gonna play some marathon? Yeah. The plan is I'm gonna play Space Marines 2 that morning because that's coming out first. With Tech Marine, and then of course it's a Horse Rider variant. Ooh-wee. Hopefully not too many. Yeah, I'm excited to play some marathon. Hope it's good. Excuse me, pardon me. Just walking through a little stroll action. Okay. Little hackies. You excited for this marathon though, Clay? I'm gonna jump on. Let's get some clips. That'd be fun. That'd be really fun. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna be playing a lot of it maybe off stream if Space Marines 2 does drops. And Space Marines 2 usually does drops, so I think the majority of my time will probably just be on... we can come back for this. Let's deal with the Factory Strider first. I hacked it. We're good. You can call in your stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I think Space Marine 2 is doing drops, and I'll probably just be grinding that. It's very awkward timing. But I'm totally down, Clay. I have so many super credits. Well, I have a lot of playtime in the game. That's the first reason. Second reason is within the last year, Arrowhead has been starting to give me the things in the Superstore for free. So I've also accumulated more. I would probably have, like, you know, somewhere in the range of, like, 18,000 if I didn't get all that stuff for free. She swiped 10K. Ow. I honestly thought that first guy died. You hear about MS chopping their... Yes. I saw that we lost Phil. And we lost the other person. I'm forgetting their name. And... Here. Have a Tesla tower. Get distracted. And then they replaced Phil with like an AI bro. We used to work at Meta, I think. And then they also raised the price of Game Pass immediately, I think. At least that's what someone was saying. I didn't actually see that headline myself, but they were saying that they've already increased it. I was like, that's crazy. Oh, that sucks. Oh, what the? Where'd you guys come from? Okay, that sucks. Do let people from chat play from time to time? You are literally here during viewer game day. If you put !join into chat on Twitch, you'll be entered into the queue to play. We do this on Sundays. Everybody can join. You don't have to be a sub. We'll try and get through everybody. Phil will be missed. I don't know. Phil made some bad decisions. He made some good decisions, but he's made some bad. He's a mixed character for me. He really is. Xbox has felt like it's had bad leadership for some time now, personally. I just haven't been very impressed with it. Do you punch in all stratagems regularly? Yeah. It'd be super unfun to just use a macro. It's like playing San Andreas and just using cheats the whole time. Sure, you're still playing the game, but it's like, you kind of missing the point. Where's the Manny Pitchfork? Randy Pitchfork's an interesting character. I would love to know how influential he actually is on Borderlands games. Because I've always had this interesting theory that, like, Randy Pitchfork is a really weird guy. And I feel like him being weird kind of helps Borderlands be a weird game, but, like, that's what makes it unique. As much as we hate Randy Pitchfork for, like, the stupid things he says, and he says some really dumb shit. I wonder how influential he's been over the course of Borderlands. Like, would Borderlands 2 be as good if someone else was in charge? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Dom Matrick was a dumbass. The Kinect for Xbox One removed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Got it. I used to think these dudes just phoned it in and just like collecting a big paycheck every month. Who? Like the CEOs?
Bot asset destroyed.
I mean, maybe nowadays, like Todd Howard and stuff. But we know that Todd Howard was like very influential and like, you know. Oh, you're talking about the Xbox leadership. Gotcha. Well, I mean, they kind of are, but they also have like very sweeping powers over like influential changes and stuff, right? I have no doubt the fact that this person's very AI centered was a very tactical choice to implement more AI into Xbox. Like, no doubt in my mind that that is the case. Because, like, CEOs at the end of the day, they don't do a hell of a lot, but they make very important decisions for the direction of the thing that they're leading. It's similar to like a ship. A captain really doesn't actually do all that much on a ship, but they are like in charge of like directing the ship, right, into certain directions. But when you look at like what a captain actually does, they just have a lot of responsibility on them that their decisions are good, right? So the leadership at Xbox, at the end of the day, like Phil had to make decisions, and I want to say a lot of the decisions around Xbox and like the studios and the games that they were producing were pretty piss poor. I like Randy and I feel bad that he lost his job, but at the same time I'm crying over a millionaire. Like, he got paid a lot and Xbox is not in a great spot that he's leaving it, right? So, you know, you could argue it's the higher ups at Xbox, but like that's also his job, is to convince the higher ups at Microsoft that like that he's, you know, he's doing the right thing. He has to convince them that he's doing the right thing. And if he can't do that, maybe he's not the right person. Yeah, modern day Todd versus like Todd today are very different. I would suspect Todd has significantly less influence over the games that he's part of. Todd is way more like, you know, head in the clouds versus like down in the you know, the boardroom, like making decisions with the teams. Phil is more of a gamer at heart. That's fine, but you don't want a gamer running your company. You want someone tougher than that.
Calling down a support weapon. Sub-objective near your location.
Porting was saying that these greedy decisions were driven by like Microsoft metrics for like Xbox profitability requirements. For sure. It's a company. I don't doubt that at all. It's Phil's job to find profitability and keep gamers happy. He was unable to do that. PlayStation arguably did a better job than that over the last 2 generations. You know what I mean?
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Like, Phil is a big proponent for like buying up all those companies, like Activision and Blizzard and Bethesda and so on and so forth, right? All those gaming, like they invested so much into gaming companies, and then they closed down so many of them.
Making progress.
And a lot of the games were extremely promising. Obviously, I don't think it was like ultimate like what he wanted to close. Sure, if you asked him, he wanted to keep all of them open, but like he's running a business. He knew the chances of like it not being profitable. He'd have to close them. He knew that. The best way to describe Xbox in the last like, you know, half decade to a decade is just messy. Spending a lot of money and not really going anywhere is like the best way I could describe Xbox. The only like great thing to come out of Xbox is literally Game Pass. And that was one of those things that they were just burning money. It was never going to maintain what we saw ever. Like it didn't make sense profitability wise. It was too easy to abuse Game Pass. Like I said, when Game Pass first came out, it's going to get more expensive, boys. It's never going to stay like this. It's too expensive. They're burning capital to hopefully get a lot of people to subscribe. And then do the Netflix thing where they slowly increase price over time. But if you do it slowly enough, people don't really notice or care. But also another thing is that Game Pass is good, but at the same time, so many games that should have been on Game Pass never came to fruition. So a lot of people actually abandon Game Pass all the time. So it's actually very, like, not profitable. Because a lot of people are like me, where they buy Game Pass for a month, play the game, but then there's no other game for you to play, so you just cancel it immediately. You know what I mean? Like, Netflix kind of always had something new to kind of keep you subscribed, you know? So its profitability margin was like way better. But Phil just couldn't fucking get games out for Game Pass fast enough. So that's why they keep increasing the price of Game Pass so fast, is that there's not enough Game Pass subscribers and too many people are just quitting out. They tried the strategy of, oh, let's bring in, you know, Call of Duty and stuff like that. You know, spending a stupid amount of money on that to bring it in, but it's like, is it a net negative or net positive of money? Because, like, I don't buy Call of Duties anymore. If I want to play Call of Duty, I'll just get Game Pass for a month and then cancel it. Because I never play Call of Duty more than a month anyways. So I feel like there's a net negative exchange there. Game Pass would also be worth more if they had more consoles. But because of the declining sales of Xbox, even that's fucking up. So it doesn't matter like what direction you look at, Xbox is just kind of like messing things up. And people don't care about buying an Xbox anymore because their exclusives are going elsewhere, and they don't have enough exclusives. PlayStation doesn't have that many exclusives, but at least their exclusives were more meaningful. Xbox is now a publisher instead of an exclusive game brand. Basically, yeah. Yeah, Sony closing Bluepoint sucks. But when you hear about it, what happened, it sounds like Bluepoint just couldn't pitch a good idea to Sony, so they closed them. Apparently they were in a pitching process for a while, and then like nothing came of it, and they were like, well, that sucks. Now, I feel like Bluepoint had like the best fucking like game, like just remasters Bloodborne. There's got to be some weird like thing going on between like Sony and Dark Souls dev. There's got to be something weird contractually, like they're not allowed to remaster or some shit. It's like it feels like it's a slam dunk idea for Bluepoint to have, you know, gone from Demon Souls, which they did a very good job on, to like Bloodborne. Like FromSoft, thank you. Like I don't quite know what happened there. Very confused. Like they were working on apparently a live service God of War game, but that got canned, and then they were in a pitching process for a while. Apparently Demon Souls didn't sell that well? Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know that. Yeah, closing Bluepoint definitely sucks. They've done some good work. But at the same time, that's kind of just business. They apparently couldn't pitch a better idea to Sony. And I bet Sony's a bit sheepish about ideas at the moment because they don't want another Concord. So Concord has definitely changed their opinion of, quote unquote, just let a developer cook. You can't just let a developer cook. Sometimes they cook something like Concord, and it turns into an echo chamber.
Tactical asset near your location.
Simply leaving money on the table until it should be considered neglect. Metal Gear Rising. I don't even know what game that is. Sony is desperately chasing that live service craze. Absolutely. It is the game type of the last decade. It's not quite just only wokeism, unfortunately, Clay. There's like echo chambers all over the place. Doesn't matter the culture. Inviting friends and family in, and then all they do is talk positively about the game. Blue hair doesn't mean you're woke. I assume that was the stereotype. Just turn it 180. Yeah, I mean, I think Concord could have maybe worked as a free-to-play shooter, but even then, I feel like it probably would have just done the same exact thing as, like, Highguard. People just weren't very interested in that type of game. There's too many games of that type doing well right now that Concord was never going to work. It's a very hard type of game to make work, because you don't really need that many at the same time, you know? Concord was just a dumb idea.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support.
Dude, the character design of Concord was crazy. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Like, what the hell? Both the fact that it was so close to Guardians of the Galaxy in a lot of ways, and then on top of that, the game just having some like really dumb looking characters. Legit just dumb. Like that trash can character, I still can't believe that was a character. Still can't believe it to this day.
Objective complete.
Rupture's still a good primary. A very good primary. It feels like a support weapon at times. Marathon characters looking solid. I mean, it fits the artistic direction of the game, which I actually really like the art direction of Marathon. It's very unique. Looks really cool to me. I'm glad it doesn't look like other games. It was way too Uncanny Valley to... It just looked very weird. It did. It just looked super weird. It was kind of stolen. Only the decals were stolen, Cantor. A lot of people get that wrong when talking about the controversy around the game. There's a decal sheet that was ripped from Twitter. So if you go and look, they just have with ours. I know. Yeah. The entire art direction was not taken though. It was just certain decals. So someone on the team at Marathon just got fucking lazy and just started yoinking things off of Twitter from a particular artist. Lazy freelancer, kind of being like, it might be, or someone. I sounded like they were actually someone that was employed by Bungie though, like actual Bungie, not a freelancer. But I don't know. They settled with the person, which is good. Having them multiple times is crazy though. Bungie is not very good at catching it, because I wouldn't be surprised if it happens a lot in the games industry, but usually they catch it and deal with it before it goes public, right? Like a game developer friend of mine that works at Relic, you know, says that they, you know, all game developer studios have that kind of stuff in place to catch that kind of stuff, right? They have systems in place to, like, you know, the legal team goes through and, you know, checks, you know, all these different things to make sure nothing slips through. But obviously the checks and balances were not done well enough with Bungie a lot of times, which is weird. Yo, what up, Kez? What are we up to, man? What are we streaming?
Main objective nearby.
Worked out for the artist. Yeah, they got settled out of court, which honestly, in the long term, they probably got a big paycheck. Like, they're probably like feeling like they won the lottery to some extent. They went from just making some art on Twitter that people didn't really, you know, want to pay for and stuff like that, to all of a sudden they're making absolute fucking, like, they probably made a lot of money off that settlement. High guard with Lumi, damn, alright. Get it in before it's gone. Maybe royalties? Probably not, because they're probably not using that art anymore. The art style for Marathon was totally stolen. You could take all the art stuff and use it as a mood board for the entire game. That art was already a thing before that artist made it. Right? The only things that were actually like lifted from the artist were decals. The entire art direction was not stolen, no. Because the art director has been known to make that art before even the other artist was making that art. Like I saw a video on it. It was just the main art director has been on that kind of art for a long time. Bungie didn't create it. That artist didn't create it. Like, it's been a thing. But what was stolen was like literally ripped and put into it was the decals, right? It's like a decal sheet. Marathon was not original in their style. I don't think anyone claimed that. I miss the Vox engine. I don't miss it sniping me from across the map at 150 meters.
Outpost destroyed.
It was more than decals for sure. Plus the 3 major art directors following the whole time. They very much based the direction. I mean, that's like presumptuous, you know? People that like the same thing will often, you know, gain influence off of each other. Like, all art is, you know, influenced off one another. Like, I don't know. The whole, like, them following each other is, like, you know, fair enough. Like, because you can say the opposite is also true. Like, the artist that got their stuff ripped from probably was heavily influenced by the other art director as well, right? Like, it's a feedback loop as such, right? Do you actually like Bad Bunny? Yeah. For sure, Baron, but at the end of the day, the only stuff that you can claim was actually ripped is stuff that was, like, actually ripped, right? After that, we're just making, like, poor assumptions, right? Mostly because, like, oh, we don't like Bungie kind of thing. Big Bunny is alright. What the fuck was that deflection? Out of all this, I'm just happy the artists got their bag, you know? Like I said, it's kind of like them winning the lottery. it sucks that it happened in the first place, but literally a better result than none of it happening happened for that artist. It's a weird paradox, right? Because if Bungie was never did that, like that person at Bungie never was lazy and copied it, that artist would never have gotten any recognition for obviously the good work they've done, but also and we can get all that money. Sucks that it happened, but at the same time, it's like they won the lottery. So it's a weird one. I wish Bungie stole my heart. it's a weird situation to be in. To some extent, they probably feel pretty lucky because they got a lot of recognition for it. You know, their name got plastered everywhere. Their art actually got paid for that they just put on Twitter. Like, it's weird, but cool at the same time. They haven't done a large overhaul of the aesthetic, Baron. Go look at the trailers. The only thing that they had to overhaul was the decals on weapons. People keep saying that they had to do some large overhaul of the game. They had to do a large search of the entire game to make sure that nothing else was stolen, but the game looks extremely similar to before. Like, if you didn't know this art drama happened, you would probably have no fucking idea anything was different. Like... Is it a weird take that I'm looking for at a marathon? No. It was a weird take a couple months ago, but the latest dev blogs that they've been showing look pretty promising. I'm excited for it. I was hesitant a couple months ago before they showed off the most recent stuff, but recently they put out a bunch of like good posts about what their goals were and the way they've done classes and stuff like that. I actually found myself being actually excited instead of being like, we'll see. All the people hating on now are just grifters. Or Destiny players. They had to invest a lot to make it clean. Well, that's because they had to double check things. But the visual of the game looks exactly the same. But also, the visuals weren't done in the beta, right? They stated that when we played the game a year ago, that the visuals were not final. A lot of things were missing that still needed to be added. So a lot of people are pointing out that, or they're pointing out that the game looks different, and they're like, oh, it's because of the art direction, art stuff. But that's not the... It literally just wasn't done yet. It wasn't final. But the stuff that was stolen and was proven to be stolen was decals. It's something that's part of the game that you probably wouldn't notice if they changed. But obviously, yeah, they gotta invest manpower to make sure nothing else is in there, right? It's definitely clearer and more vibrant. Yeah. But that was something that was said even before the art fiasco was a thing, right? People didn't like how dreary the world looked. It was very dreary, not much color. So I'm glad... Oh, it was only like interior spaces that looked good. Like interior spaces in Marathon looked really good due to like the use of like color and the lighting and stuff like that, but outside it looked very dreary, and I didn't actually like being outside in Marathon. But since then they've made it look a lot better. I could argue Arc Raiders didn't do anything unique. The community changed in the genre. Team perspective was fun. I mean, Arc Raiders did AI in a very unique way that we've never seen before. Looks very muted and flat, exactly. Yeah. Marathons, or Arc Raiders' uniqueness is like twofold. It's going third person. That makes it a lot more accessible to some people. And the AI. Everything else is just like, kind of like a perfect storm kind of thing. Making the game more casual so people can realize that they actually like extraction shooters. Because like prior to Arc Raiders coming out, the average opinion on extraction shooters was actually really negative. And that's why I think Marathon will do better because Arc Raiders did good. Because so many people were such haters on extraction shooters because the only extraction shooters they had played or saw were like Tarkov or like other failed indie titles. Or like Battlefields or like Call of Duties, which are like very surface level games. Art doesn't feel like an extraction shooter since it came from Tarkov. I mean, it definitely feels like an extraction shooter to me. It just doesn't feel like a milsim. That's what Tarkov does. Marathon doesn't look cool from the trailer. It doesn't look unique. Another thing that Marathon's doing that's very unique is they're adding proper PvP, like arena PvP mechanics into it. Whereas pretty much every extraction shooter we have played up to this point has been like set in some sort of like realistic tone, even Arc to that extent. In Marathon, it'll feel more like you're a super soldier to some extent. You have abilities and you have like, you know, the ability to like double jump on some characters. You have proper like sci-fi tech. That's something no other extraction shooter has done yet. Every other extraction shooter has been like military focused. You know? It's just like the enemies change like in Arc Raiders.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Yeah, like Marathon having their debacle and not releasing before Arc Raiders is probably the best thing that could happen to Marathon. Because now people realize, oh shit, I like extraction shooters. Let me give Marathon a try. Like Marathon's also very much more PvP focused, which some people will like. Like I personally really like that. I don't like that Arc Raiders sometimes is not very PvP focused. It's more PvE focused. So I see Marathon out of the box probably not doing like nearly as well as Arc Raiders, but it is going to do better because Arc Raiders did well. Solos suck in Arc. Unless you're super friendly, then they become, you know, like a different game entirely. Feels like you're playing GTRP just talking to people. Occasionally getting shot in the back. Marathon's trying to be more competitive. They're trying to build it as more of like a PvP game. You're going to see like similarities to like Destiny. You're going to see similarities to like Apex and like a bunch of other like, you know, ability-based shooters in Marathon. No other extraction shooter has done that. So it's a new take on extraction shooters. They've already said that aggression-based matchmaking is not going to be a thing in Marathon. They don't want people... I can't remember what they said. They don't want people... Here's a quote. They want the experience, and they want the experience of marathon to be more ambiguous. Like, they don't want people to expect if they just play really friendly that they're going to run into nothing but friendly people. And to be fair, I think that's a good take. Arc Raiders has almost become too predictable because their matchmaking is too well known and it's too easy to abuse. Yeah, man. I hate to say I'm getting high guard vibes from Marathon. Why? Well, I don't understand. Like, Highguard was way more ambitious than Marathon. Highguard tried to like bring together like 4 different genres into one, into like their own unique space, and then they released it too early. Doesn't regressive-based matchmaking encourage metagaming? In what way do you mean that? Yeah. Highguard vibes? What the fuck? Yeah, that's definitely a hot take. I really don't get Highguard vibes from Marathon. It still is very much an extraction shooter. It's not that unique. Because, like, Highguard, the reason why it kind of failed was, like, it's too ambitious. In a way. It's too different. And they didn't give it enough time to cook. Like, they probably should have done more testing and, like, just done more to, like, refine it. The idea of Highguard is really cool. It's just there's a lot of, like, meh parts about it. But there's, like, some really unique ideas that are, like, brand new to shooters. But, like, Marathon it's still very much an extraction shooter. Like, if I want low-risk lobbies, I just won't shoot and retaliate, and someone attacks me and so it's yes. Yeah, Beanie. Unfortunately, it's very easy to metagame Arc Raiders. Like, very easy. You basically just, like, spawn in and surrender a bunch, and that fucks up your skill-based matchmaking and your aggressive-based matchmaking. And it plummets you down a lot. So I think most people say 8 times. You have to do it 8 times. If you do it 8 times where you, like, if you on purpose, like, spawn in, surrender 8 times, you will be dropped so far down that you're going to be in friendly lobbies for the most part. And you're going to be playing against people that are, like, not as good. It's very easy to manipulate the matchmaking. And what I've said is I kind of wish they didn't tell people about aggression-based matchmaking, and they made it, and they've made, like, changes over time so people can't predictably do that, right? Like, if they made hidden changes without telling anybody about the matchmaking changing, you know, it would keep people on their toes, so they couldn't just, like, develop a strategy to just kind of, like, null and void. Like, aggression-based matchmaking has its positives and negatives. I think it's probably overall a bigger positive than a negative, just because a lot of, like, casual players can enjoy the game and, like, play it PvE, because there are quite a few people that just want to play Arc Raiders and not ever get into PvP. So it's a good way to implement PvE without having a PvE mode. All right. So Gamersock, Raggy, and Magic Carl. Friend code's over there. Who's in my game right now? Which one of you is that? Is that Gamersock or is that Raggy? Okay, Gamersock. Perfect. All right, so Raggy, grab my friend request, or grab my friend code, put it in, send me a friend request. Yeah, that's another one. I'm Raggy Rockin' Game. Center for us. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Let me find you. Am I blind? Am I blind? I don't see you. I'll try again. Okay. Yeah, so about Titanfall 3, like the fact that they mentioned they were Titanfall developers also led to a lot of overwhelming negativity because you hear that and you have certain expectations. It's Back for Blood 2.0. I'm sorry, I didn't actually click your name. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. There you are. Gotcha. Feel free to join up. Like, Back for Blood went through the exact same thing that Highguard went through, where it was almost like kind of overhyped because people said it was from the developers of Titanfall. And to be fair, there are a lot of things in the gunplay that kind of feel tight like Titanfall. But people just kind of... There's also like a negative memory of, wait, we never got Titanfall 3. These are the developers of Titanfall? They're not making Titanfall 3? There's like a negative bias when people hear that, I think, as well. Because I definitely saw that conversation a lot in the comment sections about Highguard. Man, they should have just came out with Titanfall 3. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a negative bias there. And I saw it very similarly in Back for Blood. Like, why didn't they just make Left 4 Dead 3? You know, why are you changing the formula? Like, it's just... Putting the name behind the developer, like what they previously worked on, can easily backfire, it seems, in gaming. Easily. Back 4 Blood was fun. I didn't hate Back 4 Blood. I thought it was alright. I bought it, played it quite a bit, actually, with friends. Marathon doing the same thing of creators of Halo and Destiny. They could say Destiny, but they shouldn't say Halo anymore, man. It's just silly. Because there's enough DNA crossover with Destiny, but like at the same time, Marathon shouldn't be saying it for Destiny because there's actually like a really negative bias when you say anything about Destiny. Like I can say, hey guys, I have 3,000 hours in Destiny. I actually kind of enjoyed the game, even through its peaks and valleys. But dude, there's always going to be like 10 people that hear that and just be like, I fucking hate Destiny. They're like super jaded and like hate the game, right? For like a myriad of different reasons. There's always like, because obviously Bungie has not always been the best curator of Destiny. So like people are going to do that with Marathon as well. But I think overall, the reception of Marathon is way more positive than I saw for like Highguard. Dude, because like Highguard also did, like, they were the last game at the Game Awards, and that had positives and negatives, but I feel like it was a net negative for that game rather than a net positive. Because there was so much negative outcry being the last game at the Game Awards. Because the Game Awards last game is kind of important. It kind of sends off the awards, and everybody always expects it to be a big game and like a really influential game or like something cool. But then when it was just like a hero shooter and they didn't really show off why it was special in that trailer, because it was a terrible trailer. Yeah, everybody was like super negative on it. It got a lot of people talking about it, but it was so negative, the game developers decided to like not release any stuff on their Twitter or anything for a long time. So there was just this like, they didn't do a great job like before the game came out, telling people what it was going to be about, what it was like. It's just such a mistake. Such a mistake. It never should have been at the Game Awards. They shouldn't have said it was from the makers of Titanfall. It's easy with hindsight 2020 to say this stuff. I'm sure for them it was a much harder choice. The gameplay of Destiny 2 is so good. Yeah. I hope people can like separate their like problems with how Destiny was run from like a systems point of view or like content point of view, and realize that obviously Marathon's grabbing a lot of the good things from Destiny, like the abilities feeling satisfying and good, and the gunplay. Obviously we'll have to see how it's run, you know. Bungie has had its good periods and its bad periods as far as like, you know, content and post-release content especially. Yeah, Server Slam is on the 26th. We'll be checking it out. But like I said earlier, I don't know how much of the Server Slam I'm going to be streaming, just because unfortunately Space Marines 2 has done the annoying thing and they're doing their update on the exact same day. So I kind of have to split my time between the two, and most likely the Space Marines 2 update will come with drops, and that's just something that I need to think about as far as like monetization. Like drops on Space Marines 2 just do really well on my channel. But obviously I'm going to evaluate it, you know. RE9 the same day. Yeah, RE9 I don't mind because I don't plan on playing that, but yeah. Destiny 2 is oldish, still runs great, looks good. Yeah, it definitely looks its age, but it runs well. Marathon did run pretty good, but it was in an alpha state, so I wasn't really expecting good performance. But the fact that like it was very playable, even at the alpha state, was good. Off-stream Marathon, yeah. Off-stream marathons. I mean, you mean Reese? I unfortunately have a lot of people that want to play, so I won't promise anything, but yeah, maybe. I have a big list of people that have all wanting to play with me, and I wanna make them all happy. Anti-material rifle is nice against bots. Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. Exclamation mark join, buddy. 10 to the queue.
Requesting sentry.
Hungover today? You're good. That was me yesterday. My sister had a birthday party, and I drank a lot of wine. A lot of wine. Someone try to shoot me with a stim pistol? Red or white? It was red. But I like both. I have no... I'm probably more of a white wine enjoyer than a red wine enjoyer, but kind of depends what we're eating.
Tactical asset nearby.
Aren't the cyborgs going to be on other planets? I assume they would be on this planet, honestly, and people were kind of making it sound like they were already. But no, they are not on this planet. Wine? How fancy? Okay, wine isn't that fancy, bro. You can get some pretty cheap wines. Depends on the wine. This stuff was like pretty nice though. My sister's husband's dad is a big wine enjoyer. Like it's like a big hobby of his, so it was pretty nice wine. I have an operation saved on Cyber 10. I did until I played today.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Got him. Liberty dispatched.
Do you think injecting stims is like being drunk? Nah, it's probably like doing like cocaine. Like adrenaline. Probably just makes you high as fuck. Meth. It's probably kind of similar to like what the Nazis did during World War II, giving them like, you know, fuckload of meth. All super morphine, yeah, numb out the pain. Mm-hmm. PCP. It's probably a mixture of a lot of different things. Because it's probably somewhat like a stim pack from, you know, like the Fallout franchise as well. Well, I think the Americans also did it in World War II as well, right? Wasn't there like chocolate laced with that shit? It wasn't just America, or it wasn't just the Nazis, but I think the Nazis just did it more. But I think everybody was doing it. At least it seems to be talked about more when the Germans do it. I don't. Because the queue, 4 people. You would be in next game as long as no subs and stuff get in, because
One step closer to mission.
it is queued based on like if you're a sub and what tier you're a sub, how many games you played that day. Gonna fire up the game. First time ever. What should I do first? Have fun. I'd probably recommend playing against the Terminids first. The bugs. Probably the most, like, easy to understand faction to start off with. Is there a progression? Yeah. There is a progression to the game. Terminids, yep. Yep. They're bugs. You'll see you have war bonds to progress through. It's kind of like getting new toys to play with. But then there's also like stratagems to buy as well. You'll get that currency. And then there's also samples to pick up. Tyranids? Yes, Tyranids. 40k in jars. There's samples to pick up during the missions. Any good resources? You can check out my YouTube channel. I have a beginner's guide. Things that I wish I knew basically when I started. I have some loadout suggestions as well. They came out when Xbox divers were brand new to the game, so you'll have to go back to like December of last year. Or sorry, September of last year. But I've got some videos on it. Guides, YouTube channels. There's plenty of them over on YouTube. Yeah, the Halo stuff was a really good crossover. I agree. It was a very good up. Very good. What up, Margot?
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Yeah. I hope we see some kind of crossover with 40k, but I'll watch out for the 120. Oops. Thought they were farther. 40k is one of those ones that, like, I can hope for it, but I don't know. Games Workshop is weird. They'll give their license to, like, 17 million mobile game developers, but anything like, you know, double or triple A is like pulling teeth. Like, it's so funny to me. How hard it is to get 40k games with, like, proper developers. But yeah, you'll see a million 40k games with, like, mobile developers and stuff like that. It's... it's so weird to me. Yeah, I'm very excited for, Total War Warhammer 40k. Very excited for that. Dawn of War 4, looking pretty good. Space Marines 3. The last, like, couple of years has, you know, been different, but, dude. If you go look at, like, 40k games, the vast majority are just fucking mobile pieces of shit. Like, it's crazy. I think I want to say they're just greedy at Games Workshop. Like, the reason why they can get all these mobile gamers or game developers in is probably because they just ask for probably a really big cut. And like the bigger developers are just like, fuck you. And they just move on. But like a smaller developer, especially one for mobile games, would be more inclined to say yes, because like they don't have much else to work on, maybe. It's at least my guess. Sounds good, Perceptus. But yeah, Warhammer 40k Total War is very exciting. I've been saying it for a very long time that was my kind of a dream game, 40k game. What about an anime collab? I hope they don't. I feel like the overlap is not really there. I hope not. If they did that, I genuinely think I would cringe. Star Wars would be cool. I'd probably cringe on Star Wars too, though. Similar to how I have basically done that for Destiny 2. I'm a Star Wars fan, but be too recognizable in Helldivers. Like, a good crossover is one that you don't really notice, but is there. You know? It can be put in, and someone wouldn't think of it being out of place. The problem with Star Wars is that it's so recognizable that I think it would be out of place. I just want the blasters. See, that's what I don't want, because the blasters are too recognizable. A lot of them. I'm down for that archetype of weapon, but like I'd rather it not be Star Wars. ODST was really well implemented. Killzone overall, I think, was well implemented. It fits pretty damn well. I think the only thing is like that scout helmet looks kind of weird at times, but like for the most part, like the Killzone stuff fits really well. Like you would assume there would be that kind of faction inside the Helldivers universe. I think a lot of people have mentioned Gears of War, and I do think Gears of War could work. There's some stuff in Gears of War that like would be neat. Like Gears of War works, Warhammer works. Mass Effect not as much. I think Mass Effect has a very different, like it's too sci-fi in a way. Because the thing is with 40k, there's actually like very humanoid factions that like resemble a lot of like weapons that we would have, and it's like believable. But it's like Mass Effect is like way more sci-fi. I guess that's another thing for Star Wars is more sci-fi than what Helldivers is. Helldivers has a lot more conventional military in it, and I think that's why Gears of War and that's why 40k works so well in my head, is because there's a lot of conventional military inside 40k, especially the human factions, right? There's a lot of conventional arms, and if they do go sci-fi, it's not too crazy. It still is in the realm of like, okay, I could see a Helldiver having that. You know, like a las rifle. Kind of fits alongside our las weapons. Dead Space? I don't know, that one would be weird to me. Like that armor would just look so out of place. I feel like Star Wars is true. Yeah, I mean, we have had Truth and Forces, which is very Star Wars inspired, and we've had the latest stealth armor was like somewhat Kylo Ren pilled, but it's not enough that you really notice it. You're just like, oh, okay, I see the inspiration. The thing is that if it was Star Wars, it would have to be a lot more one-to-one. You know? Because there's lots of armor in like Helldivers that is like inspired by, but it still has like that, you know, Helldivers twist. I could just see like them adding like Star Wars stuff, and it's gonna look out of place, man. Because they're gonna have to be faithful to Star Wars. I think there's a decent amount of stuff in Gears of War and 40K that would like, you could like look at it and be like, oh, yeah, I can see that fitting. Or like, you don't even notice that it's, you know, that's anything other than Helldivers.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds. Requesting orbital.
Luna inspired armor.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Trying to think of some other games that could fit well.
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
J.S. Newcomb has always suggested Resistance Fall of Man, if you guys remember that PlayStation title. And I could be like, all right, some of that could actually honestly work pretty well. It'd be very like World War II-esque in a way, but kind of fit at home with like, it could be like First War tech kind of thing. Deep Rock Galactic, I've always... I understand why people really want Deep Rock Galactic, but Deep Rock Galactic... Jesus. Doesn't really fit in my head.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Excellent job, Carl. See, look what you've done now. Oh, I think we can maybe get into that. It's coming down. Yeah, Resistance is also an easy IP because of Sony. I think Jason Newcomb's onto something with that.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch.
Halo Reach collab. The thing is that I draw the line at ODST because ODST actually are the equivalent of Helldivers. And we're like... Halo Reach is like a different part of Halo that I actually don't think really fits. I understand that people love Halo Reach as a game, but it doesn't fit as a good crossover nearly as much. Because Helldivers are not Spartans. They're not. They are Helldivers, though. They are ODST. Those two fit really well with one another. It made a lot of sense. I know Warhammer 40K has their own version of Helldivers, but even if they just did like the Guardsman or Krieg, I think that would also be fun. I'm fine with how the handle console is so far, but I strongly prefer inspired by original content. Starship Troopers owned by Sony. Yeah, we'll see if we ever get Starship Troopers. Obviously, that's like a fairly easy one. I don't know if Starship Troopers will want that though. Because it's only like another reason to like... It's only another reason not to buy the Starship Troopers game. Because you could just get Starship Troopers in this game. Like I could literally just see Sony or Starship Troopers being like, I think it's a bad idea. Maybe it would get people to think about Starship Troopers more and that's like more positive, but... I don't know.
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's tyranny.
Noble 6's armor for Reach is a lot like ODST. I need to Google. Noble 6. It's been a while since I played Reach. But aren't they still a Spartan? Yeah, but they were Spartan though, dude. Like, I understand. They're still a Spartan. It looks very much ODST. I get where you're coming from, but they're still a Spartan. So I'm just like, eh. Paratroopers official crossover would be amazing. I'd love to see an entire faction of Terminids that have like new bugs from the movies. Maybe. All right, grab the next group. Tartan Rob, Drexel, and Benzie. Oh, woo. Big stretch. Felt good. Mr. Tart, add my friend code. You see the ODST parody? Maybe? I don't know. It's like a fan-made Halo video. Take my friend code, left side of the screen, and add me. Whoever said Dead Space is cooking, you think? I don't know. I feel like Dead Space would be kind of out of... It would look out of place, like if you actually were wearing that suit of armor. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like some of the weapons would be really neat. But... I don't know, man. Has our dude added me yet? Tart? Mr. Tart? I started playing the game a few months ago, or a few months after release, then didn't play. Okay. Any tips on what to prioritize? Appreciate thanks. Well, as far as war bonds, I'd highly recommend checking out the video on my YouTube channel. I go over every war bond in the game and talk about the pros and cons. As far as like coming back, obviously like continuing your ship upgrades if you haven't finished those. Just having fun, honestly. A lot of weapons feel a lot more balanced nowadays. You're going to feel a lot more powerful than you probably did when you first stopped playing the game. Basically, we've been power crept big time since then, so. Tart, are you there? I don't know where that guy went. He told me his in-game name, but it's like, I can't do anything with that. He's at me. The Jason Momoa update. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Can't make out the numbers. Oh. It's someone want to type it for him in chat? Hashtag 06346967. A great song. I feel Dead Space 3 could work. I guess Dead Space 3 is more like shooter-esque. It's not remembered well, but you are right. I would agree. It is definitely a better fit. You're onto something there. We got our man. Perfect.
Helldivers across the galaxy are fighting for it. How dare the enemy?
How dare the enemy?
This operation would hamstring the enemy's
We feeling a bit sweaty? I'm feeling a bit sweaty. Play flag mission. Thank you to everybody over on YouTube for checking out the stream. If you wouldn't mind, consider dropping a sub over on the YouTube live stream. We're trying to hit 1,000 subs so we can get the full monetization. Because right now we're basically just streaming for free. Which, hey, don't get me wrong. Totally fair. But it helps sustain myself. Trying to get to 1,000 subs over on the YouTube channel. The YouTube live stream channel. So if you wouldn't mind, that would mean a lot. Dude, I don't know why, but my chat program is fucking lagging. What is happening? My chat program is just not updating right now. It's very annoying. Thank you so much for the raid, Midfield. Appreciate you, buddy. You guys are chatting too fast and you've lagged out my chat program. It's broken. It just stuck. I have no idea what you guys are saying. That's annoying. You guys are just so chatty. Ba ba da da da. Ba ba da. Ba da. You play Marathon? I will be checking out Marathon. I'm very excited to. But I've been telling people, unfortunately, Space Marines 2 is doing an update on the exact same day. And it typically just does really good on the channel. So I'll be splitting my time probably between the Space Marines update and the free weekend of Marathon, which kind of sucks. I wish I could just focus on one. So that's a bit unfortunate. But that being said, I will be playing a lot of Marathon. Do we know yet if there's a drops campaign for Space Marines 2? I haven't checked lately. They still haven't updated it, so if there is no drops campaign, I'm probably not going to play that much Space Marines 2, and we're going to mostly focus on Marathon. But I don't know. I should ask Benzi. Benzi's literally in my game, right? Yo, Benzi, any idea if there's going to be a drops campaign for Space Marines 2? You seem to always...
Still no news.
Sorry, what was that? Still no news?
Still no news.
Yeah. Like, I'm assuming there's going to be one. Because it's, like, very common for them. Nice, beautiful. Let's deal with that convoy first.
Heavy, southeast. Look. Objective near your position. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
That guy's got to be weak. Yep. Is Cody a good gun? Very much so, yeah. Very good weapon. What? Oh, didn't swap. Holy oh my god. Oh my god! That man just like jumped on us. Okay. That was terrifying. Oh, I hit that fucking tree in front of me. Beautiful. Just reload yet. Ah, I'm missing the eye slightly. Sure, you're like my buddy. Enjoy, buddy. Thank you, JPop. I really appreciate that. The like and the subs, big. Still need to be Space Marines too, so far behind the game catalog. She's awesome. I love that game. I wish there was more reason to go play the story again. Because I only really played through it twice, and then... I don't know. I didn't really have much of a reason to go back and play it. Would have been down for maybe some more unlockables in it, like cosmetic-wise, or... I don't know. Oh. What's it like after the story? Well, there's a really good, like, multiplayer aspect of the game that's very Left 4 Dead-like. It's very grindy if you want it to be. Bunch of classes and stuff like that. The gameplay's good. It can feel incredibly samey after, like, 50 hours or so because there aren't that many maps on it. It's definitely improved a lot, though. It's a lot more maps than it used to be. Sorry about that. I didn't think Draxel was standing that close. Oh. That's bad. Take out the miniguns real quick. There we go. Back to what we're doing. Oh my god. Cinema. Absolute cinema. That was wild. Just keep stimming. That was basically what just happened there. Just keep stimming. Shoot through the pain. Oh, I need that resupply. That resupply got called in. Wait, where's that resupply? Someone just called in.
Requesting air support.
Wait. Where'd that resupply go? Oh, I think Tarek grabbed all of them.
Marking location.
Gotcha. I missed a cinematic moment. Don't worry. That's what clips are for.
Calling down a sentry.
Or if you have Twitch Turbo, you can just rewind.
Heavy. Southeast. Close. How about a nice cup of tea? Requesting objective equipment. Package fired. Dropping package.
Chat is cooked. Chat ain't cooked. They're cooking.
New mag.
Goes that over to YouTube and give you the option without subscription. I think that's gonna eventually change if I remember correctly. But yeah, it does kind of suck that you gotta pay for a subscription now.
Requesting equipment.
But it is kind of worth it though. I do like Twitch Turbo quite a bit. I personally am an enjoyer of it. Feel free to grab the C4 if someone wants it.
Throwing grenade. Reloading.
Ba-da.
Calling down equipment.
Cleared. We keep going. People say we need 3K votes. This is not Cyrus in. What happened? We win? We lost. Now we're trying to stop the bot counterattack. Wait, where'd that C4 go? To blow it up. The fuck?
Outpost clear. Objective near your position. New mag. Throwing supply beacon.
Resupply over here if someone needs. Cyborgs are bots. This is normal bots, but I assume cyborgs will make their appearance on regular planets somewhat soon. Trindle gives a subscription to Trundlebot. Oh my god. Oh, that's why I'm not hearing any notifications. My OBS crashed apparently. Weird. Okay. I was like, why am I not hearing any notifications anymore? Well, apparently that's why. Hello, Trindle. Thank you, Trindle. Very kind. Very kind, buddy. Very kind. Appreciate the support. You the man.
Rare sample acquired.
I was like, dude, why am I not hearing any notifications? Like, we literally had a raid and I didn't hear anything. And then my chat program lagged out and it just stopped working. Bruh. Technology is not on my side today. Are you moving to the US? Not sure. If OBS crashed for using stream, well, I have 2 computers. I have a stream PC and a gaming PC. My gaming PC has OBS on it just to run like notification sound. Just easier that way. I technically could get it all working on one PC, but no need to fix what ain't broke, you know? Oh, he's already dead. Oh, he got fucking destroyed. He got fucking wrecked. I gifted 52. You didn't hear that, rich boy, Mr. Moneybags. You calling me Mr. Moneybags? That's a crazy statement. I wish I was Mr. Moneybags. That is definitely not the case.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I bought a 20k PC. I don't have anything. Jesus. Okay, you're Mr. Moneybags. Don't move to any blue states. I'm gonna stop you right there, dude. Let's not make it weird and political. Let's not make it weird. You watching hockey in an hour? Probably not. I'll be streaming in an hour. I'm at work, bro. I'll probably watch the highlights later. No spoilers. Even though I'm sure someone will spoil it regardless of me saying that. Fucking Windows, shut up! See fewer notifications. Shut up, Windows! Sorry, that was my Windows. I just turned off all my notifications. I forgot I haven't done that on that computer because it It updated to Windows 11. And I have not turned off all notification sounds. I'm kind of happy it told me to turn it off though. I appreciate that. Do you know if game studios keep an eye out to like update their game or whatever other games release their big updates? I think they somewhat do. Not all game studios though. Like I know, for instance, I'm part of like the creative program for Darktide. I know on Darktide, you know, I've definitely like gave them heads up on their update. Like, hey, just heads up, you're updating at like basically the exact same time as like Helldivers. If you like do it slightly before or afterwards, it'll probably do better. And they've actually listened to that feedback at times, which is pretty neat. But I don't think that many game studios do it that often. But it kind of depends on the game.
Objective critical stratagem available. Liberty dispensed. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Dark type moment. Woo! What the hell are you doing?
Calling down a sentry.
Trying to join the other, I guess, dude. I don't know what the hell that was. That was weird. That's you know what I usually say, they've made the AI dumber. It's situations like that that allow you to like stealth more often. Cause like they're literally just unaware.
Calling down fortification.
My god, all the bubble shields. Bubble fucking power, dude. Oh, it went through his legs perfectly. How the fuck does that even happen? Did it again? Oh. Can't see his eye. Crazy throws. Uh-oh. Going flying.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Hello? Swap. There. Oh. Fucking C4. Yeah, to go back to your comment, bro, man, I do know that, like, big game releases definitely try to figure out, like, when an update needs to go live, or, like, when a game needs to go live, but when it comes to updates, I feel like a lot of the games, they usually don't care who else is doing an update. It's just, like, get the update out, ship it. I think unless it's like a very big update, like something very important for a game, like the resurgence of a game, I think that would be one of the examples of like, okay, a game that like is really caring about, you know, hype, building up hype and stuff like that, picking a good time. Like Battlefield probably did that recently with their season 2 to some extent. Or season 1. I guess it's season 2. I think it's season 2. Whatever. That would probably be a good example. What the fuck? Dude, these ships have some crazy movement right now. Uh-oh. I don't have anything for that tower. I should have thrown that 120 close to that tower. We need to kill that tower. Does anyone have anything for it? Like, Droxel, can you throw your 120 at it? We're just gonna get never-ending respawns if we don't take care of it. Nice. Oh my. Arc grenade out. Arc grenade out. So many Zerkers. Look at those shock grenades, man. People are sleeping on them. People are sleeping on them, chat. DD ain't sleeping on, that's good. I mean, it's mostly kill farmers that are sleeping on them. Because they use them and they're like, I don't have enough kills after this. They suck. You permanently sleep if they bounce near you. Just make sure to prone and dive away. You're good, you're good. But the fact that they gave them 5 of them is like insane to me. They did not need 5. What's up, Annie? You okay? That's a very cute doll, Annie. Very cute. Again. Again what? Like you're gonna send me another photo? What? I got a one tray. Oh, the claw machine. I didn't know it was a claw machine. Annie's gambling addiction is skyrocketing right now. She's like, oh. Claw machines are easy. Nothing but profit. Annie's just a gamer. You gotta say that to your brother. I'm just a gamer. You suck. It's all about skill. Annie's skill. I need to go again. Of course you do. Gambling addiction, OP. He's mad he's not won. He's wasting money. That's funny. That's funny, Annie.
Calling an extraction. Extraction shuttle inbound. Requesting sentry.
Boom, 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 ba-doom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jacob, why do you keep posting that in YouTube chat? Are you like a bot for like McDonald's? I don't know why you keep posting that over and over again. Check Annie's meat. Like, is it not the same picture that she's already sent me? She's already sent me one. Good morning, how goes it? Good, Toward, how are you? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Uh-oh. Those grenades are perfect. Oh no. Unfortunate. Oh, lovely morning here in Dublin. Nice. Nice. Love that. Love that indeed. We've not had a day without rain here since 2025. What? That's insane. Wow. That sounds so dreary. Bye, Margot. Sleep well, buddy.
Helldiver, glad to have you on board.
Excellent job, team.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Excellent job, team. It's Ireland. If you don't like the weather, give it an hour or so. That's funny. Kappa meat. Hmm? I see more meat, and he's sending me her meat. Kappa. Oh. Kappa. She saw Kappa and was like, oh, Twitch chat, Twitch chat. Broiled spicy beef tendon. I'd probably have that one, honestly. Only a few left. Ooh. That sounds great. I want that. Yummy. The beef finger, rib fingers also sound. Ooh.
Surprise,
Ooh.
motherfucker.
So fucking cheap. Well, I think it's like an appetizer, but yeah.
Following a prolonged and hard-fought campaign, the Helldivers have been forced to withdraw. The cyborgs, along with the automatons, have launched a counteroffensive. Concerning reports indicate they have begun constructing megafactories on other planets to create even more cyborg soldiers. That's Liberty's latest. I'm Corella Kelly.
Can you change the reticle on scopes? Unfortunately, no.
The hour of our next victory rapidly
I agree. I also don't like the 4X reticle. It's so busy. There's the dot in the middle, which is chevron. You have a circle around it. Then you have like a bunch of other shit on the side. And there's something down below. Like, whoever designed that reticle is trolling, to say the least. Dizu, Mr. Niche, and Factory Strider. Champ, when you're ready. Is Annie in Japan? She is in Japan. Thank you for the sub, Spectro Umbral. Appreciate the tier 1 2 months. Can I cuss on this channel? Absolutely not. There's children like Teo here.
Engaging orbit.
We have to protect their little eyes. What kind of cuss word are you trying to use?
Orbit synchronized.
the siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to our
Orbit
defense.
synchronized.
Don't worry about it, playa. Oh no. That goes with a lot of direction. Well, I don't fucking care, so feel free. It doesn't bother me. What the hell did you just say, Carl? Were the super factories the Borg factories? A little bit of mixed. If you looked at the factories, they were actually building like Hulks and stuff like that. So you don't freaking care. Yeah, you're right. I don't fudging care, dude. No fudging care in the world. New dispatch? Oh yeah? What does it say? Well, we're gonna play some Far Far West in maybe like an hour or two, chat. Something like that. If you want to download the demo, we're gonna rotate through people and play something. I like to play that game with some viewers. I think that'd be really fun. So if you're curious about it, give it a download. It's on Steam. Grab the Rubberman. Sponsored? Not sponsored. Not sponsored, but you know. Nothing you need to know, but I'm currently rolling through my follows and asking this question. What made you feel like you have to ask that question to people? Are you just like, anyone who doesn't swear, I'm gonna unfollow? Or is it the opposite? Anyone who does swear, you're gonna unfollow? Did I make the right choice or the wrong choice? Judging by you swearing, probably made the right choice. Holy medic armor slaves. Dizu, stop. Alright? I can't not use it, okay? Maybe it's someone's parent going through and seeing if we're cool or not. Maybe. 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 Well, I think they're already gone, so. Never seen this map? It's basically the large tree map, but it's like raining all the time. It's like Ireland.
I'm gonna throw a 120 on the quadro.
I'm running. I'm running. Dun, dun, dun. The switch says we're bombarding Short Bay. Why? I think it was voted for. If I'm not mistaken, the DSS was voted over there. I keep forgetting my supply backpack is not giving me as much ammo as normal. I keep forgetting, man. I keep forgetting. Short Bay is liberated. I think we're bombarding it to deny to the enemies. It's one of those, I think. It's like the scorched earth tactic. We're doing a tactical retreat. Like, we're going to lose those planets most likely. So, tactically, we're denying resources to the enemy. You know what I mean? Acid planet anyways. Yeah, do we really care? Not exactly the most prime real estate for us. To the bots, it's a bit different. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da. Don't bots sell the DSS plans? I believe so. I don't think the Scorched Earth tactic did anything. But maybe they lost it? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Maybe one of the lore nerds in chat can tell us. Any nerds in the chat? Yes, I am. I don't know if I would trust Teo's lore. He creates a lot of lore, but I don't know if he's the gatekeeper of lore. The curator of lore. Nerds on the internet? Lots of them. We love nerds here. It's not a leak. It's part of the summary that the bots have the plans. Gotcha. Fair enough.
Objective complete.
Good comms. Bzz. Bzz.
Sub-objective near your location. Outpost destroyed.
You can call this community a nerds cluster.
Right, 380.
I'll throw a 120 as well.
Barrage, clear the area.
Damn, dude, I slept weird last night. My like upper back is kind of bothering me. I've been doing that recently, dude. I keep falling asleep in some weird positions and then waking up sore. I'm fucking old, man. Fuck. Anyone else?
So it sounds like a better pillow, maybe.
What's up?
Maybe you need like a better pillow, like a buckwheat pillow or something.
Nah, I just like last night I was like on the phone with Annie and I just like fell asleep while I was watching some like Netflix at the same time as her. And I was in a weird position, so like I do definitely need to get a new bed though. My bed's getting old. I need to buy a new one, invest. A pillow though, I feel like I have good pillows. Like I bought some nice ones. Not like superb, but good.
I didn't miss like in a grain pillow. Like buckwheat is really good.
Sounds like a pillow I'd eat. Buckwheat or buckwheat?
Buckwheat.
Wheat.
Like a husk of buckwheat.
Mmm. Does it like crunch when I put my head on it?
A little bit. But
No,
you get
wait, really?
used to it, and it's super comfortable. Like it really holds your head in place.
Okay. All right. I wasn't ready for you to say yes. That's funny. All right, I'll have to look into it. Buckwheat. I definitely need to get a new mattress. I think I've had the same mattress for like, it's getting close to 10 years at least. And it's like starting to sag in the middle. Like, it's time for me to invest in a new mattress. Butternip's guy, yeah, he's gone. Like, deleted his account, gone. Yeah, okay, I'm not surprised. That was weird. He was the guy just, like, spamming Shamrock Shake guy, right, Trindle? Was it that guy, or is Butternip someone else? Mattresses are too damn high. They're now a generational heirloom. Wait, what do you mean?
How cold it, man?
It was the cuss guy. Oh, that guy? Oh. Maybe it was just an AI. I do wonder how much of the people I like answer in chat are just AI. Like, what do you think the percentage is? Because there's definitely some like people out there that I'm like, are you really asking that? Like, are you an AI? Like the way you phrase that doesn't almost seem human. Obviously, some of it.
Definitely AI.
Shots fired. I love how there's many people that have said Teo's the first. That's funny. Teo, I don't think you're an AI. You're more like an AL, you know?
Absolute lunatic.
Artificial loser? I don't know. I kid, Teo. I kid. Dead internet theory? Yes, yes. I do wonder. I was like, like how much of chat is actually just like, you know, AI? Like how many of them are actually real? Because every once in a while, I genuinely think I'm getting questions from like an AI that's trying to scrub for like information. You know? Because like if you think about it, like could you teach a language model to like scrub for information from a streamer? Maybe. Like they would enter chat, they would ask a question that they need to fill out their information, you know, for a better like search. And then they would listen and then transcribe it and then put it on, you know, a Google result, for instance, right?
Requesting orbital. Orbital inbound.
Because like a streamer like me, for instance, would be very useful to a model like that because I would just give them accurate information or at least early information on something. before like some dude puts an article out about it that they could just scrub it for, you know? But like that guy that was asking about cussing, that is like a weird fucking thing to ask someone. And then the way he responded was also pretty weird. Show us your belly button. What the fuck? That would give off, you know, reptilian vibes, and I don't want you guys to know that I'm related to Mark Zuckerberg. I'm never doing that. Great point. I wonder how many chatters are AI. Did you know you can save 5% of your car insurance with Geico? Dude, that Super Bowl ad of Claude was so fucking good. That was so fucking good. What a good commercial. Did you guys see it? Where it's basically like, you know, showing off an interaction between like two quote-unquote humans, and one of them was clearly an AI. And then like midway through the conversation, you start getting like this weird advice, and it's like basically hashtag ad. And then the end is like, this isn't happening on Claude. I was like, damn. That is a smart fucking commercial. After Cybersand, everything feels chill. Oh, yeah. Like, outside of Cybersand and Hive Worlds, Tier 10 is, like, incredibly easy. Facebook has AI accounts that interacts with people. I heard about that. It's kind of like, you know what that reminded me of when I heard about that? You ever played those, like, you know, battle royales, like PUBG, that have bots in them? I thought about that instantly. I was like, there's no way social media is getting bots. Hey, chat, are you guys in bot lobbies on your social media? You got no friends, so they make up friends for you to stay on social media longer? Fuck.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements.
Why you gotta hurt us like that? No, no, no. We're all friends here. We're all real. Don't worry, dude. You're not in one of those, like, big streamers chats where, like, half of them are, I swear, AI.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Enemy tactical asset within threat range. Objective critical stratagem available. You may proceed to extraction when ready. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
I mean, during the invasion of Cybersand, dude, we definitely got a lot of bots coming in here being bot sympathizers. Yeah, I saw that, Trindle. That'll be so weird. I'm sure some people will like that, but it's so weird. It'll be for, like, some people that just don't want to let go to their loved ones. Like, they don't know how to handle that. I don't think it's healthy at all, though. Definitely one of those things that they shouldn't be doing, but will do. Good morning, Maple. Today's my birthday. Yo, happy birthday. That's awesome. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great day. Talking too fast. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. My throat has been feeling a bit raw. Too much talking. Too much yapping. Happy birthday, Mabel. Not yet, guys. Not yet. April 2nd is my birthday. Oh my god, I almost hit your portable hellbomb. You walked by and I saw the refill ammo. And then you walked a little farther. And then it said detonate hellbomb. I was like, oh fuck. I almost pressed
That would
it.
have been another calm moment.
The best when Carl did it was like he just sat there and just stared at me.
That was great.
It was very good. I could feel the energy. Raw, you say? Raw. In general, I've been feeling very tired lately. I've just been kind of overworking myself, so. Kind of just want to have a relaxing day tomorrow. I'll still do some work and stuff, but I want a relaxing day.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
April's 34 in April. I'm 31, but could try. I swear DZ wants me to hit the bomb. He's like shaking his ass right in front of me. You see that, chat? He's baiting me into it. He's baiting me. Should I get the Senator or the Talon? We answered this question a little while ago. It's tough. The Talon is better as like an overall pistol. Unlimited ammo, does very comparable damage, while just, you know, being an energy weapon with unlimited ammo, it's just way better ammo economy. But the Senator... Uh-oh. But the Senator has more, like, Jesus. But the Senator has more utility. You know, being able to kill a Hulk and just, you know, having more armor pen. It's a tough one. I think it'll depend on your playstyle and what you normally build around, like what weapons and stuff. But I do think that you can't go wrong. Long story short, they are both fantastic options.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Heavy is nice, but I think I'd rather have medium if it is higher damage. The Talon doesn't have higher damage. Oh shit, I got crushed. The Talon doesn't have higher damage, but it does have a higher fire rate technically, and you have limited ammo, so you could just put more rounds downrange technically. Like the Senator does do more damage, so if damage is really important to you, the Senator is easily that.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete.
Rounds, bullets.
Beginning ascent.
Just sending them.
Today you've carved another foot in a long climb to...
Only reason to go with the Senator over the Talon is when I need it for Hulks. I mean, or when you're shooting at medium armor. Like, the Senator will feel better when you're shooting at medium armor because you just gain more damage, right? Because you're overpenning the armor, you do full damage versus the Talon, which will be doing partial damage because it's matching the armor requirement. It's a laser gun. Yeah, I'm. You're really gonna kill me on semantics here, dude? It's still a laser bullet, right? It performs more like a bullet than it does a laser. It's more just like energy ammo, because it's not like the scythe. It when you're shooting the Talon, it feels more like a bullet. Killing something with like the Senator has like the Full Metal Jacket vibe. Sure. Talon Scythe without the massive triangle crosshair is so nice to use. I love using it. Yeah, I've told the devs that there should be a way to remove that crosshair. Like, or change it. Like, I've told them before that, like, some of the crosshairs on HG2 are too obstructive. They're, like, so in your face. They block what you're trying to shoot. It's really annoying. Can you spin the Talon like the Senator? I actually don't know. That's a great question. Does anyone know that answer? Yes? All right. Fair enough. I haven't done that since the Talon came out, probably.
With grave tidings.
Grave tidings.
Have repelled our heroic forces, retaining their hold on Cyberstan.
Oh my god, was that filmed on like level 1? Did you see one Strider on that dropship?
Have been forced to withdraw.
that is a crazy bot drop.
With the automaton,
One Strider coming in? Oh my god.
concerning reports indicate they
Oh my god. Did you see how scary that was?
other planets to create
Teo and Carl. Who's gonna join Teo and Carl? We got one spot.
Liberty's latest. I'm Corella Kelly.
I'm gonna give it a second factory charge just because you just played. Ooh, we got Carp. That'll be comedy. That'll be comedy. Carp, Teo, and Carl all in the same fucking game. This will be fun. That'll be fun.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
And now we do random loadout. Oh, that would be even better. That's the dispatch that they're talking about, by the way, Jet. You looking forward to mega factories on other planets? Yeah. Yeah. I look forward to seeing them on different biomes.
Allied destroyer.
I don't think it'll make that much of a difference, though. Because the biome really didn't affect the planet other than, oh, it was a cold planet. That's about it. Like, it might make extracting a little easier if it's like a forest planet, I guess. Hi, John, but I just woke up. You're fun. Stay the fuck away from all of them. Look at Teo and Carl already. They're already fucking around. Yo, Teo, you're gonna like this. Oh, God. Alright, that's random. Eagle Smoke, Eagle Airstrike, Orbital EMS, Wasp, Recon, 1-2, Stun Lance, Impact, Juggernaut. It's kind of a bad one, but not the worst. It's an alright randomized loadout. Ooh, okay, maybe we do a randomize on the next one. I kind of want to give Teo full medals. It's an evacuate high value asset. Last one. So let's do random on the next one. This is like the last one, so lots of medals. Rando again, I need to be even worse. Alright, you asked for it. Bastion, Dog Breath, Autocannon, Anti-Personnel, Extraction. That's... I'd say this is worse. Yeah, I would say this is worse. I feel like the tank will be absolutely terrible on that fucking forest planet. Jesus. Could you make it even worse? Yeah. Take away the grenade pistol. Probably like, give me like, I think the mech is even worse than the Bastion. Because with the mech dying so fast right now. Because the mech felt, yeah, it was weird. They kind of fucked up the mech. Autocan Sentry could be worse. It could be like, what Sentry would just be like Mortar Sentry, I guess. It could get worse. It could be worse. The flag. Yep. Worst Sentry. That's why I said the Mortar. I feel like the Mortar would. Yeah. Spear any good? Like the Stratagem? Yeah. It's good. The tracking is both a positive and a negative for the weapon. It can make it very easy to use, obviously, for someone who doesn't have very good aim. But it also kind of is a weakness to someone that has good aim, because it'll often track to not the weak point, which is a bad thing. I mean, we're not actually doing that mission just yet, Bula. Are you just thinking about making a YouTube video? I honestly don't think it would do well. People don't give a shit about Helldivers gameplay. Unless it's like from very specific content creators. I genuinely don't think it would do anything. Like, if this was 2 years ago, it would probably do decent. But like, nobody cares about the fuck just happened. Who killed him? Who was it? Teo? Oh god. You better you better Carl. He's coming for you. You better Just push me. I think there's definitely a market for the worst possible gameplay. I don't know. I personally don't think so.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Canada gonna lose today, you think so? Canada definitely hasn't been performing as well as I thought they would with the current team that they have. I did think Canada would do better. But definitely appreciate a gameplay video where the people are fucking around for fun more than the one everything is optimized for the perfect gameplay. Videos tend to perform much better nowadays. I mean, I agree, Pula. It's just, it's like only certain content creators make that work. They don't watch a Helldivers streamer for the Helldivers gameplay. What are they there for? Well, I mean, curated funny content is a thing. I'm forgetting the content creator off the top of my head, but he does a lot of, like... He's just a funny guy, and he plays a lot of different games. He typically comes back and does funny Helldivers content. Or he just fucks around the whole time. Oh, Teo, is that for me? Carl, I think he's delivering this to you. Holy shit, what the fuck? Teo! Gotta put that man down, dude. That Helldiver is crazy. Put him down like the dog he is. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That 120 is a little close, careful. I was trying to shoot the thing, Tell that to poor Carl's dead body. Oh, fuck! What a fantastic body death. The fuck? That tank's just rolling through. Need more ammo. Who's calling in the resupply that doesn't have the ship upgrade? Who is it? Is it you, Teo? No, we're sorry, nah.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear
Excuses? Yeah, I think it was him. Yeah, don't smoke us if possible. He's running out into the wild and Carp's following. Retreat, boys, retreat! Oh, what? What the fuck? I was like, what's that bright red light behind me? Turn around, it's just a fucking tank staring at me. Another one. What the hell? The resupply spectrum also give recoils ammo? You mean the resupply backpack? Yeah, of course. Someone has to walk up to you and give it to you, but yeah. You can't just like hold the rocket in your hand and get it. Uh-oh. Oh, he did. Let the heroes do the work. Carp, retreat. That's an order. The LARPing in chat. Damn, another tank just like sitting right there. What the? Another one. Hey, ammo. Where's that ammo at? It's over there. Got it. I love how Teo says all that about Carp. Then you look at him out there. I guess he is cannon fodder, so it makes sense. Canonically. Menacing floating tank. Yeah. If you kill them before they can hit the ground, they just sit there frozen. It's kind of funny. Oh, that bounce. Late on this, Mabel, but did you check out Druid on PoE 2 when it released? Yeah, it was fun. I played a little bit off on my other channel, like my offline channel. And then I played a bunch off stream. Got some maps, did some maps. Nothing crazy. I think I got to like tier 8 or something like that. It was fun. It was a good class. Well implemented. Lots of unique builds, it seems like it has. It was good. Holy fuck. Doggo. Oh, well, that's deflected. He's climbing over his buddy's body. That's crazy. Oh my god, there's another one on drop. Got it. Oh, I shot Teo's legs. Oh my god, I got thrown out of the map. Let's go, soldiers! Ow. It is time to go.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Nice, gonna check it out. Played Sork over a year ago. Nice, yeah. Yeah, Druid was really fun. I think they absolutely nailed it, personally.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Another sweeping victory.
I think they did a fantastic job. Druid was really fun. The animations were awesome. Skill tree was great. The uniques for it that they made were really neat. What could Tesla be good against? Bugs, in particular. If you can protect it from, like, Hulks and Chargers, it's actually just a fantastic stratagem in general. Pairing it with smoke grenades or just the smoke pod is actually a pretty good strategy because it literally can aimbot through the smoke, whereas other turrets can't. It does well versus squids, though. Yeah. Yeah. But everything does well versus squids, basically, so it's not that surprising. It won't aim if smoke is on the Tesla? Really? I swear I've seen a Tesla just keep working through it.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
It can't see then? Interesting. I swear I've seen it work through smoke, but I guess maybe it was more like the Tesla wasn't in the smoke, but the enemies were, but it was shooting through. Whatever. Gotcha. Loadout says that they have resolved their issues. Really doubt that somehow? So do I.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
I bet they're just fucking saying that.
Our city burns. We must a successful operation. Liberty rings true this day.
I'm not finding another short mission, so we'll just do like a fast city one.
Hellpod Prime. Engaging orbital thruster. Orbit synchronized.
Here? What about here?
Randomize emancipator. Yeah, we'll do this. I'm gonna quickly run to the washroom, guys. I'll be right back. BRB chat. BRB. 1 second. All right, chat. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out Luna and her food. Luna wanted food. Something dropped. Yeah, upstairs. One of her bowls that holds food was on the ground. All right. So Emancipator Mech, Guard Dog, HMG emplacement, Grenadier. We can make this work. Which Guard Dog was it? Canine. Fantastic. And then it's that one with that one. It wants me to do experimental infusion. And then taking... I already have Reprimand on. Re-educator. Okay. With... Shield? I love that. And Parade Commander. Which one is that? Is that... It's gotta be one of this... That's Honor Guard. It's gotta be one of those from that. Or maybe it's the light one. Yeah. Light one. Good? That's it. Hi, Dice. How are you? How's school? What weapon you're using on the last weapon? Primary weapon? It's called the Reprimand. Can we do Far Far West or whatever it's called? Just asking. We will. We will very soon. For another hour or so. I'm okay. School's going rough at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, this fucking planet's foggy.
Deploying equipment package.
Careful, Teo.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What? Oh, there's a turret, isn't there? It is! There is! Oh, come on! Well, things are going great so far. Things are going great so far. Ow. Almost got one shot because light armor. Oh, and then he immediately shot my emplacement. Fantastic. Not going well so far. AG. Thank you so much for the tier 1 14 months. Exosuit's cursed. Exosuit's just really hard to use on bot missions at the moment. Like, really hard to use. Because the aggro table for them is insane. Like, all enemies will, like, do whatever they can to just, like, focus you immediately. I guess I'll just do main mission because I can't really do anything else. I can't destroy fabricators with Loadout other than the Exosuit.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
That's gross. Dude, I can't even blow this up. I have to actually go hack it. Oh my god. Well, someone else got it. Let's go. Loadout's a bit cursed. Since when do automatons have spore periods? This planet is particularly foggy right now. Holy shit. Is random loadout? Yeah, it's a random loadout. Any good secondary that I use for the close combat? Talon? Senator? Verdict? Ultimatum? Yeah. Oh.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Hopefully the Arc Dog can keep the Hulk stunned while I do this. Oh, he's AFK. It's fine. Doesn't even worry about it. We're good. Surgeon does not destroy Fabs. No. Urgen's a stun, my dude. Stun his ass, Arc Dog. Get him. Hey, buddy. We got the snake bug. Love that. Ooh. Oh, I have to ruin it in order to get in the car. Wait, can you not recover? Oh, you can. Okay, there we go. Where do I want to go? Oh, yeah, we want to go this way.
Outpost clear.
Oops.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
It is actually a proper bug. Your character is actually prone, so a lot of enemies will actually miss you quite easily
Objective critical stratagem available.
when your character's like that. That has been something around for a long time now. It happens way less than it used to. It used to be a really common bug. Now it's like super rare when it happens. So OP, it is pretty OP. Kind of sad we don't have the new mini game on the jammer. That's true. That is a very good point. I wonder if they'll add it.
Enemy tactical asset within range. Objective critical stratagem available.
That's annoying. Oh, I didn't reload. Oops. Oh, 2 Hulks just run through? Alright, well, I'm not doing that. Well, not yet. New major order? Not yet.
Artillery. Liberty dispensed.
Fortunately, his body is kind of blocking where I wanted to shoot.
Objective critical stratagem available.
This would be next best. Of course, is another fucking Hulk. My god. Okay. Hell bomb's hopefully not destroyed. It was destroyed, of course it was.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Since Cyberstan, every bomb mission feels easy. Yeah, it does. Cyberstan was definitely cranked up to 11, right? And mostly because, like, Vox, you know, we're kind of that crazy faction. Hopefully this is close enough. Might not be. Watch out, run. A bomb. Run, Carp! We'll see if it's close enough. It was not close enough. I think it killed the 2 guys, so I think that's good.
Objective critical stratagem available.
What warband do you recommend buying first? Democratic Detonation, but I highly recommend going to my YouTube channel and watching my warband review. I go over every warband in the game. Came out recently. People have been really liking it. Helps them with their purchase and know what they're purchasing. Our K9 looks interesting, but also looks like pretty damn good at team kills. That's exactly it. It is far too good at getting team kills sometimes.
Another triumph from managed democracy. May liberty guide your secrets.
I think Carl's got that. I'll go run over to Teo.
Outpost destroyed.
The first warbomb was Servants of Freedom. It's a very good warbomb.
Outpost destroyed.
All electricity all the time loadout. Pretty funny. Not particularly great, but pretty funny. Your teammates will hate it. I don't know why it's taking so long to get a cryo warp on. Probably because it's not exactly an easy mechanic to add to a game. Darkthrow goated. Darkthrow is pretty good. Blitzer is good, but not really on bots. I would absolutely not recommend it on bots. I think I used a blitzer once it came out and never again. It got a lot better than when it first came out. That's kind of funny you say that. Cookout outclasses the blitzer. As long as you can get ammo fairly regularly, yeah. The blitzer does get outclassed. Why, thank you. Does having trouble aiming. Poor Teo. Poor Teo. Boop. Poor Teo, dude. You choose between crossbow, eruptor, or purifier. I think I asked you before, but I don't remember. Well, it's basically like they're all significantly like goated guns. They're all very good. It's hard to like pick one over the other. It mostly depends on the rest of your loadout. The most meta choice is probably just always going to be crossbow. But there are situations where like Eruptor definitely beats crossbow, and then there's situations where Purifier beats crossbow and Eruptor. Like in my opinion, the Eruptor is just the better weapon for our Illuminant, for instance, right? And then Purifier is just the best killing weapon out of all of them. But it lacks the utility.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
The hardest one to use is probably going to be Eruptor. It's just definitely the most difficult.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. For Pete! This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Oh!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Got him. I don't know why you can kill your teammates again. They for a while there didn't allow you to kill your teammates when you went inside, but then they brought it back for some reason. I don't know why.
Citizens of this city will thank you.
I probably shouldn't kill Teo. I bet he had samples on him. Now I feel bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Teo. We got him a lot of XP though, you know, so he'll be happy. I had samples and Carl killed me. God damn it, Carl. You always can, you just don't lose samples. No, there was a period there where you literally couldn't kill your teammates inside the ship. Like they were like literally immune to all damage. But at least like it still counts you as like I think extracting as long as you get inside. Right?
Allied destroyer has left squad.
And I guess it still counts your samples too, Benzie? Yeah? I have question. I have answer. If I've at a 500 kg on extract, will kill everybody inside? No.
Destroyer has left.
It's like shooting. Stratagems don't really go inside unless it's like a turret, I guess, trying to shoot through it. You definitely never been immune in the ship. Nah, dude, I remember being immune. There was a time where like you could literally just shoot like crazy and the person would never die inside. It might have been a bug and then they just brought it back and I just never realized, but I distinctly remember a time where like we noticed it in one of the patches. You just couldn't kill. It was a while ago though, so maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, typing. All right, chat, brace yourself. Annie is typing. Is it bad to tell my best friend forever that he is just like Punch the Monkey in Japan. He latches on to anyone for love and affection. Just anything. I don't think it's the worst thing to say. I'd maybe phrase that a bit softer. But yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be okay to say. Does he know who that monkey is? Because, like, there's a lot of baggage that goes along with that, like, thing that you don't really mean, right? Everybody knows it's not just you. Hey, chat. Who knows what Annie's talking about? Because, like, I don't think the friend is just like that, Annie, because there's a lot more meaning behind that monkey that you told me about that, like, obviously doesn't apply to him.
Allied destroyer has joined
It's almost better, like, you just drop the monkey part and tell him about the second part. Like, I would just not even mention the monkey and just said, like, you latch on to anyone you love for love, and additionally, it's just like you want a relationship, not reciprocated. Like, I think that's totally fine to say to someone. But the whole, like, monkey one, it's like, there's so much more to that story that he'll be like, what? I didn't lose my mom. I'm not being bullied by the general public or some shit like that, or bullied by the other monkeys. Monkey makes the landing softer? Not really, because it actually comes across worse. Because, like, the monkey's, like, bullied and abandoned by his mom. Like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. If you really want to mention the monkey, go for it. But I don't think you need to mention the monkey. My brother said, don't say that to him. It'll be the end of your friendship. I mean, I do think you can say the second part, you know, softer. It is pretty blunt. Like, I would only phrase it that way if I was frustrated with someone and I didn't want to make it softer. But it's true. That doesn't change the fact that it's, you know, pretty blunt. But, I mean, if that's how you guys normally talk to each other, just like, you know, full adulterated honesty, no softening of blows, then go for it. I don't know how well he'll take that, because I don't know how well he takes blunt honesty. Not everybody does take it super well. I would go with the monkey part after a few drinks. Yeah, maybe that. His marriage is ending. Uh-huh. So he's gonna be, like, a little bit sensitive. I'm about to say she never loved you. And you don't know. You can't state that like that. Because you don't actually know that to be true. That's just your opinion or your feeling. As BFF, I feel like I need to be honest. Yeah, but you can be honest without, like, being blunt. You know, you can lay it on easy, or. And I think that's what your brother He's kind of saying, he's probably saying something similar to what I'm saying. It's just like, it doesn't need to be so blunt. Boom, 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 boom. Good morning, Maple. Sorry if you read this already, but I don't see if I think I've deleted by accident. All good. What up? Good morning. Okay, after stream, you help me type something, I guess. It's already nice. I mean, we could do it right now. You know, you add like, I'm worried about you. I want you to find someone who really truly appreciates you. Don't rush into something. You know, you basically, like, I'm basically saying the same thing that you were saying, or trying to say. But it's like, not in the manner of like, yo, you pick someone who just doesn't even love you and you're just, you know, desperate for love.
Orbital inbound.
I saw Marathon drop some personality tests to see what faction you fall into. That's fucking funny.
Objective nearby.
It's actually a really good idea. Hello, Revo. I know nothing about Marathon. What kind of shooter? It's an extraction shooter. Very excited. Oh no. Why would you say oh no? It's exciting. Why is everything an extraction shooter? It isn't. Everything isn't an extraction shooter these days. Why do you think everything's an extraction shooter? How many extraction shooters have released recently? Why are you so traumatized by it? First Arc Creators, now Marathon. You named 2. What do you mean? Marathon's been in development for like 5-6 years. Same with Arc Raiders. What? Why are you acting like the average game is an extraction shooter? We have very few extraction shooters on the market right now. I would maybe understand that that response to, like, you know, a hero shooter, because we get a lot of those on average, like 1 a year. But extraction shooter? No, we get one like every 5 years on average, basically. Just recent shooters. Dude, you named one. What are you talking about? Recent shooters have all been hero shooters. We don't have enough BRs. I'm happy the BR craze is over, because there were a lot of BRs coming out. But yeah, extraction shooters, there's extreme, like, go ahead, name all the extraction shooters that you know of. Like,
Requesting sentry.
like there's so few. You can say that there's a lot of extraction modes, Because, like, obviously Battlefield tried to make one. It was terrible. And then, like, Call of Duty made one, and it was okay, I guess. It's my personal bias at work here. Maybe, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. I would give extraction shooters a try, though. They're actually extremely fun. Arc Raiders was a great one if you've never played it. It's a reason why it did so well. We think of the high guard stuff. What high guard stuff? Something more recent happened? Or just high guard in general? Wasn't high guard an MMO? No. It was like a hero shooter, MOBA, and like CS like plant the bomb game all in one. It was kind of all over the place. The only shooters I look forward to in the last few years all turned out to be extraction shooters. Wait, what do you mean? Like, you were looking forward to Arc Raiders and then it turned into an extraction shooter?
Outpost destroyed.
But I mean, okay, I don't know if you ever watched the documentary on Arc Raiders, but the devs said it themselves. The game sucks, so don't worry about it. The reason why they pivoted is because the game sucked. I would maybe watch that documentary they put out about Arc Raiders. It might make you heal some wounds that you seem to have about, like, Arc Raiders. You almost seem traumatized about it. It was a good documentary series on Arc Raiders. Very interesting. Because at first I was also, you know, quite excited about Arc Raiders being a PvE game, and when I heard they were going to extraction shooter, I was disappointed. Especially since they were staying third person. But since actually playing Arc Raiders, I completely disagree with myself. I mean, the Arc Raiders games have nothing to do with Gears of War. Gears of War and the original Arc Raiders had nothing to do with one another. So you have nothing to worry about there. I've actually never heard of the Arc devs having anything to do with Gears of War. You're the first person to ever mention that, actually. I've heard all about the DICE devs that worked at on Arc Raiders, but I've never heard of a Gears of War developer working on it. I didn't even know there was anyone on that team. Some people don't like extraction, that's fine. I get that. Anyway, I'm not like bagging on him for not liking extraction shooters. I'm just like trying to help him realize his bias. What is his primary? It's called the Double Freedom. Where am I biased? I'm glad. New Gears of War seems nice. Have we actually seen anything on it? Other than that, like, very, like, stage stuff? Just a trailer? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm curious about it. I hope it's modernized, though. I really don't want to play a cover-based shooter again. Not in 2026. I don't know if that's going to hit the fabricators. This Gears going to be third-person cover base? Oh, that sucks. Do you think you'll ever do a Night Rain half stream or something? Probably not, no.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Got to keep the wall bounce tabbing. Maybe they can do both, but because Outriders managed to do both, and I was really impressed by that. They wanted to have the Gears of War feel, but they absolutely did not force you to go cover based. You could play the entire game without touching cover. And I really appreciated that about Outriders. It was trying to have the feeling of Gears of War without, like, forcing you to play like Gears of War. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. The new Xbox lead is an AI person, so we'll see what happens there. Are I going to destroy fabricators? Anything Pen 5 can, yeah. It's been able to do that for a long time. Good day, Kazor. How are you? Yeah, it's basically anything with the thing that says, the tag that says anti-tank penetration can kill a fabricator. Heavy pen is not enough. You need anti-tank pen. I didn't know that. Oh, no worries. Yeah, it was changed. I can't remember when Fabricators got a health bar. I want to say it was after the Commando was released. They made some tuning to Fabricators because when the Commando first came out, it was kind of insane because every individual rocket was flagged to kill a Fabricator. So what they had to do was they added a health bar to Fabricators so that it was like 2 rockets. I think there's a I think on the far side. So there's 2 rockets to kill a Fabricator instead of just 1 per. I think that was when that first came out. Like that. Is that double freedom? Yeah. Yeah, I like the double freedom. It's fun. What about the new giant fabricators? It takes longer, but you can eventually do it. You can see by the white hit marker if I stay scoped in. But because they have more HP, it's going to take you a lot longer. It's not really worth it, in my opinion. But there's so many things that can destroy it that it's like not a big deal anymore. There's so many red stratagems that can destroy it, so it's okay. Being able to kill a fabricator with your stratagem just isn't the same like bonus anymore.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Uh oh. I bugged myself out. If you have a stratagem in your hand, you can't throw it when you land like that. Feels like some things are just too easy to kill nowadays. We are way more powerful than we used to be. That is an absolute fair statement. Never seen that bug? It's rare. Because you have to, like, call in your stratagem while you're falling and then not ragdoll when you hit the ground. Hawks used to be very scary. We don't really have enemies that are that scary nowadays. It's more just like... Yeah, it's just... It feels like a very different game compared to when it first came out. Some parts of it that I like, and then some parts of it I'm like, kind of prefer the way it used to be. He headshot me midair. Check out this game. Absolutely. I think you'll like it. If you like what you see, yeah. Didn't it take 2 recoil shots to kill a charger? Yep. Yep. One shot to remove armor and then a second one to kill, or 2 shots to the head. It was a game-changing moment when all of a sudden AT could take it out in 1 shot to the head. Doesn't it get repetitive? All games get repetitive depending on how you play. But, you know, if you decide to play the same way and do the same factions and, you know, play with the same people, do the same mission, yeah, it'll feel really repetitive. But if you use different tactics or play different ways, play against different factions regularly, play different missions, sometimes play solo, sometimes play with a team, nah. You only got a lot of playtime. The majority of people that I hear the complaint that, oh my god, this game is so repetitive, are usually people that follow, like, the meta too tightly, and they do it to themselves. Like, they just get bored because all they do is play the same way constantly. And they don't open themselves up to try different tactics and different ways of playing. Meta slaves. Game also does quite a good job at, like, you know, every 46 months we get a big, like, event that happens that adds a bunch of content. And then on a monthly basis, we usually get some little bit of content, including a war bond, which gives you new ways to play. New toys for the sandbox, as you will. Shazak! What up, dude? However, they're not dropships coming indefinitely, because if your team is good enough and killing tier 1 bots regularly, you won't get indefinite bot drops. It's kind of one of those things that the better your team, the easier it'll appear. So we have a good team here that's just good about killing the ads that are coming in, stopping them from doing bot drops.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Just make sure all tier 1 bots must die. Like, just don't just walk by them like, ah, whatever. I can just keep going. Kill them. They should be a target priority if there hasn't been a bot drop lately. Because obviously the bot drop does go on cooldown. Yeah, that's one thing that the Helldivers devs have done a really good job of since the game came out, is making sure that the number of builds viable has gone up over time. Fortunately, to some extent, making more builds viable has also kind of resulted in the game feeling easier, but it's overall a good thing. Yeah, we missed a gunship fabricator. What the fuck was that? What's happening in the game at the moment? We just failed the attack on Cyberstan, so we are in retreat. New ammo? No. Fuck is that word? Discombobulate? I think it's from the Sherlock Holmes movie, is where it's most well known, I guess. I had not heard about I've never heard that word until I watched that movie. Was it possible? It was definitely possible to win. It was just a very hard fought battle, and we lost. There was a possibility of winning, though. Definitely was. Maple watches Sherlock. Mm-hmm. Dude, BBC Sherlock is like probably some of the best TV I've watched. I really fucking love BBC Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. Like, holy fuck. That is a good show.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
We should have raised all the plants behind us. I think we're kind of in the process of doing that. Like, we're currently raising Short Bay, and then I assume we're going to do Lasath next, no? Like, I think that's exactly what we're doing. Is that not? It falls off in later seasons. It's true. Yeah. Sherlock definitely wasn't as good later. But man, those first seasons, man, are superb. Highly recommend. Dev sabotaged it by making BS MO changes. I don't think it was as impactful as people make it out to be. The reinforcement losses count in galaxy-wide. I do agree. Kind of like I don't think that was a good idea because it just created a lot of toxicity. I don't think we care. Like, it shouldn't have mattered though. We still had the ability to do it. We just weren't coordinated enough. So that it is what it is. we were not as efficient as we should have been taking cities. People were too split on cities that we were taking. There's always like 5 to 10k on the wrong city, if that makes sense. So, like, we can blame the other bug divers and stuff like that all we want, but at the end of the day, we absolutely had the ability to do it without bug divers or their revives. Because they gave us extra revives to counteract bug divers, for instance. And then at the last moment, the Seif thing was like the ultimate distraction. So, we could blame the devs as much as you want, but it's not the devs' fault. It's the community. Just needed to be more coordinated. Just needed to be more coordinated. It wasn't the devs' fault. The changes to the MO definitely were definitely sucked, but I assume they had to make that change because people were exploiting it, and they were worried that if it was the same, if it was the same, maybe people would continue to exploit it somehow. So I kind of feel like that one is just unfortunate. It's where the community thinks everything's rigged. This happens every time we lose an MO. People are really bad at accepting loss and accepting fault. So people love to outwardly blame things that they think are out of their control. Humans love to do it in general, though. But Helldivers fucking love to do that, dude. It's always someone else's fault.
Orbit synchronized.
Help defend trash, bro. You realize we're doing that, right? Bro? Are you looking at your screen, bro? You don't have to say that, bro. Next 4 is KO Dave, Draxel, and Phantoman. KO Dave, are you logging in, my dude? Yeah, you're up, buddy. Sorry, I didn't say it out earlier. Why they remove killed by X? I feel like they did that because it was often wrong. Do it, bro. Bro, we're already doing it. We've been doing it for the last 6 hours and 15 minutes. Where have you been, bro? You haven't been helping, bro. Check out the clip.
They must be defended.
If this was 2 years ago, it would probably do decent.
We will cleanse this galaxy one planet at a time.
I'm just reading chat the entire time. But like nobody cares about the fuck just happened. Who killed him? Who was it? Teo? Teo? And then Carl. Boop. Wonderful. Excited for marathon? I just did 3 games. Only 3? Quinton, are you even trying to help Tarsh? God, man. I thought you were trying to help. Only 3? I agree, Legend, but I also wouldn't say very badly executed. I do think it was a mistake, but I wouldn't be so hyperbolic to say that it was very badly executed. I think the MO was actually really well done overall. People are just, you know, cranky about losing. Helldivers are very bad at accepting loss. We lose like so infrequently, but every time we lose, everybody's so cranky. It literally just makes the story more interesting. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. To some extent, I'm almost kind of glad we lost because we, up until this point, have won every major order of like significance, right? Every 46 months we get a big major order, right? And we've won every single one. So to some extent, I'm kind of happy we lost. Two parts. One, I think it makes the story more interesting, and two, I think Helldivers need to fucking accept that losing is part of the game, and it's actually like an important aspect of like keeping the story going. Like, it's so annoying every time we lose that like people just, you know. Like, I think an important thing to realize is that, yeah, it does suck that like lives outside the MO were affecting it, but at the same time they gave us more lives to compensate for that. If you do the math, like we basically got like that amount of revives back, so it's not that big of a deal. I agree that it shouldn't have counted and they shouldn't have given us like lives like that, but like it's not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. Like, guys, we got like 70 million lives for doing side objectives. Right? I don't know if it's 1-to-1 with the amount of lives lost by bug divers, but I'm sure it's pretty close.
Main objective near your position.
And the reason why I don't think it was a good idea to have it that way was mostly because of how toxic people got about the lives, man. People got so toxic about it. Like, you're not helping with the bots, you're not helping with the objective. Should be on the bot front. And then that led to people, like, you know, then getting all upset about, like, revives and how that affects difficulty. Oh. I think there's going to be far-reaching effects of losing this MO. Like, I could see the bots making their own version of the DSS, you know, and then in a future MO, we're going to have to take it on. You know what I mean? I do think that there's probably some branching narratives going on there. Ah, went through his legs. Always awkward when that happens. I don't like telling people what they should do all the time, but we should have focused. Yeah, but at the end of the day, people are just having fun, right? Like, I get it, but like, hey, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much. It's just a story. It's just a narrative. It's just a video game. People should just be able to do what they want to do, right? I think my feedback on the difficulty thing is mostly just they should have normalized life loss based on difficulty. So a life lost on like tier 10 was as impactful as losing a life on, you know, tier 4. That way people aren't like min-maxing the fun out of the game and just saying, well, you have to play on level 4. It's fun to like that already, Cringefest. You ever heard of Starship Troopers? That's loosely what this game's based on. New the game. Why do people hate playing against automatons and sticking with the bugs? It's a preference thing. Not everybody hates fighting against automatons, but some people, they just log in and they just want more of like a traditional horde enemy, like bugs. I mean, personally, I prefer shooting at bugs than bots. It's more satisfying. Shooting at bots tends to be more annoying because they constantly ragdoll you, and there's way less ragdoll when you play against bots or bugs. Sorry.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Yeah, for sure, April. I've always disliked how, like, I for lack of a better word, annoying the community can get after a loss of an MO. There's always like a week or so of, you know, people just complaining.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Another one.
Objective critical stratagem available. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
This is a primary weapon? Yeah, it's called Double Freedom. Imagine if we lost Super Earth, people would go mad over not possible secure like Shanghai. Say it was scripted. People are, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there nowadays. Things don't go their way, dude. It's always a conspiracy against them. A lot of tinfoil hats.
Outpost cleared.
They're out to get me. Aliens!
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Illuminati.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Did that not get him? There we go. Social media does love a good conspiracy theory.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Arrowhead hates the player base, don't you know? They rigged it, bro. They rigged it. Fuck off. Like, come on, bro. The real problem is the way the devs handled the invasion, which created the toxic atmosphere.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, which we're gonna agree on, for sure.
Automaton facility. Warning, you are in range of enemy
Absolutely. I hope that they can learn from this life, you know, orientation of the, like, the MO, like having lives on it, to, you know, there's a way to do it without inducing like as much toxicity. Now, like I said, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. I don't think, you know, it's that bad, but I'm sure they're gonna learn from this. Like I saw a post from, I think it was like Clay's community on like, how satisfied are you with the Cyberstan attack? And it was like 80% yes. It was like 10 to 50% mid, and like I think it was like less than 10% hated or something like that. So I do think it's a lot of very vocal complainers right now, but they are an overwhelmingly small minority. I think overall the campaign was awesome. The build up to Cyberstan was really good. The Cyborg faction was great. You know, Foxes are overtuned, but I think that was to add to greater level of difficulty, which, you know, personally I appreciate. I'd say my only disappointments are, like I said, the weird toxicity around difficulty and like getting people to like go play lower difficulties. I think that was could have been handled better. And Transcendence was made to be such a big deal, right? And they even kind of like teased that something was going to be there by one of the devs on, I think it was on Discord. People got super hyped for it, and then when it became a nothing burger, you know, it obviously was pretty disappointing, right? As far as like bugs and stuff like that, I feel like there's very little on Cyberstan, other than a lot of bouncing stratagems, and that one objective could be soft locked if you accidentally hellbombed it. C4 looks pretty fun to use. It looks that way, but it's pretty clunky to use, unfortunately. I'm making it look a lot easier to use than it actually is. It's pretty clunky. Retention is a thing that you can fight the most. The issue would have been the I hate crowd, which were pretty reasonable to be fair. It's people who love it or were neutral. Those are the ratios you need to check. The dev said it was nothing a couple hours later, and the community ignored that. Well, I think it's unfortunately the like they just shouldn't have never said that. It's like, you know, the statistic of like, you know, fake news that comes out, especially because of social media. Someone reads something, right, that is just blatantly untrue, but it like maybe like pulls into their bias, and they're like, oh, of course. But then they never see the revision of the story later, right? Oh, that sucks. I need that resupply. Right, most people don't see the revision. They only see the first, like, comment on it. They should have put a boss fight there. Well, it's just everybody's expecting a boss fight now there because, like, you had Leviathans added on Super Earth, and then you had Hive Lords and... well, mostly just Hive Lords, because Dragon Roaches are basically the same as a Vox. So, not having some kind of big Cyberstan enemy, people were expecting it, right? Even though you didn't say anything, people are still going to expect it. Like, that was happening even before people saw that, you know, that post. And I can't... and I can't say that's, like, unfair because, like, bots don't have a big enemy, be it all the other factions do, you know? Fox engines aren't big enough? No, I mean, they aren't. Like, in comparison to, like, a Leviathan or a Hive Lord, they don't fit into the same criteria. Fox engines are kind of like Leviathans, but yeah. Hive Lord's like an actual boss.
Outpost cleared. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying
Fox engines are more or less just a different factory strider. Hive Lord's an objective, yeah. Yeah.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
They might still add a boss battle during the counteroffensive, maybe, but they haven't really. Usually, they will like. They'll do more to tease it. They'll do like way more to tease it, and they just haven't done that at all. Here. So. I'm not going to get my hopes up on it unless they actually start, you know, properly teasing it.
Calling down a sentry. Fire in the hole.
The fuck are you guys doing in chat right now? I didn't even say it. Absolute zoomers over here. I'll get it in, I'm getting in. Many enemies to your left and behind you.
Calling in orbital strike.
The next Baja order. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, April. So, overall, I'd give this, you know, MO like 8 out of 10. Something like that. I would give the bug one a higher rating, I think, overall. Just because the Hive Lord was such a, like, awesome surprise.
Dropping a pin.
But obviously, the last MO had a lot more technical issues. So, kind of evens itself out to some extent. Like, there was a lot of technical issues with the Hive Lords. The Hive World and performance and, you know. Yeah, just a lot of issues in general. They gave it a great deal of hints to Hive Lords. They did. Yeah, that's kind of my point is that, like, obviously we did get our hopes up for nothing on the Cyborg stuff, but, like, people were just kind of expecting it because of Hive Lords existing and then adding them, you know? Do a major order tier list video. We got Star Wars. But at the end of the day, like, we got the burrowing enemies. You know, we got the burrowing enemies on Hive Worlds, we got Dragon Roaches, and we got Hive Lords. So. apples to apples, the Hive worlds were definitely pretty special.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
What? The Hive worlds were amazing, just part of the experience. Do you mean like from the bug department, or do you mean like something else? What do you mean poorly implemented? Yeah, bugs, yeah. I think caves are awesome. I think caves were the way that, you know, the majority of people wanted them to be. Like being dropped on the roof, yeah. A lot of technical issues with Hive worlds. Remember the rupture stream was terrible. Right, at launch it wasn't too bad because it was only the host that was like a heat-seeking missile. But then they fixed the bug and then everybody had a heat-seeking missile on them. Oh my god. Did they nerf strafing runs after the Hive World update? No. Strafing runs are still great. I started playing during the rupture and was host. Oh, that's painful. The Hive worlds had a lot of bugs, unintended. Yeah. Yeah. I do want to bring up, though, I do think caves are a good example of something that sounds really cool on paper, but when implemented into a game, kinda, it's like obviously really unique, but doesn't have much replayability. Because one of the weaknesses of Hive worlds is because you are limited on what stratagems are effective, it leads to a lot of situations where, like, you kind of pick the same, like, stratagems over and over again, because the tools that we have available to us are kind of built in the idea of being open air. Like, I remember having, like, long discussions when the game first came out, because there was so many people that just wanted caves. And something I always, like, kind of pushed back a little bit against was I was just like, hey, remember that, like, unfortunately, I think caves would, you know, hurt some aspects of what it means to play Helldivers, because you're just so limited on what you can use in a cave. When you drill hell pods, that wouldn't really change anything, though, right? Drill hell pods wouldn't really change the fact that all your red stratagems can't be used. It would only start to allow you to use your turrets, but you could already use turrets in most situations because there were roof sections that were like were created, right? Right? Drill hell pods wouldn't really do anything. Neat idea, but it like doesn't really solve the issue. The vast majority of your stratagems just don't work. And it also wouldn't stop, like, turrets from just not being very good in those environments just because it's close quarters, right? That's just a weakness of turrets, right? Just drill a 500 kg into a cave. Everything needs to drill. Like, I really do like cave missions just because they're different and you play differently. But the replayability of it is kind of like stealth missions to me. I feel the same way as I feel about cave missions as stealth missions. I find the replayability of stealth missions to be kind of lame because you're so limited on what you can bring and use.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Get what I mean?
Pelican 1 approaching.
But like, I appreciate that they're there, especially for the people that really like stealth, but, you know.
Calling down a sentry.
Lucky, I don't think they can make AI any stupider than they currently have it.
Countdown initiated.
At a certain point, they're gonna make the enemy so brain dead that like the other part of the game doesn't exist anymore.
Extraction
Like enemies just don't know where you are at all. Like they have made the enemy so dumb to make stealth this way. Video idea and what order to unlock war bonds. We already have that video. Check it out on YouTube. It will casually shelf shaming. I'm not stealth shaming. I'm just saying that, like, dude, I don't think they can go any further. Like, enemies aren't aware of your silenced weapons, even if the bullet whizzes by them and you miss. But if you kill one bot and he's standing next to his friend, he'll turn around and look for you. But at least they like search in my general direction, but I pick off one bot and they shoot at me. Well, I mean, depending on the weapon you're using and how you killed that enemy. Like, if you kill an enemy and his friend saw him die next to him, it is kind of fair to assume they know where you are. What makes the game fun for you? I'm an enjoyer of horde shooters, and the stratagem idea is awesome. Lots of different ways to play the game. How do you have 25k super credits? Look at my title.
Squadron.
How you get it done. 1, 2,
Bah.
3. I win. 1, 2, 3. I win.
Poggers. Paper, baby.
Allied destroyer.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing about stealth in all video games is I don't think people realize how stupid they have to make the AI to make stealth feel good. Like, they have to make the AI really dumb. And the problem with this game when it first came out is that, like, they made the AI smart enough that, like, it was good at finding you a lot of times. Or figuring out where you were. And they've made the game, like, they've made enemies progressively dumber over times, and then they gave us weapons that are basically silent. Like, I really don't think they could go any further before, like, you're essentially wearing an invisibility cloak at all times. Not gonna lie, it works well when you have like long range kills. Sure. But that's the thing, is like when you do closer range with a silencer, they look in your general direction and they see you very fast. You know what I mean? So I don't I don't think they could do anything more. I think they're at their limit before like it basically hurts the rest of the game that's trying not to play stealth, because all of a sudden the enemies are so dumb that you're playing aggressive and they can't find you. You know what I mean? There's already instances of that where I'm playing aggressive, running through a base, and they have no fucking idea what the hell's going on because they had to dumb down the AI for the stealth players. You been watching Olympic hockey at all? Sort of. Been watching like mostly the highlights. Well, it's like further kills, Lucky, and then making sure you're shooting enemies that are not close together. You know, just like in like a Hitman game, if you're gonna kill someone, you gotta like... You gotta make sure you kill them while they're like isolated, or kill both of them really fast.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
What are the attachments that are good on the Eruptor? You take off the scope, put iron sights, and you put angled foregrip. Hitman stream? I don't like stealth games. I'm actually like, I don't like stealth games. How effective is stealth armor? Very. Both types are quite effective. The ones that reduce your noise footprint is very good. And then the less aware is actually insanely good. Ba, 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 ba. Read the whole message. What? Then he's asking about Gas Guard Dog. I mean, Gas Guard Dog's good, but that doesn't do anything to stealth or losing aggro. To be fair, Hitman can be more of like a puzzle solving game. I'd agree with that. Now you answer the question you had. I don't know, just say it. Does gas help with stealth? No. Just ask. Don't need so much. Don't need so many words. Ba, 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 ba.
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's...
Because they're just going to be degassed and just run at you. I'm not shaving anyone. If anyone, you're shaving me. You could have just answered. You're shaving me for not fully reading his answer. It was dyslexia. It has nothing to do with dyslexia. I just didn't read the whole sentence. Too long. Gotta go to the next question. Gas doesn't help with stealth per se, but it helps me get away better than smoke. That's not the case. No. Smoke is way better for getting away. Like, if someone, like, stays in the gas long enough, you're probably just gonna kill them, and then you can get away. But, like, smoking yourself and continuing to smoke yourself is way more effective. And then also just more effective at, like, being stealth. Since I haven't played since Cyberstan, how does the Trident perform on non-frozen modes? I would never use it on like a hot world, like ever. I would avoid it big time using it on a hot world. But on a normal world, it's good. It just feels like OP. It just feels OP if you like use it on a cold world.
Destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thruster.
Where does the community coordinate their efforts, or is it not coordination? It depends.
Orbit synchronized.
The community does some of it on the Discord, some of it on the Reddit, some of it just like looking at player numbers. Or you could just like mouse over and see where people are playing, and then if you want to be more impactful, you go to a planet that has more players on it. Reddit is the best flower. They always agree. Very cute. Yeah, it's pure game day every Sunday. Reggie, Niche, and Benzi. I think everybody's on my friends list, so we're good. I think homie was asking about the DSS voting. I mean, that is one version of it, but that's not what they were asking. The DSS has a vote on where it's going to go every 24 hours or whatever. So that is kind of a version of coordination, but people don't often follow the DSS. I would probably just always go off of where people are playing. But if you're trying to coordinate with other people, Discord or Reddit. Probably your best two. I just did some math. My commando must be broken if I don't two-shot a ball titan, or my aim sucks. Basically. You gotta hit him two in the mouth. 2 in the face.
Operation accomplished. You're back.
A lot of people follow the DSS. I mean, there's a lot of situations where the DSS does not go where the blob is. So, like I said, just follow the number of players and where they are. Follow your heart. It's mostly down to the fact that, like, because of how the DSS voting works, the timing on it can sometimes be, like, in the favor of people who vote first, because people tend to vote, like, for the one that's going to win a lot of time. People don't normally do it. So whoever gets, like, the first votes for the percentage, it typically goes that way. But sometimes people who vote first are just, like, flat out wrong on where the DSS will go. So then the blob goes to a completely different location. So that's why I say just go where everybody else is. It'll tend to be you'll be the most quote unquote effective. It's getting closer to Mars. It's a really big community, so there's no necessarily one spot where people coordinate. You'll mostly just find groups of people. If it was a much smaller game, I think it'd be easier for everybody to be in one spot, but very big game with lots of people of different languages and around the world. Very hard to coordinate. Also a pretty casual game, so some people just don't care at all. They kind of just go wherever they want. Which is honestly the way you probably should just play the game. I don't think I can deactivate this. That's a lot of War Striders. Oh. The fuck was that? Oh. Like I just got an ultimatum to the face. I heard that Helldivers will have 8 players in a squad. No. The direct quote was they are looking into increasing player numbers. But that doesn't mean anything more than what that like statement is, right? People are getting ahead of themselves and stating that like, oh my god, it's happening. No. That it's like, well, they're looking into it. Maybe it's a thing, maybe it isn't. Is jetpack better than jump pack? You mean the hover pack versus jump pack? Jump pack is for like horizontal distance. Hover pack is for vertical. You pick which one is better for your playstyle. Both good, just for different reasons. Gun is that? It's called double freedom.
One step closer to mission completion.
Just because they initially didn't think HG2 would be as big as they did. Party limit thing was the engine side. I think the party limit is like no game can like put enough enemies to satisfy 8 players, right? So think about it in this way, right? This game spawns like more enemies than like any other horde game that I can think of, with intelligent enemies, not just like horde enemies in a narrow hallway, right? So I always do this, right? Think of a game that's open world that spawns as many enemies as this, and you're gonna quickly realize it's like literally just like one game, and it's like Earth Defense Force. But that game is literally built like 20 fucking years ago, and it has like stupidly simplistic enemies, right? It's got like stupidly simplistic enemies, right? Risk Arena is an open world. It's a very small map. Very different type, right? So this game tries to like spawn like a fuckload of enemies, right? To try and satisfy, you know, everybody like not fighting over kills. In order to satisfy 8 players, you have to basically double the amount of enemies you are spawned, or you have to make every enemy tankier. Now, spawning double the amount of enemies sounds easy, but like, good fucking luck. No one's computer can fucking handle that, even if you, as people like to say, put it on a better engine. Think of an engine that can actually do it. Go ahead right now, tell me. What engine shows that they could do that? That'd be insane. Because even the engines that you're thinking of have like very simplistic enemies, like Left 4 Dead or, you know, Space Marines 2 and stuff like that. Very simplistic enemies. They just run at you. So Vermintide, very simplistic enemies on average. And honestly, there's still less of them. And Vermintide's only limited to 4 as well. And it's a very simplistic map. It's not open world. You know what I mean? Like, they can be a lot more efficient with the pathing, and they're also set maps. They're not procedurally generated, so the AI can be so much more simplistic. You know? Because it's set maps, set areas. The only game I think that handles massive, but that's PlanetSide. That's a PvP game, so it's different. A lot more is handled by the server, right? This is a peer-to-peer game. There's no server handling stuff, you know, so it's different. So. Or make it unique to like frontline missions. It is possible they could do like a type of mission that has lots. Like imagine fighting a, like I said, like they basically have to make it so like the enemies are tankier. You know, which I don't think people would like. People always complain about artificial difficulty, but they would have to basically do that to satisfy players. Because, you know, we'd all just be fighting over kills if there were 8 out of us, you know? bot drop would spawn and we'd be fighting over who gets the kill. You know why I know that? Because in Destiny that happened for a long time. Destiny became too easy when the players became too powerful. And you were just fighting over kills. The enemies didn't have enough HP and you were just deleting everything. No, Tart, the point of this discussion was to show you that no engine could do that. The point of this discussion was just like, well, think of a game that has that many players and does that many enemies. You know what I mean? There's just like unrealistic expectations. It'd be really neat, but like the tech is just not there yet. Our hardware is not there yet to handle that kind of stuff. Helldivers is a technical advancement above a lot of games, right? Like Left 4 Dead or Dark Tide and stuff like that, right? Because it took the idea of Dark Tide and went, you know, went open world, went procedural generated, went more complex enemies. Way more variety of combat, right? Helldivers feels like way more of a sandbox than like Dark Tide does. You know? Just hand it to Larian, they can make Helldivers 3. I don't want Larian to make Helldivers 3. That'd be a terrible idea. It'd create a good narrative, but not gameplay. That's an odd thing to say. I don't know. I would never want Larian to make Helldivers 3. I want Arrowhead to make it. Helldivers 3 is just Helldivers 2. They've already said Helldivers 3 will just be Helldivers 2 with updates. There actually won't be a Helldivers 3 necessarily, right? They'll just keep steadily, like, updating the game. New features. Just adding more to it. They've already stated that's their stated goal, right? Which makes sense. They're just going to keep updating the engine, keep updating, you know, and adding things. And honestly, that's probably the best way to do it. Yeah. I can't wait to see Helldivers in 2 more years. Are we at the point where HD1 had still have more stuff? I'm pretty sure this game has more stuff than HD1, no? I'm not sure. Graphics card, I have 4090. How does it feel fighting normal bots after fighting cyborgs? Way easier. Like, way easier. Night and day difference. Hopefully they avoid feature creep. Keep adding. Yeah, well, I don't think we have to worry about that. They seem very intentional whenever they add something to the game. There are definitely a lot of players that, especially in the end game, that are demanding feature creep. Like, they want this feature, they want that feature, and so on and so forth, right? That is definitely a thing for the end game, but it seems like the devs are, you know, picking and choosing, more or less. I mean, let's put your comment into perspective. There are a lot of war bonds currently, and unless you grind the credits, then you got to drop real money to get access. That is an issue for a paid game. So let's put some context on that. It's a paid game that gets constant updates for free and continues to get free updates 2 years after. Someone has to pay money for that, right?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Like, we're not in some like utopian society where like, you know, your tax dollars go towards, you know, Arrowhead, right? Someone needs to spend money somewhere to fund development for all the things we've gotten post-release, right? No Man's Sky is like an anomaly because they had such a bad launch. They're trying to fix their reputation. But also, No Man's Sky's updates are a lot of tech stuff for the game that they're developing. No Man's Sky had one of the worst launches for a video game in history. They're trying to repair their reputation. Right? Like, someone's got to spend money somewhere. But the fact that, like, with Helldivers, like, you can get everything for free just by playing the game is kind of, like, why people think it's the best monetization model. Other than, like, getting everything for free. But that's unrealistic. The vast majority of game studios can't do that.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Right? Arguably, Helldivers also adds a lot more content than No Man's Sky does. They should heavily discount early war bonds. We say the same thing. We're at the point where some of the war bonds are almost 2 years old or are 2 years old. So they should start bundling them together. But this is very much we're critiquing, like, arguably the best game in gaming for monetization. You know what I mean? Like, monetization wise, like, the game is insanely, you know, interactive. It is very easy to grind super credits and get a fuckload of currency. It is very accessible to everybody. And we get a new war bond once a month or so. If you're interested in that, or get it for free. Best is Warframe. Warframe has its own monetization issues for new players. And selling a lot of XP boosters and stuff like that. No doubt Warframe is a really good game, but we even talked about it earlier. A new person getting into Warframe really does get taken advantage of. Warframe's monetization structure really benefits an existing player rather than a new player. Easy to grind if you play 8 hours a day? No. That is not. If you're talking about this game or Warframe? This game, do you? That is not true. You don't need to play 8 hours a day. Yo, chat, help him out. The shotgun will come back to the game. I don't know the schedule off the top of my head. I'm sure you could Google for the schedule of the Superstore if you're interested.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Should the Purifier be upgraded to increase the Purifier? I don't think it needs more ergo. Which gun are you talking about? Basically, my friend, there are so many different ways to grind super credits that most people will not agree with you. That like you have to play and grind this game like crazy to get things. You absolutely don't. Even playing normally. Just being on the hunt for like POIs when playing against certain factions. I get maybe 100 to 150 super credits per hour. Yeah, so a couple things. There's a lot of different ways to find groups of players that also are looking for super credits. And when you find these groups, you can grind super credits together. There's a lot of guides over on YouTube. A lot of communities where you can find people to grind with. You can get a lot of super credits per hour by doing that. You don't have to. You know, play normally, 100 to 150 super credits is, you know, pretty normal. So even if you just play the game normally, you know, you get, it's 1,000 super credits to get a war bond, but it's technically 700 because Arrowhead gives you back 300 just for, you know, playing the game. Right? And then while you're unlocking that war bond, you're going to be getting super credits on average. Right? So by the end of that war bond, when you're actually done grinding it, you might need to just, you know, collect another like, you know, 300 to 400 super credits. And you can do that ridiculously fast. It's a system that kind of feeds into itself. Right? But you're asking, like, how do you get 1,000 super credits an hour or 2 hours, right? Well, finding a team and farming with a team can make things a lot more efficient, right? You can do it solo. A lot of people do it solo. They get, like, you know, 200 to 300 an hour doing that. But like I said, you don't have to do that. You can just play regularly and just, you know, search out POIs. But the way they've done it, you actually don't have to do that much grinding if you just, like, continue on with the warbond system. Right?
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Most people don't spend money on this game.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
I play casually. One 3-stage mission at a time. Okay.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
So what's wrong? Everything I just said can apply to you.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Like, yeah, it'll take you longer over time because you play less, but how is that unfair? You just play less. Just like if the game had no monetization, it would take you longer to unlock things because you play less. But there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, it is a, you know, it's cost-benefit analysis, right? Like, do you have more money than time or time than money? If you lack both, playing video games is probably not something you should be doing. You know? What the f*** is this? But, like, I think Helldivers does a very good job of, like, benefiting both types of players.
Extraction complete.
You know?
Beginning ascent.
If you got time, Helldivers can be like grinded through. Someone literally just said I got 6 war bonds in a week. You can just grind out super credits, and it's quite efficient and fast if done properly. But if you want to spend some money occasionally, dropping like $10 every like 4 months or so, you could just get into the feedback cycle of war bonds. Where you buy a war bond, you get 300 super credits back. While you're playing through that war bond, you get more super credits. You know, and that's on top of the super credits that your free war bond gave you, which is 750, right? And then it's just like a feedback loop of as you play, you're just always, you know, getting to that next war bond. And then every once in a while you top it up because you're like, oh man, I really want that war bond. But like I said, that keeps the ball rolling, you know, for more content to come out for this game, right? The devs do a lot of fine-tuning to the game. They add a lot of free stratagems. A lot of free content in general added to the game over time. Like, you'd be surprised. Outside of war bonds, there's been a lot added to this game. But I can make the argument that, like, war bonds are also free content based on how they did the monetization. Don't buy everything in the superstore. Yeah, I would avoid buying things in the superstore for the most part. There's a few things here and there that I think are worth it, but yeah. Ooh, that looks yummy, Annie. Annie, stop. Girls do not look yummy. The sundae, I think that is, looks yummy. Technically war bonds except for legendary, like $7. Yeah. But like I said, while playing through the $7 war bond, you're gonna get a couple bucks back. You know, unless you're on Cyberstan. Unfortunately, Cyberstan had no super credits on it. But most missions you go on, like especially the 40-minuters, are going to have like, you know, an average of like 20 to 30 super credits, maybe a bit more. As much as I meant the thing was pretty cool. Before that, we didn't get a free strat since Grenadier emplacement, which was like early 2025. Definitely think they could have increased the rate in which we get new stratagems. Well, I mean, we also got the holiday ones, the 3 holiday ones. They weren't like overtly given to us, but there's quite a few there. Opinion on the Truth and Forces War Bond? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Highly recommend checking out my YouTube channel for like my full War Bond breakdown. I have a full video that talks about all of them and the pros and cons of each one. I don't think they count until they like permanently part of the game. I guess so, but there's still stratagems that they've added. Like we've gotten so many stratagems for free. It has been like less over the course of this year, but I think that's because they've been adding more stratagems to war bonds, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like I said, war bonds are technically free content based on like you can just easily get them for free, right? Like it's kind of hard to find something that isn't, you know, free to some extent when you're like scrolling through this. Like there's just so many stratagems that were like given to us as part of just like progression in the game, right? You know, like when you're, it's like always funny to me when I'm scrolling through. I'm like, damn, there's so many stratagems that are just like handed to you. You know, like as far as like Warbond stratagem, it starts here, right? And there is a good amount. It was cool to work towards a new strat as a community throughout an MO. The tank and grenadier and the holiday strats were just given to us without working for it. Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, but I don't know. I think they learned their lesson with the community because it like backfired big time. People worked towards it and then they didn't go for it. And then when we don't get it, people then complain incessantly. So I think they're at the point where they just give it to us now because it's just better that way. From their perspective, us working towards it, most people didn't like that. Because there were so many times where we didn't get it on the first try, and then people complain.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
The ratio to like free versus paid stratagems is strongly in favor of, you know, free stratagems though. So I'm not really worried about that, I gotta say. I do hope that they, you know, maintain like every couple months we get a free stratagem, because you're right, in 2025 we did get less, you know, free stratagems. If you don't count the free ones for the Christmas event, which it seems like they're just gonna release as like limited time stratagems every once in a while, I guess. I don't know. Hazel, Ian, and Tart. All right, the next group. Friend code on the left. Let me know you've added me. Let me know what your name is in game. I feel like they're testing strat customization. We'll see. We'll see if it's strat customization or just like augmenting with samples. Because like imagine you could spend 10 commons and get the incendiary Gatling as access to you know, for your whole team gets access to it. Similar to like Deep Rock Galactic vibes. You know? See how they go with it. But I think they've seen and heard that people like Warbonds having stratagems. They feel more worth it to people. So I can't say I'm surprised that they are moving stratagems that might have been free once upon a time into a Warbond to make them more appealing. HP. So Tartan, where's my Ian down under? Are you here, buddy? Or land on under? Assuming it's Ian. Oh, he literally just sent me a friend request. I see it popped up. It's on my screen. There it is. How's the flag as a weapon? Not particularly interesting at all. It is technically better than like a standard melee weapon that you get for your secondary slot, but you know, It's mostly for RP. $150's starting to feel real old. They've said that they're going to increase it. My guess is that they haven't increased it yet because the average player is just not like 150 or 120 even. The average player base is like pretty low. But we definitely need something for late game players to kind of flex or move towards. $9.99 would be great. I doubt it'll be $9.99. I don't think they're. I don't think they want people intimidated by people being much higher level.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act.
Hellpod Prime. Engaging orbital thruster. Orbit synchronized.
I honestly dread another max level increase if it happened. I don't think you're alone. I said this before. It was a couple days ago. I think they're trying to avoid people coming back to the game and feeling dread of feeling like far behind. Like that there's some like, I have to go grind another 10,000 super samples, you know, because I just came back to the game and there's way more ship upgrades. Or, you know, feeling like that their level is like inadequate. Like I understand level 25 is the last time it matters to game progression, but you'd be surprised how people don't actually think that way. A lot of people put a lot of meaning behind higher levels. It's like a psychological thing. You feel really far behind when you start seeing people at like really high levels. Especially if you're someone who like prides yourself at being max level. If they just keep having it be higher and higher, it's like more dreadful, I guess. The higher the level, the jobless the player. It's a flex, farming XP. Shows the time you played mostly. Yeah, but I've always thought like maybe do it another way, like ship customization or something like that. If you're on someone's ship that's played for a while, they have like accolades to show off essentially. How many bugs you've killed, how many missions you've been on, MOs you participated in. Capes tell all. Capes don't. Because you could just log in for 10 minutes and get a cape. Doesn't actually show much other than that you logged in for 10 minutes. Or less than that, technically. So I think like some kind of customization on your ship, like showing trophies or something like that would be really interesting. Benzie is also right. There is more and more elitism as the number go up. That is definitely a thing. That is definitely a thing. Oh, absolutely. Players will get more elitist as time goes on. So I think, like I said earlier, it's to keep players together, even though you might be someone who is like a really long-term player and someone who's brand new. It's to keep you from like feeling far apart. Because like I don't think it's like laziness out of, you know, Arrowhead, like, we just don't want to add more levels because we're lazy and we don't have any. Because no, it's not necessarily a hard thing from that. I think there's a deeper meaning behind it. it already happens. I see people kicking at like level hundreds. It would only get worse, right?
Pry this city from the enemy's requesting tac pack. Requesting tac pack.
Unfortunately, elitist assholes are just kind of a thing in video games. I said the same thing for like ship modules. There's a lot of people that like get upset that there's not more ship modules over time. But I think it's like kind of the same thing. Where I think they're trying to not have, like, you log back into the game and like you're missing a fuckload of ship modules and you gotta go grind out like, you know, several hundred, sometimes thousand super like samples and stuff like that in order to feel adequate to someone else, right? Because imagine if a lot of the weapon upgrades we got for like AMR and stuff like that were like behind ship upgrades. To make your AMR doing more damage, or have your rail gun have a lower cooldown. You know what I mean? Like, but instead they've been doing updates and like kind of everybody gets access to those updates, right? Doesn't matter if you just started playing or everybody's stratagems get better. Like, I get that a lot of people ask for ship modules because they want something to spend their samples on, but I think that's a band-aid fix because the majority of people that are complaining about not having samples to spend on are people that are going to finish grinding out those new ship modules in probably like a week or two, and then they're going to go right back to asking for more ship modules. You know? Side grades would be a really neat idea, you know? We do need more sample sinks, for sure. I just don't think, like, ship modules are necessarily the right answer for that. Because it's not really a sink, it's more just like a bucket that you fill up. And if you come back and that bucket needs a lot of filling, that kind of sucks. Especially when you're going to feel a hell of a lot less powerful than someone else. Because, like, I guess a good way to think about it also is, I'm going to go see Punch Monkey. Aw. And you make sure to take lots of pictures. A good way to kind of think about it is, you ever played like an MMO and you come back to the MMO and you feel weak? But imagine if that were like, imagine if like there was no catch-up mechanic in that MMO, right? You're coming back and you have to like grind everything that everybody has already done, you know? So I think like, because I just think like ever increasing the bucket of samples required to like level your ship up fully gets out of hand. Because I wouldn't be surprised if like there's a lot of casual players out there that like already feel like the sample grind is a lot. Are you not watching the hockey game? I'm at work. I question your citizenship. Hey man, I'm at work. Once I'm done work, I'll go watch the highlights. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That's something we bring up a lot. Augmenting stratagems or allowing access to certain stratagems for a mission or 2 or 3. Streamed on your other monitor? I mean, I would just be distracted. I'm at work, brother. It's okay. The game's not going anywhere. The score is 6-7. Lamau. Cringe. Do kids say Lamau? I mean, I do. I don't have kids, so I don't know. I talk to Teo a lot. Does that count? Lamau is still around. Raffle is dead. Yeah, true. Where the fuck did my stratagem ball just bounce over that wall? The fuck did it go? It still says it's activating. Oh, it's right back there. Bouncy castle of a map. Raffle. It's a bouncy ball. Arrowhead, sticky stratagem balls when? Holy audio bug? Wait, what happened? I don't think I heard it. What's going on?
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
We heard your real voice for a second? Wait, what?
Main objective near.
Oh. Is my sound mixer bugging or something? Make me all nervous. I hate when I have audio issues. Love the bouncy dropships. They are so weird looking. Like on the sun just rose. Crazy.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
That didn't kill it.
Eagle 1, withdrawing to rearm.
A lot of audio bugs happening, so I thought I'd point it out. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of audio bugs on bots, but it's mostly just like sounds not playing. Did I just like not notice it and it just played? Up. One title update forward, 2 more bugs back, never changing. I mean this is probably the best state the game's been in a very long time. The audio bugs are weird, but it seems like it's only on bot faction though. I don't know. This is the best the game's felt in a long time, so I don't know if I would agree with that statement, you know? And the auto bug is not nearly as bad as it once was, so at least improvements there. Sucks it's there though. Seems like it was primarily just a problem on Cyber Sand though, for the most part. Like I haven't really seen it nearly as much on normal bot planets. Not sure why. Probably because of Vox. I feel like Vox just spam their rockets and stuff like that so much that it like breaks the sound engine. No more cyborgs for now. For now. Because I think what causes the audio bug is like too much audio all happening at the exact same time. I just fucking breaks. Fox should get the devastator treatment of limiting rockets. Well, the problem is if they get limited rockets, then they're going to be more obnoxious than laser cannons. I would almost rather them not get limited rockets so the laser cannons aren't as obnoxious. You know what I mean? Oh my god, dude. Shooting the eye of a War Strider, brother. Jesus. My god. Not complaining per se, but this morning I got stuck between walls by stepping into a crack in a building in the aluminum front. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's ever going to go away. That's kind of like just a quirk of HD2. Because of the ragdolling system, like, we're just going to get stuck sometimes, unfortunately. It's like a mixture of the ragdolling system meets procedural generation. Like, yeah, I don't know if there's anything they can really do about that. They can try and limit it, but yeah, I think it's just a quirk of the game. We just have to accept. I hear War Striders and Brood Commanders stuff. Nah, that's an audio bug. It's enemies in general. Sometimes the audio is like lagging behind. Since the latest update, it's like a new issue. I've never heard it before. It's like ghost sounds. They're not below the ground. They're actually just playing the sound in the wrong spot. Or like, it's like your connection. It's basically like desync. It's weird. It's like your sound is desyncing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about with the sound kind of sounding like enemies are like around you. You like look around, you're like, wait, what? Yeah, it's like ghost enemies. I hear sounds from my teammate's perspective. That's actually probably what it is. That's probably what it is. That's a huh. I never thought about it like that. You are maybe hearing it from the wrong perspective. Yeah. I always feel like the sound of the host. Yeah, that might be what it is. I never thought about that. Good point. That's a weird bug. Maybe an unstuck command where it teleports you to the closest place you can stand up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they need to implement something. It definitely sucks that there needs to be some way to, like, you know, if you do get stuck, because it sucks if you die somewhere and you literally can't do anything about it, right? Like, you don't have an explosive pistol, you don't have a stratagem or something like that to get you unstuck, and like your teammates are too far from you. Like, there's no like surrender button. Like, even if the unstuck command was literally just, you know, I'd say that would be good. KV, why would you spoil that? It's lame as hell. Did have a new bug. Stingray shot down between like a host leaving and a new mission host being selected. And then the rest of the round, an invisible Stingray would be doing a line? What the fuck? Yeah, I've never seen that, but desyncing with losing a host? That sucks. You become a traitor and destroy sends a 380 at you? Maybe. Yeah.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Unfortunately, it being such a sandbox-oriented game, yeah, there's a lot of bugs and stuff like that that are gonna happen. Look at Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is kind of going through the same thing. People are discovering all these crazy bugs and exploits and stuff like that. Would people be okay if they spent like half a year for a screening patch? They already did that. It was 2 to 3 months, and they patched a lot of stuff. I don't think we're ever gonna get this like lickety-split game, just because of the type of game it is, and how often they update. Like I just don't think it's realistic. I accepted a long time ago that Helldivers has quirks to it. but they update so often that, like, you know, some amount of tech debt will always be there. And because of the nature of, like, the sandbox and procedure generation and the movement system and so on and so forth, there's just always going to be some amount of, like, jank to that.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Now, the sound issues, I think they obviously need to, like, you know, iron out more. But I could forgive getting, like, stuck and shit like that. Like, I don't...
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
That doesn't bother me at all. You just hope that the future updates don't break the game. Yeah, that happened a lot in the previous year. Like, in 2025, there were a lot of updates that broke the game worse than they found it, kind of thing. And that was really bad. That's why they had to take, like, a break for, you know, 2.5 months to just fix things. I'm glad they took that time, but I'm not sure how realistic it would be for them to do that constantly, because, like, people didn't accept it even when they did it, right? People were like, dead game, what the hell, why aren't you updating, It's like, well, they're trying to fix issues that people have problems with, you know?
Extraction complete. Falcon 1 beginning ascent.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
I don't know if that's necessarily it, Nimrodi. I think at this point, it's like, I don't think Arrowhead realized how hard it would be to maintain a quality standard while updating the game as fast as they are. Destiny 2 ran into the same exact issue, right? As they increase the speed, of, like, development, like, the game, Destiny 2 definitely got, like, more buggy. But I'm in Far Far West. The stream's doing really good on Helldivers, so there's some part of me that doesn't want to swap away. Usually numbers are the drop by now, Carl, so yeah.
There's nothing sweeter than victory, lady.
Greetings, Helldiver. The Galactic.
The Greek consumes, hey man, it's my job. Do devs know why that head twitch happens when arriving to the ship? Not sure. It's probably just some weird, like, animation desync. Like, your character's going from, like, an unplayable state to you actually spawning in as that character, just doing an emote. It's probably just something weird like that.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Yeah, Nimrodi. I think it's mostly just like I don't think they realized how hard it would be to maintain. Like, remember, they originally were gonna do one war bond a month, like on the first Tuesday of that month, every single month. They originally, you know, thought they could do that while also doing, like, updates, you know, both type of, like, small updates and large updates. Like, they definitely, like, they overestimated what they could do, I think. And they've been trying to find a flow to it where they're going fast enough to sustain players and keep people happy, but like slow enough that they can maintain a quality. Because most games don't update this fast. Like adding this much that fast. Most games don't. They usually go in like 3-month cycles or so. So yeah, guys, we do like one big game and then we rotate to the next. GG's, GG's. I'm glad they swapped quality over quantity. For sure. Yeah, they definitely have slowed down, and I think they're taking 100% more time to like make sure everything's like going well. It's not perfect. I don't expect perfection. I want them to move in the right direction, you know? Because I think it's unrealistic to expect perfection when you're talking about a live service game. Especially one that updates very, very regularly. Like if this was a game that I bought and it was never going to receive updates again or anything like that, I have different expectations, you know? Especially when it's full price. But because I know this game is going to constantly be updating, and as they update things, they're going to be breaking things occasionally. Kind of is what it is. Love to get more VO options. That would be cool. That'd be neat. I wouldn't be surprised if Illuminates are like the next big faction that gets an overhaul. Because bugs and bots seem very filled out, but Illuminate are really lacking, you know? Thorax, Carl, and Benzi. Join up when you guys are ready. Do you think they'll stop updates it anytime soon? No. I think as long as war bonds continue to sell, I don't think they're going to stop. I think there will be that inflection point where if all of a sudden people stop playing the game and people stop buying war bonds, they'll probably do that. But, I mean, if we go to Steam charts, like... You know... I still think there's like a lot of health to the community. Like every 6 months or 4 to 6 months, we get a big peak of like 170 players, 170K or so like that, right? I do think over time that peak will drop off harder because people are coming back and being like, you know, I've already experienced Helldivers. I don't need to stick around for long periods of time. You know, we're like 2 years in, and I would say numbers are still continuing to do well. 3.8 million active users from December. That's actually really good, and that's arguably during a bad time for Helldivers because they weren't doing any updates, really. I would be curious to know what the daily or the active monthly users for, you know, February would be like, you know? I'm sure that's easily doubled, if not tripled. I think we're like in very much like a comfortable spot where like average players hover around like 30 to 60K depending on what's happening that month. You know? And this is just Steam, by the way. This doesn't have anything to do with Xbox or PlayStation. So you can expect even more on top of that. I think that's super comfortable for them. I think if this maintains, I suspect that Helldivers is just going to keep going. What happened in July of 2024? That was when we got... July of 2024. That was when we got the... Polar Patriot Warbond, and things started to go decline. It was Polar Patriots that came out, I believe it was. And people were really unhappy about Polar Patriots. I thought it was, at the time, it was pretty lame Warbond. It wasn't, I didn't think it was as bad as people thought it was, but like it was pretty boring compared to like Democratic Donation. So a lot of people were pretty bored about Polar Patriots, and then we got Viper Commandos, which was better, but it wasn't that interesting. The mass weapon nerf happened a lot sooner than that. Phantom Man. The mass weapon nerf came, I think it was in May. No, it was, okay. So Railgun got its first change around, I think it was like March or April. No, the Sony fiasco was in March. I think it was. People put way too much meaning behind the Sony thing. The Sony thing was actually not that big of a deal. A lot of people were just leaving because they'd finished HD2. And the latest Warbonds were not that interesting, and they were waiting for more content. Sony embargo was May. Oh, my bad. I thought it was April. But if you go to the day that the Sony embargo happened in May or April or whatever, the player numbers didn't change. Yeah, the Sony embargo was actually not that big of a deal. People made it a bigger deal than it actually was as far as player numbers. Because they reverted their decision so fast, it wasn't a big deal. $450K to 47K in a few months is insane. I mean, it's not that insane because, like, it's a PvE game. PvE games have a really hard time keeping player numbers. Like, a really hard time keeping player numbers. Unless you can feed them constant PvE updates, which is not easy, PvE gamers get bored way faster than PvP gamers. So it wasn't actually that crazy. We didn't get our first big update for Helldivers until it was August, and it was disappointing because it wasn't that much content. It wasn't until December that we got our first proper big update for Helldivers, and that revitalized a lot of it. That's when we got Illuminate, and it was very hype and exciting. They were in like constant decline because they were just... You could tell they were working too fast and making mistakes. Right? They were either releasing Warbonds that were just not that interesting, or they were, you know, balancing things incorrectly. Like some things were just way too powerful, some things were way too weak. And they were trying to listen to the community, but then like overreacting to some content or some feedback, and then not enough in other areas. So they were finding their footing, and took them a while. Unfortunately. I was there for all of it. They just nerfed everything so hard it wasn't fun. But that's not true. As someone who was there for all of it, they didn't nerf everything that hard. They nerfed a few things that were overtuned to bring things in level, but people didn't like that level that they found. People liked it when they were more powerful and the game was easier. And that's something they didn't realize. They thought people wanted more challenge, and they liked a certain difficulty. But the average player just didn't want that. The average player wanted more of a power fantasy. They didn't realize fast enough that there were a lot of people that just wanted like a pure power fantasy. They didn't want the challenge that they originally thought they wanted. They want to be on level 9, but they don't actually want the difficulty of level 9. People like to say that they play on level 9 and to feel very, like, good about it, but they didn't actually want the difficulty on level 9. So when they started balancing stuff that was, like, overtuned, especially on those, like, particular difficulties, and it made those difficulties harder, people didn't want to turn down difficulty to keep having fun. They wanted to stay at their current difficulty. So they kind of had to keep, like, they learned the hard way that they can't do that, right? People already expect that they should be able to do level 9 difficulty with, you know, some amount of relative ease. But that's the thing, Orcs, is that it is that way. It is literally that way. It was that way. They only nerfed the things that were outliers to that, right? Because they were trying to have a difficulty for everybody, but people's egos were hard. Their egos were more important than the balance, right? People were too used to doing tier 9 difficulty and having 90% plus success rates. Because of the railgun bug and because of like the breaker being like so good in comparison to everything else, you know, a lot of people just found tier 9 to be so easy. And when tier 9 started to actually feel like tier 9, people weren't happy with that.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 maintaining altitude until Helldivers are within the extraction.
Like people, like even to this day, like say that everything was nerfed, but like it really wasn't. It really wasn't, but they have such like a memory. It's like the Mandela effect of like HG2 is when they like talk about how everything was nerfed. But as someone who went through it, like it didn't. In that time, I believe it was like a net neutral of buffs versus nerfs. At that, like, what, like, in that, like, first 6 months, someone did, like, a Reddit post on, like, the buffs versus nerfs, and it was, like a net neutral, or something along those lines. It was, like, very, very similar to one another. But everybody talks about that time like everything just got nerfed. But then we got the 60-day update, was where they nerfed a lot of our enemies and they buffed a lot of our weapons. Right? Because they understood that people just want a power fantasy. They just want to feel powerful. Less about teamwork, more about individual power. Because Helldivers at the start was more about teamwork power, like synergistic power and working as a team. But because of the metas that developed, individual power was more appealing to people. So like railgun, you know, using the breaker shotgun and just walking through, you know, using shield gen at that time and like being basically immune to damage. So you're unkillable, you know, a Quasar, which was an anti-tank weapon that had unlimited ammo and a very short cooldown. Like people just like easy, like people don't want to admit that, but people just like things when it's easier and there's the illusion of difficulty. Right? So that's what the 60-day update did a really good job at doing, was still giving you the illusion of difficulty, but making your weapons more powerful. Because they nerfed our enemies big time and they buffed our weapons big time on average. So it was, yeah. No one likes balanced games. They do. They just don't like it when it bounces in the wrong direction.
The proliferation of
People wanted a balanced game, but they wanted it more powerful, not weaker.
not but
Right? A balanced game doesn't mean that all your weapons and stratagems suck. No. That's like a, you know, that's an over-exaggeration. That's not what balance means. Balance is like trying to get things on par with one another so you have many options in your tool set. And relatively right now, we have a pretty balanced game, right? But the thing is at the beginning of the game, they were balancing, but they were balancing at a level lower than people wanted. So people didn't like that, right? The things that were really powerful that people liked, they brought down. And the things that people thought were like really bad, they brought up, but not enough, right? So their baseline that they were deciding for was just a lot lower than people wanted. Because when they got that stuff and they brought it into tier 9, all of a sudden tier 9 was actually hard and they didn't want to turn it difficult to have fun. Because they've already experienced something that was more fun, which was them dominating the content. Because we were dominating the content. They should have buffed the stuff that nobody used. I mean, that's what they were doing. That's why everybody went to Breaker. No, everybody went to Breaker because it was genuinely overpowered compared to everything else. Statistically, it was overpowered. Like, the average weapon was here and then the Breaker was there. Like that. That's just not true. Statistically, the Breaker was an anomaly compared to every other gun in the game. I think the only gun that like was fairly close at launch was the Scorcher.
Orbit synchronized.
Incendiary Breaker didn't even nerf. It did. Fire at that time was making a horde game not feel like a horde game because you could just look at a fuckload of enemies, spray randomly, and they all died. That's not true. The pick rate of the weapon was like 70% on bugs. Dude. It like broke the game. Like, it's not a horde game when you just look at a bunch of enemies, spray your gun randomly, and they all die. Fire was so overpowered at the time that like one pellet of your Incendiary Breaker had to hit a hunter and he died. Come on. And they didn't even nerf it that hard. All they did was take away two fucking magazines. That's an issue with fire damage, not the weapon. Well, duh. But at the time, there was only one weapon that could do fire damage. Come on, man. So at the time, yeah, removing 2 magazines from the Incendiary Breaker was actually a good change. Because it maintained the Incendiary Breaker's power, but it made it so you couldn't just spam it thoughtlessly. Right? You actually had to think a little bit harder about where you were going to shoot it. You know? Which was a good idea. But people overreacted to that, thinking like it was the fucking end of the world. But the Incendiary Breaker was still arguably the best primary weapon in the game. You just had to be a little more ammo efficient with it. Yeah, so fire needed to be adjusted, which they did. But the irony is that when they adjusted fire damage, people fucking complained. Because the game got harder. As someone who went through all this, it's almost lethargic to laugh at it. Because, dude, talking to people was so hard back then. People were so emotional. Oh, boy. But Lord Dragon Ball Z. So what you don't realize is that when you adjust fire damage, it nerfs other things that are already doing fire damage. So incendiary grenades would get worse. Fire, like all of these other weapons that already do fire damage would get worse, but they shouldn't feel worse. The only weapon that was overpowered with fire damage was the Incendiary Breaker. Other incendiary weapons were not overpowered in comparison, right? Incendiary Napalm was not overpowered at that time. Right? Your fire grenades were not overpowered at that time. Right? So, why would you trim a bush down by a foot if there's only one twig that is sticking out? Right? Like, why does fire need to be fully changed just because one weapon is out of place, right? You know what I mean? And it's not like they nerfed it big time. All they did was reduce the magazine count by 2. At the time, it was honestly one of the better nerfs that they've done because it kept the power of the weapon and you just had to be more efficient, or you bring a strategy of like bringing a supply backpack or having a teammate that has a supply backpack to, you know, give you more ammunition. It was the best way to possibly nerf it.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
They should nerf napalm barrage too good. They could never do it. People would complain incessantly. Unfortunately, it would never happen. The coyote gets the same treatment. They made enemies harder to catch fire. Yeah, because the coyote was like overpowered, right? Well, it was more fire damage was overpowered. It was too easy to light enemies on fire. Chaff enemies were just getting deleted. So it made your other weapons feel bad because the coyote was so good, right? Because it's all about perspective at the end of the day, right? The coyote is still a fantastic weapon, but it takes 2 bullets instead of 1 to light an enemy on fire. And that's okay. But also, that's a gross exaggeration of basically anything that sticks out too much in the meta gets nerfed. We're literally talking about Incendiary Napalm Barrage right now. Come on. Like, that's such a blatant over-exaggeration. This is why I have such a hard time talking to anyone in the Helldivers community a lot of time. Because they over-exaggerate constantly. Because that's just not the case. There's plenty of stratagems that maintain... Here, I'm staring at another one. That never got touched. Never got changed. But people freak the hell out because, you know, they indirectly changed the coyote. Even though it's not that big of a change, it's literally a 1 bullet difference in many cases. It's literally a 1 bullet difference in many cases. It's like the smallest possible change they can make. And the coyote is still the S tier pick on many of the factions, if not all of them. Like, still does I want a suppressor. I don't think we're going to get a suppressor attachment because I think they want suppressor weapons to be unique. Danger. Sounds like rage bait at that point. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised it's YouTube, but I don't think this person's rage baiting. I think they've just watched a lot of content that is very negative in light of any, like, change. There's a lot of content creators that like to fuel the flames of negativity. And I think it is sometimes like critiquing or like disagreeing with something is like one thing, but sometimes I feel like it's kind of going further than that, where it's no longer critiquing. It's like, you know, like inciting rage, but without merit. And then these like slogans come out of it, which is like, they nerf anything that is out of place. But it's like, no, that's literally just not what happens.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
It's just literally just not what happens. And then now Arrowhead is like super afraid to like change anything that might be like overtuned.
Requesting sentry.
I don't mind the nerfs they bust us as unpowered. Yeah, exactly. They just need to find the balance point that people like. At the beginning of the game, the devs had an idea of what they wanted the game to be, and the community that adopted it had a different idea. The community that adopted it really liked feeling overpowered on tier 9 difficulty. They really liked the overpowered shit. And it took them a while to realize that people really liked feeling overpowered on higher difficulties. They weren't playing higher difficulties, you know, for the challenge. They were playing higher difficulties for, you know, to feel overpowered, right? Against hard enemies. They just want to feel overpowered. They want the power fantasy. And originally this game was not in that direction as much. You're rage baiting at this point, Lord Dragon Ball. Because the statements that you're making literally don't make any sense anymore, because look at the crossbow, the explosive crossbow. Went from a weapon that was like easily trash tier, right? Like very underutilized, people didn't like it, to easily one of the best weapons in the game. It has literally never been nerfed, even though it should have been many times, because it was brokenly overpowered. It's the gun that like trivialized so much. It's a support weapon in our primary slot. Right? Like, you realize that your argument immediately falls apart in so many different ways. And that's just one example. I feel like I can do this all day with you. Yes, but... Dragon Ball Z. How old are you, if I may ask? I just... I want to so badly get through to this person, chat. I'm sorry. I so badly want to get through to this person, but it's just like, I feel like I can't. They're defeating their own arguments with their own arguments, but it's just like they don't see it. Ah. God. Being rage baited? God, I hope they're not rage baiting and they're... Well, actually, maybe I do hope they're just rage baiting, because there's... I hope this is not a real argument. What are your developer credentials, Lord Dragon Ball Z? I'm sure your dad works at Xbox. People having a crash out? Nah, it's not really a crash out. It's more just like disbelief. This game have levels? It does, yeah. You're not supposed to answer your question with another question. But you've done that multiple times to me. You've been ignoring my responses and then just, you know, stating things that make me question everything. making me question if you're actually real.
Stuck.
I think he resulted to rage bait after the adjudicator comment. You sound like someone who thinks they can do no wrong. Well, the irony here is that I think you should look at a mirror. Several times I've rebutted with something that is like very contrary to your argument, but you ignore it, and then you continue to peddle certain statements instead of actually like addressing what I stated. Nah, at this point, it's content. I'm going with it. I'm gonna have fun with this. I'm deep diving. This is content. I have a very simple solution to this. No. If I can get through to him, I can get through to the rest of the HD2 community. I can do it, chat. I can do it. Believe in me. He's a representation of everything I'm frustrated with. This is perfect. This is like lethargic, you know what I mean? Or cathartic? Cathartic, not lethargic. Cathartic. It's very cathartic. I can fix him. I guess he left. He probably did.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be
Pelican 1, approaching request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Look at that mute people on YouTube. Am I set up? It's a different channel. I don't think you're set up as a mod on that channel.
Where you're standing.
I can make you one if you want. You just never talk over there, so. Uh-oh. Get the turrets. Oh, we shoot the turrets. Don't let mods ruin your content. Brother, what are you on about? I don't know if I threw that. That 380 fell out of my hands. That's unfortunate. Careful. I hope that doesn't land on your tank, buddy. Oh, it's actually ending. Wasn't even paying attention. I was gonna ban the guy. Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. What the fuck? The fuck was that? Hey, just got this game. What's the best war bond to get? Many people argue Democrat Detonation, and I would agree it has the most utility. Not the most fun war bond, but tons of utility in it. If you go to my main YouTube channel, Maplewood Videos, I have a very recent war bond tier list and rankings video where I go into great detail about the positives and negatives of every war bond, and then I rank them, and then talk about buy order. I would highly recommend that video.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
But you can't go wrong with Democratic Detonation. It's extremely good. With a bunch of weapons that have never been nerfed. Well, okay, they technically, the Eruptor got nerfed for a while, and then it got rebuffed, and then it got buffed again. So, but the crossbow only has ever gotten buffed. I'm thinking about picking this up for a while. I'd highly recommend. We crossed the 150k mark. That's sick, Pula. I think it's one of those videos that's just going to keep going up for a while. And then I'll make a new one in like 4 to 6 months when the next big update happens. I think we're just going to make sure I always make that video for Helldivers. It's fantastic.
Allied destroyer has left.
Don't forget, Maple is the reason the OG railgun got nerfed. Oh no. Those are the good times where people like thought it was a cheek shot and they didn't know about the PS5 host bug. I went crazy for like a month straight on that. People just gaslighting me left and right. Solo Sal's good, yeah. Playing Arc Raiders like crazy? Same. It's really fun. What was a nerf for his bug fix? They did also do a nerf to it, but that was for more chargers being fucking destroyed rather than Ball Titans. You could one-shot Ball Titans for, I think it was 2 months afterwards with the nerfed railgun. You could one-shot them. Because people didn't realize that the bug was still in the game afterwards. They just stopped using it immediately once it got nerfed because like, it's shit now. But with the PS5 host, you could one-shot Ball Titans all day. Remember when the thermite grenade sucked? Yeah. That thing was terrible for so long, unfortunately.
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further.
Grenade pistol was nerfed? It was nerfed? It was nerfed. Less shots? Yeah, I guess it got less shots, right? I think it started with 8, then it went down to 6. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember that. It didn't really need 9 shots. I felt like that was a bit crazy. So, one of those nerfs that I don't even remember because it wasn't even impactful to the weapon. You can try a Texas Commando? Maybe. It kind of depends on what's going on. Because when does it come out? I think it's the 12th. Yeah, it's the 12th. It kind of depends on what's happening. I'm really excited for Marathon. If Marathon doesn't do well on the channel, I'll probably check out Toxic Commando on that day.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
I'm just not sure. I have played the demo. I think I put like an hour or two into the game or something. An hour. I thought it was pretty meh, personally. I thought it was okay. There's a lot of technical stuff they need to work through. Like, why isn't there an FOV slider? Like, that is insane to me. Like, a first-person shooter with no FOV slider is crazy. Like, it's one thing to not have it on console at release. I get that. Sometimes it slips through. But, like, no FOV slider on PC? What? Like, in that demo, you're forced to play at, like, 50 FPS. Or 50 FOV. Fucking feels terrible. Feels terrible. KO Dave and Tart. Feel free to join. I think this will be our last group for the day.
Take us to the fight.
I'm starting to get hungry.
Destroyer has joined squadron.
We got one more spot, though. If someone wants to join. But yeah, Toxic Commando will play depending on... !_ join our type. Toxic Commando will play if there's like nothing going on. It all depends on how the stream does with Marathon. If the stream doesn't do particularly well with Marathon, I'll probably focus more on other games. Like, I want the stream to do well with Marathon, but I get the impression I might be just buried in the sea of streamers, so...
Allied destroyer
Yeah.
has joined squadron.
What stuff do you have in mind for Marathon? Like, basically, I want to be able to put out like a kind of like a tier list of weapons fairly early on, probably within the first week, week or two of Marathon. I want to be able to put out videos on like loot locations that I really like, recommended loadouts, stuff like that. Like, my first video within the first day or so is just going to be like, you know, things that I wish I knew when I started. It'll be tips videos for the first like week or so. I'll just keep putting out tips videos. And then I think like getting into the second week, it's like tier lists. Like the Marathon beta. That happened last year? Yeah. How do I join? Social. Take the friend code and then add me. And let me know what your name is in game. Yeah, that's basically it, Pula. Like, basically trying to absorb as much information as possible in the first couple days to just put out tips videos. Gotcha. Wait, who joined that's not supposed to be here? Who's this blondie person? I don't know who that is. You think Marathon will have legs to stand on? Or be another high guard? I think it has legs to stand on. I absolutely don't think it's going to be a high guard. High guard was too innovative and it didn't have enough time to cook.
1, 2, 3. I win.
It was too different. But it was also too different in a somewhat Like, okay, R-Type, you have to join my squad. You don't invite me to yours. It was trying to innovate in a already crowded market of hero shooters. Marathon's far different. Like, Marathon is like an extraction shooter in a not so crowded extraction shooter market at the moment. There's only really 2 extraction shooters that exist at the moment, which is Tarkov and then Arc Raiders, and it's trying to fit itself in the middle, where it's more of an extraction shooter than Arc Raiders in terms of like full quest lines and more PvP, but it's not as like PvE oriented as like Arc Raiders is. Like Arc Raiders is definitely more PvE oriented, but Marathon's gonna be a lot less. So it's trying to slot itself in the middle while also having combat that kind of like is from Destiny and like Apex in a way. So it's trying to find this middle ground between the two, and hopefully it can. Hunt is an extraction shooter. Not really. Like, it kind of is, but it isn't. It's more of like its own thing. It's kind of like its own like arena game. It's an arena PvP game with a set objective. It's kind of like an elaborate King of the Hill match, in a way. The Division doesn't really have an extraction mode. It's just a game mode. It's not really an extraction shooter. What went wrong with Arc Raiders? I don't think anything necessarily went wrong. It's more just like they've been kind of struggling to get content out. They've been struggling to get content out, and like the cheater situation, the exploiters, it's kind of like compounding on itself. That make a cool video, and the video's already been made. I don't know. People have already said that for months. I don't know. And I also don't want to deal with the toxic positivity that that game kind of has. Is the lack of content bigger than the cheating issue? For many, probably, because not that many people deal with cheaters. Third person peeking, that'll be a problem for some people, not others. It's kind of a it is what it is statement for me, at least. I grew to accept that third person peeking is just a part of that game. Do you think Arc is ruining other games' hype? I personally will try a marathon, but like the game is... I mean, I actually think Arc Raiders being so hype will cause Marathon to do better. Because there's a lot of people out there that stated before Arc Raiders came out, ew, another extraction shooter. Even though there's not that many. Well, I don't like extraction shooters. Extraction shooters are dumb. We don't need another extraction shooter, right? But then Arc Raiders has absolutely popped off as a game. And there's a lot of people out there that are now saying, oh shit, I didn't know I liked extraction shooters. Some people are willing to admit it, other people are not. But like, so like, now that people understand that they like extraction shooters, I think Marathon has the opportunity to like do well or better than it would have done before Arc Raider's success. I was interested in Arc because I remembered all the concept art way back and realized the game I saw the art. You just go, watch them.
Drop ships.
Got burnt out of Arc Raiders. It happens. Like, just like with HT2, when we were talking about HT2, oh my god, it went down from 450 average to 45k average, right? That sounds terrible. But like, eventually a lot of gamers just kind of move on, right? They've hit their share of content for that time, and then they need to be convinced to come back. That's very normal, right? It's a very normal experience in games. Very few games indefinitely keep you around. The hope is that maybe you might get replaced by someone new, which is what's happened with Arc Raiders. A lot of people have burnt out of Arc Raiders. It's just, Arc Raiders is like this phenomenon of just like popularity. You know, a lot of people are like discovering it for the first time constantly, and then there's just new people replacing. But even Arc Raiders numbers are going down, right? And I think it will continue to go down, right? Because I think a lot of people will get their fill of Arc Raiders and then move on. But PvP games tend to stick around longer because PvP games have like a mastering to them and like the PvP competition, which like obviously keeps things interesting longer. Yeah. PvE games don't have that. You kind of get through all the progression and you're like, okay, what's next? And then you're just kind of waiting on more content. Arc Raiders has a little bit of both of that happening, right? It definitely needs more PvE content for the people that are primarily PvP players or PvE players. And then it needs to address PvP problems, because if they don't address PvP problems, people burn out and then leave early than they would have otherwise, right?
Objective critical stratagem available.
I got the terminal. Calling in a hell bomb.
Orbital inbound.
They definitely need PvP mode only.
Engaging terminal.
For Arc Raiders, no, I disagree. I think a lot of people say that, but don't realize that it actually hurt the game, because it would make the game really boring. As much as, you know, like, obviously you don't want to interact with PvP, but you kind of need a villain, right? You need that guy to kill you occasionally to bring tension into the game. Right? That might sound like blasphemous. You're like, I don't want to die. Why would I want to die? But it's like, you're going to be way too relaxed playing the game, and you won't appreciate the game anymore for what it like is supposed to like do. Like, extracting from that game is supposed to be like, oh shit, I got out. Hell yeah. Rather than, you know, you're doing like a checklist. I don't think Helldivers would have been nearly as, or not Helldivers, Arc Raiders would have been nearly as like prolific if it didn't have that forced PvP element. The game would have been far more boring, and people would have gotten through it so fast that like, If you blow up C4, you gotta hold the reload button and then swap. If you're on console, you can't do the quick bind, unfortunately. At least I don't think you can. Console has rebinds. Do they have that rebind though? Your ask is going. My bad. All right.
Outpost destroyed.
Console lets you bind the mode switch. So you can do the quick mode switch.
Outpost cleared.
It's just hard to bind all the directions. Well, you don't need to bind all of them, but at least do left and right. Those are the two important ones.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting tac pack. Orbital inbound.
I only use quick switch, right? Mm-hmm. No major order yet. We're still waiting. My guess is probably tomorrow. This does happen after a major order. We sometimes have to wait for the next one, especially when it's a big major order. Started using Epoch because of this girl I was seeing on Instagram feed. Yeah. Donna has come by the stream as well. I've been a huge supporter of the Epoch ever since, so I'm glad. I'm glad people are starting to come around on it. I've been trying to convince people for so fucking long to give it a try. It's always been so difficult. We're so resistant to want to trying it out. I'll tell you, chat. And he likes the Epoch. I think that bounced. Epoch, brother, you. That is a bad take in 2026. Bad take. You're not a pretty girl. I are they? I don't know. I'm just a dude, okay? Just a dude doing some dude stuff. Hopefully I'm a pretty boy though, you know?
Package fired! Dropping package!
That turret that was spinning like that on a side objective, it shot randomly. It domed my teammates in the head. No way, really? That's funny. I've never seen that. Because it's pretty fucking random when it starts doing that. That's kind of funny. Where the hell did these guys come from? I think a tree ate most of that. Oh, sorry, Isaac. Did I actually manage to stop that guy? Oh my god, I did. Crazy. Dude, every time I go to shoot his eye, he gets flinched by the guys behind him. Nah, we don't need it. They're trying to shoot the eagle. It's funny. $120 on that, careful.
You have accomplished liberty. Extracted your discretion.
Damn. Big strafe run.
Freedom never sleeps!
Especially when the Rocketeer is on your side. Pretty insane.
Orbital inbound!
Not afraid. Love Gage the album. Guys looks sick. It's fucking nuts.
Outpost cleared.
Easily one of the best weapons in the game. If not the best weapon overall.
Coming in hot. Heavy. Southwest.
Requesting orbital.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Dropping back.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical
Alrighty.
no longer available.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm. Package fired.
Reinforcing.
I do have still a little sway, I swear, in my game. I have to use like the crossbow so much.
Orbital inbound.
I mean, two things. You'll see me crouching a lot. But I also don't like aim too much. I more like circles there, shoot, keep going. Crouching will reduce sway. So maybe it's that. I do crouch from time to time. So I understand why people wanted a bow. I think a bow would be an interesting idea.
Mission at 20
I hope that it just doesn't have like explosive bolts though. So it's just like a alternate version of the crossbow. I hope it has like more like variety. Even just doing like, okay, maybe it has like a bunch of different ammo. Like it has like 6 bolts of each and it has like gas, fire, maybe explosive bolt, and then like an armor piercing bolt, you know? Would be really interesting if it's kind of like a multi-faceted weapon, but you don't have like a ton of total ammo of one particular type. It's got like a bunch of different types. Be nice. If GTA 6 is $100, would you buy it? If it's worth $100, sure. Like, at the end of the day, it's all about like if it's worth it, sure. It's always a value proposition, you know, with any transaction. If you produce a game and you price it at $100, is it worth $100? That's the important part, right? But if the game is like a $60 or $70 or $80 game and you're charging $100 for it, would I buy it? No, I'd probably wait for it to go on sale. Wait about a year or so. You know what I mean? But because I'm a content creator, I'll probably buy it regardless of what price, and I'll just stream it for you guys. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little different from my perspective because at the end of the day, it's worth the price to be able to stream it, because I can make money back, right? But for you guys, it's different.
Calling in reinforcements.
But usually when I review a game, I try to use it from the perspective of like, okay, if I wasn't a streamer and if I was just playing this game, is it worth that, you know?
Shit, oh no.
You'll take the hit for us, basically.
Yeah, dude, these things, I keep...
Oh yeah, I tested. Did you know the tank can kill an over... Yeah, I heard about that.
Calling down equipment.
It's because the tank shell is like Pen 7 or whatever it is.
Yeah, these things
What up, Rex? How are you? How are things? Nah.
Oh, cool to play a game with you guys. Yeah,
ETA T-minus 1.
Nice to play with you too, bud.
yeah man.
What's the max price you pay for regardless of content or quality? That isn't really a price.
Tell you what, man.
It, like I said, it's always a value proposition. If I can get $200 worth of content out of a game, it's worth $200. It's not so black and white. That's why I always find the video game discussion a weird one. Because, like, it always depends on the value of the game. It depends on the game.
20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
And then everybody will have their own version of, like, what is it worth to them. Like, going to a movie and spending, like, you know, $20 or $30 for, like, popcorn, a movie, and so on and so forth, getting there, you know, versus paying $30 for a video game, you know, it's a different value proposition, right? Which one is it more worth it to you, right? It's like a personal thing. Some people never go to the movies and pirate everything, so. But as far as media goes, video games are like crazy value propositions for time spent. But then for every hour time spent, was it valuable, right? Some games have very good time spent, but like how good of a time is it per hour changes drastically from game to game, and it changes from player to player. So it's like such a personal question. And it's like context dependent of like every single game. It's so hard to find like a formula for like a person, you know, let alone a person, like, but a game for a person and a genre for a person. You gonna try a marathon? Yep. You see you guys first can. I've been streaming the whole time, so no. I'll watch the highlights after.
Firing orbital barrage.
Oh my god, K is on the other side of the map. I was like, where's everybody? Time's important too. I got a lot of value out of Destiny 2, but I wouldn't recommend to someone who's never played buy all the expansions right now. Mm-hmm. Timing is really important. A lot of people wouldn't recommend, you know, Destiny right now, but if you asked me when like Forsaken expansion just came out, I'd be like, yeah, of course, Destiny's in a great spot. Hell yeah. It's awesome right now, like, so good. In fact, Monster Hunter franchise, good example. Great value price, sure, yeah. But not for everybody, right? Some people just don't care for Monster Hunter endgame, and some people don't care for the gameplay loop, right? Always depends on the person. That faction strider isn't missing. What the fuck?
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Someone needs to shoot that faction strider. I just don't have a good weapon for it. We need someone with like a recoil. Oh fuck. Dude, I don't know what the hell's going on with this fact chart, but he is fucking insane right now. Where'd that shot go? There it goes. Unfortunate. Would you like to have a more story-based update, like a quest with cinematics lore? For Helldivers? No. If you're talking about Helldivers, absolutely not, no. That is kind of the opposite of why I play Helldivers. Personally, to me, that would be like a waste of resources.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
PG.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Yeah, just top tip. Don't walk into those gas things. They'll blow
Another
you up.
victory for the right side of history.
Ah, shit, we missed the team. No, bugger. Yeah, sick. Fun to play. It's fun to play.
GG's. You follow an Ash's creation story? What I should so? All I've been telling people is that I'm not surprised, brother. I am not surprised. Like, there's no part of me that is like shocked, correct? It's just like, yeah, I've been saying this for about, 4 years now, that Ashley Creation is probably never actually gonna release, and I had very little hope for it ever actually going anywhere further than like just being a early access game. Like, this happens so often in these like MMOs, is that MMOs are just so expensive and timely to make that they're most likely going to fail before they release, or something nefarious is going to happen, like in this situation.
Such as
It just always happens.
5 deaths and I literally died to the gas every single time.
GG's. GG's, homies. GG's.
See you later.
Later, dude.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Allied destroyer has left.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm not surprised one bit that Ashley Creation went through this. I've been saying it for a long time that the guy was sketchy and he was involved in like pyramid schemes and just some sketchy shit. I'm just like, yeah. Can't believe I went through all that. Lose connection. I'm sorry, Kay. I would recommend like restarting your router and stuff like that.
Allied destroyer
Might be something funky on your side of the internet. Because you've been having a lot today. But yeah, Ashes Creation, I'm not surprised. I feel bad for some of the content creators that were shilling for it though. So they get like a kickback if they use their code to buy access to Ashes Creation. I think it was 15% or something like that of a kickback, but you don't get your kickback unless it goes to 1.0. So, for instance, Pirate Software shilled super hard for that game, and I think he had like 40,000 people use his code, and he's not going to see any of that money most likely ever because it never went to 1.0. There's always that stipulation, so it's like, oh fuck, that's crazy. And because there was always that stipulation, they're probably just going to use that in court as like, well, you knew the risk of the game just never going to like market, and then it would be on the burden of proof to prove that he was always going to rug pull it, Whew. I also read that the biggest investor put 80 million into it. Jesus. I do wonder if anyone will try to take what's part of the game right now and make it a game, but probably most likely not. It's probably just dead. It was after I got on the Pelican. Oh, then you would have kept your stuff, KO, Dave. Yeah, it basically checks to see if you got on the Pelican. Or I guess it's as it's taking off. It needs to actually play the cutscene. And then you'll get what you lost. Pelican never took off. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, I would reset your router and mess around with your router because something weird's going on your end. It's unfortunate. All right, chat. Oh, I'm gonna call it here. I'll be back on Tuesday for some more gaming. I believe Tuesday is going to be fully dedicated to Arc Raiders. They have the new patch coming out on Tuesday. I'm hopefully going to record a video for HD2 later today. It's basically just like recommended settings and stuff like that. I know a lot of people have been asking me, hey, what settings, this, that. So I wanted to put one together for you guys. So I'm hopefully going to record that later today. Tomorrow is my day off. Tuesday, Arc Raiders, assuming it's a good update. If it's not a good update and I'm not enjoying myself, I'll come right back to Helldivers. But yeah, I'll be playing with Mr. Pips and Takibo on Tuesday, so that should be a lot of fun. Not sure what game I'm playing on Wednesday. If I'm continuing to want to play Arc Raiders on stream, I'll play Arc Raiders. If I'm not, I'll play Helldivers. So yeah. Stay tuned in the Discord. I'll be posting about what I'm playing. If you guys haven't already, do check out the YouTube link down below. And yeah, let's go ahead and find you guys someone to stick around and watch in the Helldiver section. Let me just host someone. Hopefully find a smaller streamer. Always fun when we do. Someone. Find a smaller streamer. I can hear myself. I hate it.
It's far. Sam, don't.
I think it's a Brothers stream. The Brothers Meredith. They look nice. Let's show them some love. Some Helldivers community love. Join us in the raid. Spam some emotes with us. Say hi. And I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. Bye, everybody. Peace out. Check out the content link down below. Bye. Bye, everybody.